And good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Clearwater County Regular Council meeting for March 26, 2024. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in the public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. I will now call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. We have an agenda before us. Looking for an adoption of the agenda today. Councillor Lougheed. Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Item 3.1, regular council meeting minutes of March 12th. Any errors or omissions? If not, looking for a motion to adopt. Councillor Graham. All those in favor? And that's carried. Moving on then to our public hearing section on item 4.1. A public hearing bylaw number 1180/24. I'll call this hearing to order at 9:01. I will outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices are permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application, then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application, and at any time, council members may have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and whoever is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The application will have the last word and thus any issues raised previously. So before I turn it over to staff with background, we'll just take a moment to do introductions. And I will start off on my right, please.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7 and Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 Councillor.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Good morning, Dawson Conley, Planning Intern.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jamie Adair, and I'm here on behalf of Gary and Melody Bagstad.
Thank you. Now let's start off, and I'll get Dawson Conley, the planning intern, to outline the background of the application, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Gary and Melody Bagstad currently hold title to Southwest 741 of 6, containing 153 acres. The subject land is located north of the town of Rocky Mountain House, situated north of Highway 12. Jamie Adair, with the support of the landowners, has made application to redesignate 11.5 acres, which was amended at first reading to 9 acres, including a 2-acre panhandle driveway. This will be amended from the Ag District to the CRA District. The proposed 9-acre CRA parcel is an existing yard site located in the southwest portion of the quarter section. It is complete with a residence, detached garage, shop, Quonset, and pole shed. The applicants have indicated that existing services include a water well and a pump-out septic system. The proposal is relatively flat land with some higher elevation in the heavily treed areas. Access exists off Range Road 7-0 adjacent to the east property boundary. The reason for the land use amendment application is to create separate title to the yard site once a subdivision application has gone through. The remaining 141 acres of the quarter section will remain under its present designation, being the A District. The balance of the quarter is bare pasture land, and there is an established yard site in the southeast corner of the quarter section, which is the first parcel out. Pending the results of the land use amendment, the applicants will proceed with the subdivision application to create separate title. Therefore, this application is in conjunction with subdivision 213688. And did everyone have a chance to read over the policy?
Yes.
The proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 9-acre parcel, which includes a 2-acre panhandle driveway in the southwest portion of the quarter section. With the current MDP, oversized parcels may be approved to include existing septic services. However, due to the location of the septic pump out on this parcel, the required setback cannot be achieved. Therefore, a condition of subdivision will be to replace the septic system. This would be the second parcel out from the quarter section. The proposal's location limits infringements on surrounding ag operations, being in the corner of the quarter section adjacent to the existing residential parcel. At the regular council meeting held on February 13th, 2024, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 118024 with an amendment from size of 11.5 acres down to 9 acres, which includes a 2-acre panhandle driveway. At this meeting, council directed staff to proceed to a public hearing. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers and posted on the county's website for comments. Upon consideration of the representations made at today's public hearing, council would consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to bylaw 118024. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so looking at this, I'm looking to the rest of council. Do you have any questions for the development officer at this time? Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just looking at the site plan, subdivision site plan, it looks like there's multiple approaches coming off of the panhandle driveway into the quarter section to the south and into the acreage itself. Can we address those?
The acreage to the south, they own both quarters of land, but the acreage to the south does have legal physical access off the range road that is further south than the proposed parcel.
Okay, it just happens to also have access off
Yeah.
of that, off of the panhandle
Yeah.
by way of a road caveat or not a road caveat, a landholder caveat on their driveway. And the same with that, the acreage to the north, it also has access to the municipal road and the driveway?
All parcels have access to Greenwood.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions for the development officer? Seeing none, I'll now invite the development officer to present any comments received from referral agencies, please.
Alberta Health Services sent in their standard note of 10 meters of a water septic tank, 15 meters of a weeping tile field, and then they mentioned that mapping of the current surrounding land use, existence of neighbors' wells and sewage systems should be done in order to ensure compliance of section 15. Blue Mountain Power Co-op, the overhead power line on the property will only be servicing the proposed subdivision. The existing parcel will require utility right-of-way. As such, Blue Mountain Power Co-op requires a utility right-of-way from the owner of the existing parcel. Please contact Blue Mountain Power Co-op to discuss utility right-of-way agreements. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure has no objections. Public Works Operations has no objections. Clearwater County Regional Fire has no concerns. Fortis Alberta has no concerns. The Municipal Planning Commission recommended that council favorably consider granting second and third readings to bylaw 118024 for land use amendment 3023 for the redesignation of 9 acres to the CRA district. MPC stated that the reduced size meets the size requirements, not including the panhandle, and that the smaller size allows for ag pursuits to continue on the remainder of the quarter.
Thank you. I will now invite the applicant to speak to your proposal and add any comments in support or respond to any agency comments.
Fair enough. Well, I don't have Gary with me here today, unfortunately, but the the hope is that we could leave things kind of the way they were with the septic system, the way it is, as it's been in place for, 25, 30 years now. So that was Gary's hope. Doesn't sound like that can happen from what I'm hearing here. But 9 acres, I know we discussed before an option of removing the pump out and capping those lines and making it just a pump out tank rather than a pump. I'm not even sure the proper terminology for it, but instead of it going to a field, it would just be a holding tank that we would pump out. So that's kind of the option we were looking at, if that was a possibility. And then again, I mean, Gary was kind of hoping to get the 11.5 hectares, so I know I heard you guys say in the last meeting that you have approved larger parcels before, so hoping that there's an option that we could maybe look at that here as well.
Thank you. I will now invite anyone in the, any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application, if they are present.
No.
Seeing none, before moving on, I would like to, just checking in with the development officer, if you've if you've received any written submissions in favor of the request.
No comments were received.
Okay. I'll now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? And seeing none, I'll ask the development officer if were there any written submissions received in opposition.
None were received.
None were received. Very good. And before I close the hearing, I'll offer the applicant if you have any final remarks that you would like to say before we close the hearing.
The only thing that I ask is that, somebody communicates with us what will be accepted and what won't be accepted so that we know how we're gonna move forward with this project.
Very good. Thank you. All right, I will close the hearing at 9:12. No motions will be entertained at this time. Moving on into the agenda, we will go to item 5.2, which is consideration of second and third readings of Bylaw 1180. I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Connolly.
Thank you. The purpose of Bylaw 1180-24 is to amend Clearwater County's Land Use Bylaw number 71401 to redesignate approximately 9 acres of Southwest 741 of 6 from the A District to the CRA District. The subject land is located approximately 14 kilometers north of the town of Rocky Mountain House along Range Road 7-0. Pending the outcome of the land use amendments, applicants have made application to subdivide in order to create separate title to the CRA parcel. Please refer to the documents attached to the public hearing council item for further details on the application. Administration is recommending that council consider granting second and third readings to bylaw number 1180/24 for land use amendment 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're looking at the second and third reading. I'll open for discussion. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. We absolutely have created bigger parcels before, and I believe it actually says in that section of the MDP, it actually is for things like servicing, et cetera. However, the setback distance on this particular service is needing to be met on the parcel to the south and the one to the west. It's not that we're trying to achieve that for the remainder, the stuff to the north and the east. It's because a pump out discharge does not hit the setbacks for the south and the west that are separate title, correct?
Yes, it's in the northwest corner is where the septic is.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Any further comments, questions for the development officer? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Just looking at this layout, it looks like there might be 2 septic systems here.
There's only one.
Just the one by the residences.
Yeah, I can show you.
Yeah, I see that. It looked like there's one by the shop.
There's one. The shop has a pump out.
Oh, okay.
It does have a holding tank, a pump out holding tank over here, but this is the only one that has a pump out that pumps out over in this direction here. And it sits right here.
Okay, thanks.
Answer your
That's
question?
all I have.
Very good. Well, I will say I'm not opposed to going a little bit bigger because I look at the fact that there's brush to the north of that, and for ease of, because it's an existing residence and it has been in place for, as mentioned by the applicant, for many, many years. You know, we don't want to burden our residents with more red tape and or anything else, so I would actually entertain a larger parcel as proposed at, I believe it was 11 acres, and 11.5, there you go. And putting it back for the request, just in regards, like I said, to the fact that don't want to be a burden. It'd be different if it looks like it's it looks like, according to the photo, that it is heavily treed to the north, so I would like to propose a conversation around that if any of my fellow councillors disagree or agree. Councillor Cermak?
Thank you, Reeve. I do disagree with that. I think this is a really neat way to do a subdivision. It's in line with the other one. And as far as I understand, our sewage systems that are on an acreage isn't our jurisdiction. Is that not the jurisdiction of the Alberta government to say yes or no to how a sewer system is installed? And the regulations is ran by them, not by us. So the gentleman has to meet that requirement when he applies for a permit. I love the way the acreage is right now. I think it's neat, tidy. Sure, there's some trees outside. The trees can remain there or they can be taken down for further pasture. I just like it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. If the pump out was moved in this 7 acres, is there still room to have that, enough setback for a pump out by moving it to the northeast and away from the existing other parcel?
I don't believe that you can replace a pump out with a pump out because they're non-conforming now. So if you were to replace the existing pump out, you have to go to a field.
Okay, I'm not seeing then how a larger size would alleviate that issue, because it's really to the other parcel there, just to the west of it, that is where it intrudes, I guess.
Councillor Graham?
I certainly see where you're coming from, Reeve Swanson, and wanting to enlarge the parcel a little bit. And as much as I would love to, I think I'm with Councillor Cermak on this one. We've also made parcels smaller so that they lined up nicely like this. So I think that for me, the 9 acre parcel works better and is kind of consistent with what we've done in the past. As much as I would love to give people the parcel sizes that they want, unfortunately we can't do that. So I think Councillor Cermak put it very well, and I would agree with him on the parcel size.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Yeah, I wouldn't be in favor of making the parcel any bigger. I don't think it doesn't create fairness to other parcels that were, stayed within the MDP to accommodate septic and utilities and stuff like that. But I also don't support the third title. I was at the public hearings, I've seen the surveys, the open houses. The third title wasn't something that was highly desirable. So again, I won't be supporting the third or second or third reading on this either.
All right. So with that, I will looking for a motion then for second reading. Councillor, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'll make the motion for second reading. We didn't have a bunch of letters of opposition. I think that, as Councillor Cermak said, this keeps it nice nice and neat. The septic needs to be changed out regardless because it doesn't meet the setbacks to the west and the south. So I would make the motion for second reading.
Thank you. Counselor Northcott.
Just requesting a recorded vote.
Okay, requested recorded vote. All right, we have a second, Counselor Ratcliffe, before I call the question. Go ahead.
I just want to say that I will be supporting this motion. I think that the number of requests we have for adjustments to the land use bylaw for a third parcel indicate that there are a lot of people who do want this third parcel out, or the third title, second parcel out.
Thank you. All right, motion on the floor for second reading. And if there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that is carried. Looking for a motion for third title. Counselor Cermak.
I will do that. I think council considered granting third reading to bylaw 1180-/24 for land use amendment application 3023.
Thank you. Counselor Northcott.
Just requesting a recorded vote again for third reading.
Thank you. There's no further discussion on third reading. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for coming in. All right, moving back to, being as how I cannot call the next agenda item at 9:30 to order until 9:30. I'm just wondering if we have 9 minutes here, if we can get started maybe on 6.1. I've requested Director Martinson to kind of hang in the wings, so hopefully we can, and I appreciate his time. So we'll just move quickly up to 6.1, please, about the Rocky Mountain House and District Minor Football Association request, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve and Council. You probably recall last meeting, we had a delegation from the folks at the Rocky Mountain House District Minor Football Association and their committee and volunteers who have been working hard on the football lighting project. And of course, council received in the past some information about that project as well. We have summarized the past information for council on the agenda items, so I won't necessarily go through it line by line. But there is an additional ask of council for funding from both this council and town council for $56,000 to finish that project. And you heard last meeting about some of the challenges as to why this additional ask is coming, so I won't repeat or review them unless there's questions later about it. And I think that is the pertinent information for council, so I'll turn it back over to you, Reeve, and I'd be happy to answer questions if council had any.
Thank you very much. So I believe at the last meeting, there was a presentation of which I was not here, but council's had an opportunity to now review the administrative background to this agenda item. So any comments, questions for Director Martinson? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there an opportunity for us to advocate for the ability for applicants to go back to CFIP when things like inflation have been what has impacted their grant applications? Because that it's really unfortunate that because the wheels of government turn slowly, things like inflation are impacting great community groups like this.
Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, and it is been a big challenge these last few years. I'm going to suggest that's always a bit of a challenge with projects that are volunteer-led, as far as keeping up with the pace of inflation as the project progresses. But we will keep that in mind, and when we have those opportunities to provide feedback, we'll definitely provide that information back to them and the challenges of not only this project, but other projects that we've been more involved with that maybe, you know, Councillor Ratcliffe knows a bit about out in Ferrier. That was another instance where we had trouble keeping up with inflation during unprecedented building inflation costs. So thanks for that recommendation, and we will keep that in mind when we're traveling in those circles and doing surveys and things of that nature.
Supplementary?
Yep,
Is
supplementary.
this a resolution opportunity? Because if we're having this problem, so is the rest of the province.
I would think so, possibly, but I think, I'd probably defer that to the office of the CAO and the Legislative Services Coordinator to kind of handle the process and the planning around council's advocacy.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, as Director Martinson mentioned, at Farrier, we did get a second grant, CFIP grant, for the building construction. So I think that is possible, and kind of like to see them try. But my main question is about the use of this facility outside of the football season. Like, what is the greater benefit to the community year-round?
Yeah, I think that we talk a lot about it being football, but it's not just only football. The lighting are important for the spring and fall. They don't help us a lot in the middle of summer. It's not a ton of youth sports going on at 11:30 in the summer when it starts getting dark. But definitely in the spring and fall when school is in, school sports are busy and we have limited lighting. This is where this project, I have to say, it shines. But I think there's also other pursuits like soccer and other sports. There's community use at times of Curtis Field as well. So it definitely will provide benefit to other recreation and community pursuits. The main user, the cornerstone user, I guess, if you will, is the football club, and that's why they're leading the project and ultimately are the organizer requesting the funds.
Thank you. Any supplementary?
Will this also light up any other amenities, any other facilities as well?
Yeah, the oval was just brought to my attention, which is a great point. That the ice oval in the wintertime, and of course in the winter we have darker timeframes, so skating after
4 o'clock.
Yeah, there's also, as we heard in the presentation, some co-locating benefits to the spray park as well, which has recently been developed in that region. So yeah, I think overall there is likely some future benefits to other infrastructure, whether it's being realized right now or in the future.
Thank you. Councilor Cermak?
Yes, I have a few questions here. I see this CFIP grant was for $125,000. They received $112,861, which is about 12 grand short of what there was. But their ask from the town and us is 112. And I see that the project cost is 275. 112 is almost 50% increase in cost. I have not heard of anything going up 50%. I've heard lots of stories about 30%, but not 50.
Yeah, I think because this was over an extended period of time, that there was compounding inflation over multiple years. There were also, I think, these situations aren't often detailed, designed, and costed up front, like, projects often are that are presented to council. Volunteer-led projects are often use less engineering and design up front to try to mitigate significant costs. Those processes that we often use here, in doing complex projects with the county can definitely get you a better idea of what the budget's gonna be. So I think a little bit, of the uncertainty of the original project. As far as the reduction in CFIP, it's known that sometimes they'll just arbitrarily reduce your ask. And whether that is that they've picked out costs they don't believe should be cost shared or covered, or maybe they're just trying to fit a jigsaw funding model together that, you know, includes this amount that fits. It could be all those things, so, yeah, I think, you know, the discrepancy also is, related to some projected fundraising, and they have done very well with fundraising, this group. But, yeah, I can't speak specifically to, all the reasons, but there was quite a few reasons given in the presentation by the group as to where the cost overruns came from.
Thank you for that. And looking at the time, I'm going to request that council table this item, and we'll come back to it. And if I could get a motion to table item 6.1. Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff, all those in favor? Carried, thank you. All right, moving on to item 4.2. Sorry, get my right. Too many papers here. All right, item 4.2, public hearing for bylaw 1182/24. So I'll call the hearing to order at 9:31. I'll now outline the process. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or a member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that all cell phones be turned off, put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application, then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members may have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will be then read out loud. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before I turn over to Ms. Billy, let's take a moment to do introductions, and I'll start on my right.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Daryl Laheed, Councillor Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, the Councillor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7 and Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Councillor.
Hi, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillam, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Holly Bealey, Senior Development Officer.
Good morning, Clay Puttiphant with Grizzly Energy Holdings.
Thank you very much. So I'll now turn it over to Ms. Billy, and she'll outline the background of the application, please.
Thank you. So Grizzly Energy Holding currently holds title to Plan 232-1836, Block 1, Lot 1, and it contains 156 acres. The subject land is located east of the town of Rocky Mountain House, 2 miles south of Highway 11, and 1.5 miles west of the Lacombe County boundary. The applicants have made application to redesignate 7 acres from the agricultural district to the CRA district. The proposed 7-acre country residential agricultural parcel is an existing yard site located in the northeast corner of the quarter section, complete with a residence and services. Other structures do appear on the aerial, however, have been removed from the property. A water well was outlined on the survey sketch, and a septic field was outlined by the applicant. The proposal is fairly flat land that has been recently logged. A shelter belt of trees remains around the property boundaries. Access exists off Township Road 38-4 adjacent to the north property boundary. And the reason for the second parcel out request is to separate the yard site from the balance of the agricultural land. The remaining 145 acres of the quarter section will remain under its present designation, being agricultural. The land is bare, flat pasture land with some tree coverage. There is a residential parcel in the northwest corner of the quarter section, as well as 3 lease sites and associated pipelines. Access exists off Township Road 38-4, and Range Road 4-2 lies adjacent to the east property boundary. Surrounding land uses are agricultural with some residential parcels. So pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants would like to proceed with a subdivision application to create separate title to the 7-acre parcel. Therefore, this land use amendment application is in conjunction with subdivision application 3690. So for planning direction, I'm just going to give you a brief description of policy for council's consideration. And if you have questions, you can just let me know. Okay. So from the municipal development plan, section 523, subdivision and development of agricultural land, is in regards to evaluating the agricultural land. And then I have included the farmland assessment map in your package. Section 524 speaks to limiting infringements on agricultural operations. Section 6 outlines the general residential considerations such as the suitable site, the location, compatibility with the area, buffering requirements, access and servicing of water and wastewater. Section 10 outlines the subdivision of land providing opportunity for a variety of parcels, outline preferred locations within the quarter section, the creation of additional parcels to serve the needs of our community, legal and physical access, the number of parcels permitted, specifically section 10.2.4, which gives council the provision to allow for that third title out of the quarter section. Section 11 is in regards to the servicing, and section 14 outlines the considerations for redesignation, subdivision, and development. So like your impacts on traffic, the environment, water and wastewater, natural capital, and the agricultural land, adjacent land uses, and site suitability. It also gives council provision to acquire other reports if needed. And section 14 addresses municipal reserves, which would be required at the subdivision application stage. From Clearwater County's land use bylaw, I've included the country residential agricultural district. And I've also included section 9 from the Municipal Government Act, which outlines what can be considered in respects to the land type, use, and impacts at the time of subdivision. So for planning considerations, the proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of the 7-acre parcel in the northeast corner of the quarter. This would be the third title, and it would comply with 10.2.2, as well as the size requirements outlined in the CRA district. This is an established yard site where the location limits infringements on agricultural land and agricultural operations as per 524. This site is serviced with a water well and septic field, and we would ensure compliance on that septic field at the time of subdivision. Legal and physical access exists, and for both the balance and the proposal as per 10.2.5. So at the regular council meeting held on February 14th, council reviewed and granted first reading to Bylaw 1185/24 with direction to proceed to the public hearing. The public hearing is legislated, so it has been advertised and referrals were circulated and comments were welcome from adjacent landowners and agencies. So with that, upon consideration of the representation made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to this bylaw.
Thank you,
council.
I'll now turn the floor over to the council here to ask any questions, if they have any, to the development officer. Seeing no questions, I will move then, ask if there was comments received from other agencies.
We did receive comments from agencies. So Alberta Health Services indicated they had no objections with the approval of this application. They provided their standard comments, which is kind of outline setbacks in relation to the nuisance and general sanitary regulations. Clearwater County's assessment department indicated that their taxes would change for the property if it's successful with the rezoning. Public Works indicated no objections, but they would require a road widening caveat for road widening purposes at the time of subdivision along the north and east boundaries. Fortis Alberta and TELUS both indicated they had no concerns.
Thank you. So at this time, I now invite the applicant, if you wish to speak in regards to the comments that you've heard or want to relay any extra information.
Just if there's anything you want to
Sure,
add.
I don't have a ton of comments. Holly covered most of it. Definitely thankful for Holly's help. We've called her lots of questions, and you guys have all found you all great to deal with so far. Appreciate you guys keeping the county well run. I've dealt with a few other counties, and I've always found Clearwater to be my personal favorite to deal with. Happy to answer any questions if you find folks have questions, and
Okay.
that's, I believe, all I have to say offhand.
Very good, thank you. So I'll now ask if anyone as a member of public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Anyone wishing to speak in favor of the application? Seeing none, I'll now ask the development officer if we've received any written application, or written submission, sorry, in favor of the applicant.
We have not.
Okay, thank you. I'll now invite anyone in the member of public wishing to speak in opposition to this application. Any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Moving on, seeing none, I will now ask development officer if there's any written submissions opposing this request.
We did not receive any.
Thank you. So with that, before I close, I will again offer the applicant to present any final remarks. If you have any. No?
I think we covered it.
I'm okay. I believe Holly covered most of it. Once again, I appreciate your guys' time and appreciate the nice performance we're getting out of Clearwater County.
Thank you so much.
Bet.
All right, I will declare this hearing closed at 9:41. No motions will be entertained at this time. Moving on to item 5.2, consideration of second and third readings of Bylaw 1182/24. Turn the floor back over to Ms. Billy.
Recap, it's for the creation of the 7-acre CRA parcel in the northeast corner. Again, where it's located is 2 miles south of Highway 11 and 1.5 miles west of the Lacombe County boundary. And the reason for the request is just to separate out the yard site from the balance of the quarter section.
Thank you. And I'll turn the floor over to our council for any questions, discussion, motion. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think we're becoming pretty, pretty quick at these, if I do say so myself. This fits within the MDP, it fits within the size requirements, all of the servicing fits within the parcel itself. The referral agencies didn't have any concerns, no opposition was made on this particular application. I would be happy to make the motion for second reading.
Thank you. So motion for second reading on the floor. Any discussion in regards to second reading? Councillor Northcott?
Thank you very much. So now, if this parcel was approved, this question's for planning, there would be an opportunity to build an additional residential, another residence on the balance of that quarter. Would that be correct? Correct. Okay, so, so then, yeah, so the practice of subdivision continues, you know, because then in the future there would be another residence possibly, and then possibly another request in the future for another subdivision, and so on as we go. But my question is, do you have any information, like there's a rise in amalgamations and dissolutions across the province for our urban communities. Everybody likes to have strong urban communities so you can have amenities for swimming pools, tennis courts, to retain doctors. Like the list is on and on and on, but with the rise in amalgamations and dissolutions, like for an urban municipality, one of their major sources of revenue is residential taxes and MSI, or the grant funding from the government to sustain infrastructure. So this practice, there was a draft, in the 2023 draft there was a comment in there that it wasn't very highly supported by the residents of the community, but it was stated that Clearwater County is a rural community transitioning to a rural urban community. That comment was removed from that draft, but it was not supported by many people that I'd spoken to. So I was just really wondering what the impacts are and if this is a contributing factor to the dissolutions and amalgamations to the urban municipalities in Alberta.
So I would respectfully say, Councillor Northcott, this, understanding that your initial question was fine for the discussion of the motion on the floor for second reading. So you're talking philosophy now in regards to what you've heard and some of what we've heard, but this is the document. So I'm going to direct comments to the motion at hand, which is second reading. So we can have a philosophy of conversation and opinions about this at a different time. We are on a tight schedule, like I've mentioned before. So any further discussion to the second reading? Councillor Northcott, Councillor Ratcliffe, then I'll go to Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, this is an existing yard site, so it's simply a division. It's a very clean presentation. I will be in favor.
Okay, Councillor Grant?
Just as everything that's been said in support of this already, I would agree with those comments. This is pretty straightforward one. I just wanted to thank you for only asking for the 7 acres and not trying to expand it because of the trees and stuff there. I appreciate that, and I agree Clearwater County is the best, so I will be supporting second reading as well.
Councillor Northcott?
Just requesting a recorded vote.
Okay. Councillor Lyon? No? Okay. Okay. Thank you. You're asked? Okay. All right. So with second reading on the floor, I'll call the question. All of those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. Okay, moving on. I need a third reading now, please. Councillor Graham.
I'll make a motion that council grants third reading to bylaw 1182/24 for land use amendment number 1/24.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott.
We're just requesting a recorded vote again for third reading.
Okay, thank you. Looking at, if there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor of third reading? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much for coming in today, and appreciate the time that you've been shown here. Excellent. Now moving on, because again, we cannot move on before 10 a.m. I'm going to requestfully ask Director Martinson to return back. I need a motion to lift item 6.1 from the table, please. Councillor Graham lifts the motion from the table. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. All right, we'll carry on to where we left off in regards to 6.1.
Yeah, there was just some additional information that I was able to grab about some of the increasing costs were due to a little bit of change in spec as far as installation and the forms were needing to go in underneath the structures. And that was just through some negotiations between school division, town, and the community group, because that's kind of a tri-party arrangement there, being that the town looks after and manages it, but it's physically school division land. So yeah, hopefully that helps follow up with answering Councillor Cermak's question.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually was going to make a motion granting the Minor Football Association's request for $56,000 in additional funding to the field lighting project, and that be transferred from contingency to community services operating budget. While this is extremely frustrating to have to see groups have to continually come back and have their applications altered, etc., I also don't think that we should be penalizing a group for their efforts. They have worked very hard and diligently on this project. It would be nice if you could go back to CFIP within the same time frame, because you incur that much more if you have to wait till the next round of CFIP applications in order to reapply. Perhaps, like I said, there's some advocacy available there, even letter writing, etc. But this is an important installation within our community. It's my understanding this is supported by the town as well. So I feel that we should be supporting it as we already have as well.
Thank you for the motion. Councillor Graham?
I would agree with Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and so I will be supporting the motion. I think that a positive to this as well is it can draw people to our community, whether it's for tournaments, and they will come here and fall in love because we're the best. And and so I do think it's a positive, and I think that maybe we need to look at having some county oversight on projects that we are granting money to. Maybe something into that. I appreciate all the volunteers, and I think they do incredible work, but we have. And I know if they phone and ask for help from the county will do so, but we have some really great people here who would be able to help them even more. So that is my thoughts.
Thank you. Councillor Lahi.
Certainly, I'm supportive of the motion before us and the discussion so far around it as well. Like any field of dreams, you have to build it before they can come, so I will support this. One question, though, around CFIP. Understanding that is for lack of a better word, a rotational process where there's a continual application process, and I would assume that board of directors that grant those things look at the overall community and the facilities that they're supporting for. So even though we may not have received additional funding for this project, that pool or that spotlight on our community still moves forward, and this doesn't affect the potential for future grants, or would it? I'm just trying to understand.
I would say our understanding is aligned with the way you explained it. We do hope that there is overall bigger picture views by the granting committee, and that would be our understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Mr. Hand first, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Good morning, Council. I just wanted to maybe just refresh the understanding of the process of moving money from contingency into other areas of the budget. So during budget, there's a dollar amount assigned to contingency, and that budget stays within that account, that GL account in the chart of accounts. And then when a project comes up that's unexpected, or additional funds are required for a project that's unexpected, the budget for contingency decreases and the budget in the other area increases. So I just wanted to make sure that, you know, those costs still go to a number. So I just wanted to make sure everyone was clear about the process for those, transferring those budget dollars from contingency to the community services operating budget.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I agree with the discussion here so far. I also want to recognize the great volunteers we have in this community who work so hard to bring these amenities to our area. I would encourage the Minor Football Association to investigate a second grant to help cover these costs with supporting letters from the county if required. However, I will support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott.
Thank you very much. Just coincidentally, after just our previous third title there, I had previously just stated that there was, amenities in our urban municipalities. So through suburbanizing the rural landscape, we redirect tax dollars from a rural municipality to invest in infrastructure that's in an urban municipality. And I will support this because it does provide recreational use for youth and for families in the area and stuff. But this is just a little bit of an example of what I just mentioned, where to support amenities. But
thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Northcott, you're absolutely right. And without us having our own tax base, we can't support that very urban partner that you are talking about. That request will come with or without our own tax base in which to support them. As our neighbor, they will ask regardless, and they're right to do so. So we require a tax base in order to do that as well. So it's great that we have that, and residents to utilize the infrastructure we're paying for.
As this item has been dragging on long, because I was part of the Masters Games back in the day, and this is, This item is now drug on, what, 5 years? I will be supporting this motion in regards to getting this project finally finalized. I see it has a potential for a lot of great things to come, and I hope it spurs the whole area to want to bring further events to this field rather than just football. And I think the football, as I think when I listened to the coach, Doug Lott, say he wanted to have under the lights, so I think that is fantastic. Well, we'll have a lighting ceremony maybe at this point in time, and that would be great to see us all sitting out under the field, under the big lights, spotlights. So I'll be supporting the motion on the floor. All right, so with that, you want one more time? Councillor Lougheed? Sure.
I've been inspired by some of the events this morning, and I would like to stand up and be counted for things I do support more than things I do not support. So I will be asking for a recorded motion, please.
All right, recorded motion, please. All right, motion on the floor to honor the request of 56,000 of additional funding for the field lighting project. Go.
Have one last question.
Okay, so Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. And that is about the operating cost for these lights. I understand they are putting in 3-phase power to run that. So that could be a significant other expense.
So if the question is are we going to be responsible for an operating cost? I can only really speak for what the town has asked of us to date. I don't know what they'll ask in the future, but I do know that in the past, we do cover sports fields. Those are ball diamonds. Those are in the agreement that we have currently with the town. So currently, we don't believe, based on our understanding of the town's budget ask, we aren't being asked to fund any costs associated with the football past made costs in the past. So
That you, Matt, are in favor of granting this fund, and we send letters, everything that comes along. We have to, over 3 years, this is out there, or big events, we can put in stages, and we can have bands come or whatever, have big shows there. I think it's a great thing for us and the town. But boy, I need to make sure that everybody knows that this is taxpayers' money. It's just not growing on trees either this day and age, or at least not at my place, it's not. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cermak. All right, motion on the table. If there's no further discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion? That is carried. Thank you very much. All right, we are 1 minute to 10. So as we get our delegation, as we get ready for the public hearing, I'm assuming we will be very close to starting. This will be for 10 a.m. Sorry, I'll grab my. Excellent. I have 10 o'clock now on my clock, so I'm going to start. Item 4.3, public hearing for bylaw 1185/24. So I'll call the hearing to order at 10 a.m. The process to be outlined. I'm just present shall register they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes recording devices are permitted, we ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. I will ask the development officer's discretion. I will ask the development officer to first explain the background of the application that's received from other agencies will be read out. Then, who is opposed to the application? The applicant will outline the background of the application.
Directly off the Everett land use bylaw, water services uses, uses. There is currently no allow for residential shops within the subdivision. Additional space to accommodate services is not necessary. And Fire Smart Print is not governed. This also has a homeowners association where individuals must submit their plans to the homeowners prior to submitting them with the county. The homeowners association has indicated they are in support of the proposed change to provide options for a residential shop as a discretionary use. So for policy considerations, I've included the definition of a residential shop, which is a building separate to the residence, and is incidental to the residential nature of the property. It provides more flexibility than a private garage by way of additional floor area and height, and the sizes are generally determined by the Development Authority in conjunction with Section 6.4 of the Land Use Bylaw. Section 6.2 or 6.3.2 in a residential district, it talks about the difference between the residential shop and the garage, and that's by way of wall height and total floor area and the exterior finish. And then 6.4 residential shops kind of gives you what we consider, so where it's located, what the surroundings are, is it buffered by trees? At the regular council meeting held on February 27th, council received and gave first reading to this bylaw. And as required by legislation, it was advertised in the newspapers and posted online where comments were welcome. So with that, administration is requesting that council consider adding residential shops as a listed discretionary use in the RE district in order to promote development of shops within Diamond Willow Estates and any future subdivision created with the RE district. Thank you.
Thank you. Does council have any questions for the development officer at this time? Councillor Cermak.
Residential shops.
Accommodations out of that shop.
So,
Councillor Lahi.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Or is that something that would be under the control of the,
Incidental and subordinate to the residential nature. So we're not, they also have the homeowners association.
Another thing is there a different
To the home, larger space, which
the country I've seen exceed what we're just, just trying to understand where we're going.
it's an attached garage, but the one door is oversized, so they can park their RV in there. And it's actually quite beautiful, and it would suit the land, but it's oversized garage, so we just don't have any provisions to approve it. And the other one is a standalone shop, but it's, the lot is sheltered, it has buffers. Again, they want to park RVs and have storage in there outside of their residence with the attached garage.
Okay, that's good.
No, that's good.
You're good?
Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, being as how we're done questions, I'll now invite Ms. Billy to present any comments received from referral agencies, please. Yes, so Alberta Health Services indicated they received the referral, and as Diamond Willow Estates is serviced with communal water and sewer, and a residential shop is kind of part of the residential nature, they don't have any concerns. Blue Mountain Power Co-op, Fortis, Alberta, and TELUS Communications all indicated no concerns. It was circulated to the Municipal Planning Commission for their review and consideration on March 21st, and MPC recognized the proposal came about due to the request of shops from the landowners within the estate. And MPC is in support of the proposal if no living quarters are permitted within the shop and if no commercial use is allowed within the shop. MPC recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third reading as the community wants the change and the Homeowners Association reviews the applications prior to the submission coming to the county. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, there's one more.
Yep. Go ahead.
Whitecap Resources also indicated they had no comments.
Thank you for that. Being as how the applicant is not present, I will ask if there's anyone, member of the public, wishing to speak in favor of this application.
Hi, I'm Lynn McDonald.
Minute, just leave it. That's okay.
Pressing the button right.
It's all good.
I guess I can just explain that about 65% of the inquiries for Diamond Willow Estates comes in and, that kind of thing, and it's not, their items are being secured. Of course, also say that I probably lost some potential sales because of the fact of not being able to have that facilitated. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for that. Is there any other persons wishing to speak in favor of the application? I see there's one more coming up. If you could just come and.
Sure, come right up.
Yeah, just come and speak to the mic, please. Thank you. Just state your name, please.
Hi, I'm Paul Fataz, and last fall we, me and my wife Rosemary, for RV, and then we'd be really.
County for your home.
So my husband, like he says, we take pride in what we have as a house. And we were actually nominated for the rural beautification. So I mean, it's not like we're, you know, just moving in there. So the shop is going to match the house. It's gonna have the stone. It's gonna have the siding the same color. And it's a sort of a pie shaped, so it can't be at the back like they would prefer, but it would be out front, and it's sort of in a curved lot. So it's far enough away from the road, and we're gonna plant more trees there. So we have really good intentions of maintaining and making it a beautiful site. So I'm in favor.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Sounds beautiful. All right, is there any further member of the public wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none, I will ask if the developer, if there was any written submissions in favor of the request, please.
There are two submissions. The letters both kind of echo each other. One's from the director of Diamond Willow Estates Homeowners Association, and the other was from the president of the Homeowners Association. And they just were in support of the proposal, allowing residents to improve their properties with the addition of a shop on the land. And this improves the quality of life out at Diamond Willow Estates for them, being able to have those additional developments.
Thank you. I will now ask if there's any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of this application. Any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application? Seeing none, Ms. Billy, were there any written submissions opposing the request?
No, there were not.
Thank you. So being as how the applicant is not present for final remarks, I will close the hearing at 10:15 and no motions entertained at this time. Moving on to item 5.3 for consideration for second and third reading for the bylaw 1185-24. Turn it back to Ms. Billy.
So again, we just kind of went through everything, but this is to allow residential shops as a discretionary use in the RA district. And if council has any questions or requires clarification on anything, just please let me know.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melloff.
Thank you, Reeve. What would be the unintended consequences of changing this bylaw?
They just would have to have a smaller garage on the property. I really don't see any issues with having a shop on the property. Administration feels it may have been overlooked at the time that they created the district. Yeah.
Okay, supplementary.
Supplementary?
That particular area is communally serviced and watered. Is the actual serviceability of adding residential shops, which potentially will have washrooms if it is allowed within the district into those facilities, will that impact the water, wastewater? Can it actually sustain that type of development?
I don't believe it does, but I'm going to turn to CAO.
CAO Emmons?
Thank you. I would respectfully suggest not. You're not increasing the residences. If you were going to increase a residential portion of this shop, I would absolutely say yes, you'd accommodate more families potentially. But even if you have bathroom facilities in the shop, it just saves the walk.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I have a little bit of problem with restricted covenants is not governed by Clearwater County. You stated that. Have you had a copy of this restrictive covenants to know what is restricted and what isn't?
Yeah, we print them off from land titles when they come through, and we include them in all the development files. And that's just, it's kind of a checklist thing that we go through when we're processing an application, just ensuring to see what's registered. So we do note what's on there, but because of the homeowners association, that is like a dotted I's and crossed T's. Two people kind of look it over.
So we're not privy privilege to that information
No, we haven't.
to make a decision? Because I would like to know what restricted covenant says.
Ms. Gillum?
It's in your land use bylaw item that, and from the public hearing, Holly included in the item, the restrictive covenant for those properties. They have a variety of things that are listed on there, but it's just an idea or desire to see how that particular, subdivision be developed. So most restrictive covenants, may say something like they don't want to have manufactured homes within them, like they have to be a stick-built home. In this case, maybe because of like the service water and wastewater, like they've indicated that they want the toilets to be like low flow or low consumption, low flow shower heads, things like that. And there's certain aspects of that we can't regulate as a land use bylaw concern, but it's something they've put on there as a desire for the community, and that's why they have the homeowners association to regulate those things. And if there is something that would be associated with land use stuff, we try to support that when we make a decision. So again, like if they say they don't want to have manufactured homes within that subdivision, generally if somebody comes in and goes to apply for one, we're like, oh, the restrictive covenant specifically says that's not the desire for the community, and so we try to support those whether we actually govern it or not, if that makes sense. But it is included in the item for your reference.
Yeah, I was more concerned about sightlines and how high this building was and how much lights are gonna be on it. Because we have a light policy in this county that you can't have an abundance amount of light on your acreage. I think it's a dark, I can't remember what it is actually.
Dark.
No, yeah.
Oh, I thought we did.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
But we have a height restriction and stuff for sight lines that you can't take away from your neighbor's view of the mountains and sort of thing.
There is design guideline, like design and character guidelines in most districts, and that's kind of what we look for. So when they submit their floor plans and elevations, we would see what they're looking to do, and we look at where it's going on the property when we're looking to issue the decision, and those kind of all play a part of whether or not it would be approved.
So we have guidelines in place, or the planning department does that?
So the exterior image would complement the residential site. So generally they would match the home or be of similar style.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or motion? Sorry? No, okay. Oh, okay. Or was, I just don't like the blinking lights going to Division 3, so Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you. Would it be fair to say that the restrictive covenant addresses issues that we don't necessarily address within our guidelines?
That's 100% correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melville?
Thank you, Reeve. Residential shops are more and more common. As the people that spoke in favor of it today, it's nice to have a place to store your equipment, your belongings, etc. This is coming as a request of that community. It is endorsed and supported by the community and the restricted covenant and developer holders by the letters that they had sent in as well. This does not negate the ability, the need for a development permit and development permit approval through the county. So the county will still be a checks and balances opportunity. I would gladly make the motion for second reading here today.
Thank you. Second reading on the floor. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I think we all know how quickly damaging weather can come up here in this area, and I understand people's desire to protect their investment. I think this subdivision is probably more attractive to people at a stage of their life where they are traveling more and maybe away from the property. So again, keeping their property under cover makes a lot of sense. I will be supporting second reading.
Thank you. And I have to say, I remember when this subdivision came in, and I am happy to see, much like Nordegg, it's sat empty for a long time. So I'm very happy to see that people are interested and people are coming to the community. So I will happily support this, this motion. All right, any other further comment to this, to grant second reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Motion for third reading. Councillor Graham.
I will happily make a motion that council grants third reading to bylaw 1185/24.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, I'll try and get these comments out in the organized manner here. It's a rural municipality. Clearwater County is a rural municipality, but this is an urban development, in my opinion. So amalgamations and dissolutions can be quite expensive and costly to the rural municipalities surrounding an urban. I see this as to allow residential shops and bigger buildings for storage. In one way, it sort of creates a sense of competition to your neighboring urban municipalities, because it's an additional benefit that you get to develop in the rural landscape, while you're taking away from the rural landscape with urban developments, and it's having a negative impact on urban municipalities. Like amalgamations and dissolutions they're very expensive. So the rules, in the RE district didn't allow it. So I won't be voting in favor of it.
Thank you. As presented, it was I believe, as the people spoke in favor, it was more for storage of their RV and such, and I know that an urban can't store their RV in town, so they need to, I know I have an RV storage just north of 12, so that's where a lot of urbans store their RVs out in the open, so I'm sure they'd like to have their stuff protected, so this is an opportunity for this. So thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Northcott, I'm just trying to make sure that I understand where you're coming from, because I think it's important that we hear and understand your views so we can make adequate decisions on our vote as well. This is an already existing subdivision. This is not creating a new subdivision, and this does not allow for commercial, which would be the ones going into the urban landscape. This doesn't allow for commercial opportunities. So I do not understand the argument of this takes away from the local urban, because this is already an existing subdivision and it's not for commercial endeavors. So I just really trying to understand where you're coming from.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So the way I see it is, what's fair for one is fair for all. So if you're going to randomly make another urban development somewhere randomly throughout the Clearwater County, well, you're going to have to do the same thing. You're right. Actually, Reeve Swanson made that comment. To have an RV, I don't see big residential shops in an urban municipality. They could develop, I guess, different subdivisions and stuff like that if they wanted. But this, they could build other subdivisions and allow for rules and regulations and to allow for residential shops. But Clearwater County makes the path of least resistance, so it's safe. Let's just make another urban development out in the rural landscape, and we can go out, we can put bigger shops there and stuff. So, but it does lead to like amalgamations and dissolutions. In my opinion, this is a leading. It's a contributing factor to get there. I'll just leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I just want to point out that as a municipality, we don't or can't control the market, that people are looking for certain things where they want to live and certain abilities. And I think our role is to facilitate options for the market rather than try and control it.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Counselor Northcott, this is the only one, so you said if you allow for one, you need to allow for them all. This is the only, subdivision of this nature, it's the only one under the estate district within Clearwater County. None have been, granted or even actually applied for. I'm sure there's opportunity for them to if they wanted to, but this is the only one that's ever been created. And currently you are allowed throughout other places in the county. Ag district, for example, can almost have as many buildings as they want. So I don't understand the what's good for one is good for them all perspective.
Okay. Counselor Northcott, and then I'm going to limit debate.
Absolutely. You're right, that it's the only development of this sort at this time. At this point in time if you're gonna develop this in one property, well, then you'd have to allow it in other properties as well. So at this time, you're right, there's one, but in the future, there could be more. And ag district and residential, yeah, they're just different uses. You know, for agriculture, you're gonna have different pursuits. It's just different. There's equipment and cattle, and there's a whole bunch of different stuff related from ag to residential.
All right, Counselor Lougheed,
I would request a recorded vote, please.
thank you. All right. Counselor Cermak?
I'm kind of confused on all of this because this is the only one in our county, this type of subdivision.
Yes.
So as I understand, and I think it's great that we're going through all of this, that we're making sure that this is the right thing for this county. And if there is gonna be more and people come and approach, we can say, hey, we have an outline of what we want in these type of facilities in our county. And if this one's working great, let's not try to repair something that's working great.
Agree.
I think it's great to see that there's been a lot of thought went into this one, and it's a great blueprint of if we have other landowners want to come in and build some more of these. I think they're great for the county because we want more people to come to our county. And this is certainly one way of doing it, and it's going to beautify our country.
Thank you.
I'm in favor.
For sure. All right, motion for third reading is on the floor. I will call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. Now, being as how we're at 10:30 and we have a public hearing right away, I would like to call a quick 5-minute, if we can go 5-10 minutes, let's go reconvene at 10:40. That makes it 9 minutes, please. And welcome back from our break. Thank you for indulging us a few minutes. It's return back to our item 4.4 on our agenda, which is the public hearing for bylaw 1186/24. So I'll call this hearing to order at 10:40. I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Any presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or a member of the audience becomes for their applicant who is present and who the applicant will have the last word and thus Division 2.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, County 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division.
Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Good morning, Donald Verhessen, Executor for the state.
Good morning, Rosemary Verhessen, Executor for the estate.
Thank you very much. So to start off, I'll ask the planner, Mr. Bisson, to outline the background of the application, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Western Ice Co. Limited currently holds title to Plan 202-2143, Block 2, Lot 5, which is part of the Northeast 1439-7, containing 2.29 acres of land. Rosemary Verhessen and Daryl Mitten currently hold title to Plan 202-2143, Block 2, Lot 6, which is also part of that same quarter, containing 3.79 acres of land. The subject lands are designated Light Industrial District. The subject properties are located directly east of the county's boundary with the town of Rocky Mountain House on the south end of town. Due to the proximity of the town boundary, both properties fall within the long-term town boundary as identified in the Rocky Clearwater IDP. Rosemary Verhessen, on behalf of all of the landowners, has made application to redesignate both parcels of land containing a total of 6.07 acres from Light Industrial District to Country Residence District. Lot 5 contains 2.29 acres of land and is developed with a residence, garage, barn, and ancillary buildings. Lot 6 contains 3.79 acres of land and is developed with a residence, residential shop, and 3 ancillary buildings. Both parcels of land have access off of 42nd Street adjacent to the west property boundary. The original 6.07 acres of land was redesignated in 2018 and subdivided to potentially be used for light industrial purposes. One lot was intended to be used for storage of antique vehicles, while the other was intended to be used for a breeding kennel for dogs. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to sell one of the parcels, Lot 5. Both Lot 5 and Lot 6 were not used for light industrial purposes, and it is the applicant's intentions that they be used for residential purposes in the future. Surrounding land uses in the area are a mix of agricultural, industrial, and institutional land. The property located directly to the west within the town boundary is designated highway commercial. There are also 5 residential parcels out of the northern portion of the quarter section. The attached package provides more details, and the applicants are here to speak to the proposal. As we consider policies, Section 4 of the Municipal Development Plan covers off environmental considerations. Section 6 covers off some things that we must consider for residential development. Section 14 is some additional considerations that we must factor in, such as the lay of the land, ground stability, and additional studies that that Clearwater County could request. I've also included Clearwater County's land use bylaw, the general purpose of the Country Residence District, the acceptable lot sizes, and Section 12.2, Part 13, amending the bylaw process, which basically states that if the subdivision or development for which the land was redesignated redesignated does not occur within 1 year of the date of passage of the bylaw, the redesignation of the land, council may initiate a bylaw to redesignate the land back to its former district. And then I've also included some sections from the Rocky Clearwater IDP, which section 5.2.1, the area is within the rural policy area, and whereas residential subdivision may be approved in accordance with Clearwater County's MDP. Also within section 5.2, section 5, we talk about ensuring that the adequate supply of commercial and industrial lands are available. Section 5.3.2 and 5.3.5 deal with the rules around industrial and commercial land use in the IDP area. And then section 8 just deals with referrals to our adjacent municipality, which of course is the town of Rocky Mountain House. I have included some property history for council. I assume you guys correct an error that was made during the outline plan into the northeast portion of the quarter. In February of 2019, the subject land that we're dealing with now, containing a total of 6.07 acres, was redesignated from CRA to light industrial and split into the two parcels that we have today. As we look at policy considerations, the redesignation of the proposed land is to allow the current residential use of both properties to continue. The redesignation of the land may make the land more appealing to potential purchasers for financial and insurance reasons. There is legal and physical access to both subject properties from a road that is maintained by the town of Rocky Mountain House. Staff has reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent lands and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing surrounding land uses in the area, as the proposed use would have less of an impact than any potential use that could be approved under the light industrial district. So our recommendation at the regular council meeting held on February 13th, council reviewed and gave first reading to an amended bylaw gave first reading to bylaw 1186. As required by today's legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1186-24.
Thank you very much. I will now ask council, do you have any questions of the development officer at this point in time? Councilor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, there is a fair amount of industrial activity around these properties, so that at some point in the future, those properties might be purchased for light industrial use. How difficult will it be to change the designation at that point?
Based on the MDP today, if there were no changes in that process, it would be similar to what the applicants are going through right now. So it would be just an application received by the county, and we would proceed similar to today, pending no changes to the MDP process or the Municipal Government Act.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the development officer? Seeing none, now invite the development officer to present any comments received from referral agencies, please.
All right, so TELUS, Blue Mountain Power Co-op, Fortis, and Public Works Infrastructure and Public Works Operation reviewed the proposal and gave no objections and had no comments or concerns. Alberta Health provided the following. They're satisfied that the application poses minimal risk to public health. They've also included that their standard setback distances that should be followed for residential use. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors offers the following comments. Pursuant to Section 618 of the MGA, the department expects that the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways in the also plan, if applicable. Pursuant to 618.41, the Municipal Government Act, the department expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on the local road connections to the highway system. The parcel falls within the permit area of a provincial highway. A permit must be obtained from Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors on any new development. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors has no objection to this proposed land use redesignation. The town of Rocky Mountain House sees no conflict with the proposal, with the proposed amendment. There's no concerns or objections to this application. The Municipal Planning Commission toured the property and reviewed the application on February 21st. MPC recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the land use amendment application 02-24. The MPC provided the following reasons for their recommendation. The current use of the land is residential. No industrial activity is taking place. No change of use from the original designation of CRA. No business operated under the industrial zoning. And MPC recommends that council request that a caveat be registered on title to inform future landowners that the property is located in a commercial or industrial area. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'll now ask the applicants if you wish to speak towards the proposal and add any comments to support your request or respond to any of the agency comments. Go ahead.
I think when you look at the surrounding properties in the area, most of them, the use is residential. So bringing this back to a CR zoning, it doesn't affect neighboring properties. There has been industrial zoning next door to the north for quite a few years, which really hasn't provided a negative impact on the property, as well as Foothills Tank Rentals, which is farther down the road. There's a little bit of noise generated from there, but never anything that's a nuisance to the property. At least mom and dad had never complained about anything like that. And if you go to the west, the highway commercial, that's a residence that's been there for many, many years. And it's gonna be many, many years before there would be development in that area as well. So there's quite a bit of supply of industrial available if you look on the MLS site. So we're not taking, don't believe that we're taking anything out of the supply that would be needed as well. That'd be about it as far as the use goes. General use, it's been residential use for eons, and it's still a good house. Which is the problem. A lot of the can't get insurance for residential. Can't get insurance for residential. That's good. Yeah, CMHC won't finance this type of property, residence with a light industrial zoning. So
thank you.
That's all for now.
Nope, but thank you very much. All right, I'll now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of this application. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Seeing none, Mr. Bisson, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
No written submissions in favor of the proposal were received.
Thank you. I'll now ask any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of this application to come forward. Any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application? Before moving on, Mr. Bisson, were there any written submissions opposing the request?
No written submissions in opposition to the proposal were received.
Thank you. So before I close the hearing, I'm going to offer the applicant to present any final remarks.
I just would ask council if anyone would have any questions with regards to this. I've been open to answer anything.
Okay. Any questions of council? Seeing none. Any final remarks then? No?
No, it's somewhat of maybe an unusual situation, and it's, like I say, it's surrounded mostly by residential use. It's a quiet area. And if somebody in the future wants to change the zoning, it's in the IDP, it's sitting there as industrial, so it would, when the time is there and the demand is there, then, it can be done. So at this point, that demand for that industrial is just not there. We've been trying to sell this property as an industrial property for several months now, and it's just not been there. It's all been residential interest, not industrial interest, so.
Thank you for that. All right, so with that, I will close the hearing at 10:58, and no motions will be entertained at this time. So moving on to item 5.4, consideration of second and third readings of the bylaw 1186. I'll turn the floor again to Mr. Bisson.
Thank you. So the purpose of bylaw 1186-24 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate a total of 6.07 acres of Plan 2022143, Block 2, Lot 5, and Lot 6, which is part of the Northeast 14397, from Light Industrial District to Country Residence District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowners will proceed with the current residential use of both parcels of land, as they have not been used and are not intended to be used for light industrial purposes. At the regular council meeting held on February 13th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1186. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspaper, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1186-24. Thank you.
Thank you. So this motion, looking for motions for second and third reading for this particular bylaw, and open the floor for discussion. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. It only makes sense to designate this property for the use it is actually being used for. So I will happily make the motion that council grant second reading to bylaw 1186/24 to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw number 714/01.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for second reading? Councillor Graham.
I would agree with Councillor Radcliffe, and I will be supporting this motion. I believe that these people should be able to use their property how they choose to, and it falls within all of our rules, so it's pretty straightforward in my opinion.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would agree. So I will be supporting the motion on the floor as the reasons already stated.
Thank you. See no lights. If there's no further discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor of second reading? Those opposed? Motion carried. Looking for a motion for third. Councillor Graham, please.
I will make a motion that council grants third reading to bylaw 1186/24 for application number 02/24 to amend the land use bylaw.
Thank you. Any discussion in regards to the third reading? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Not discussion. I actually would like to ask Councillor Northcott directly why you're in opposition of something that actually is directly adjacent to our urban and would help them immensely.
Councillor Northcott.
Well, residential tax base from that property, I think, is due to Clearwater County. Grant funding from MSI or LGFF would be due to Clearwater County. I'll try my comments here again. For the original 6.07 acres, was this just a subdivision exercise to rezone it to light industrial to proceed with subdivision of land? So would this property be able to be unsubdivided, put back into the 6.07 acres, and then applied for CRA subdivision. Like, so you'd have because it was subdivided by way of light industrial rezoning. So if it was to go back into that 6.07 acre parcel as one parcel, and then reapply for as two CRA parcels, and it's a residential area, was it appropriate in the first place to be zoned as light industrial? Anyways, that's my comments, if that helps.
Okay. Counselor Cermak? Oh, sorry.
Mine's not the same as that.
Sorry.
I like the recommendations that the MPC put on. Are they included in that? The
That was-
caveat?
Oh, I believe so. Mr. Bisson?
We would certainly follow through with that.
You would follow what the MPC?
Absolutely.
Perfect, that's what I'd like to hear. Thank you. MPC is pretty important because they go out and see the land. They give us great recommendations, so let's live by it. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Northcott, this is already in existence, and if you put it back to CRA, it actually wouldn't be permitted because there would then be two residences on a CRA parcel because they're not allowed. Granted, should this potentially have been looked at differently a few years ago when this was done? Sure, but that's not what we're being asked for today. We're being asked for this one specifically. So I don't understand how your thoughts on whether this should have been done back then or not, if that has been done, and what we're being asked for is what is presented to me today.
Councillor Northcott?
Actually, not permitted as CRA is kind of actually my point. It was rezoned to light industrial, but then now it is, right? So I don't know if that makes sense. You have two residential parcels that were rezoned light industrial, subdivided. But if it was CRA, it's like I said, it was a subdivision exercise. Just curious.
So as outlined in the particular, in the hearing, we were provided with the property history. So with that, we can't turn back the clock and change everything. And I would say the MPC and the council of the day approved these. So are we questioning past council and past MPC? So yes, we are, and unfortunately, they made the best decision with the information that they had. So, but what's before us is actually a rezoning for this back to a CRA. So with that, that's my comments in regards to that. I will go to Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and then I will call the questions.
Thank you, Eve. I absolutely, I get where you're coming from, for sure, that this may have been a roundabout way to get like, I understand what you're getting at. However, do you truly feel that this property is being used for light industrial purposes and therefore should stay zoned that way? Because that's what we're being asked. Is this property being used for light industrial or not? It's not. So therefore, it makes more sense for it to be zoned residential. And in you voting against it, you feel that it is actually being utilized as industrial? That's not what I see on this property.
Councillor Northcott?
No, the process. There needs to be a correction to the process. Put it back.
That's not what's being debated, correct?
No, I know, but I've already said, we could probably go back and forth, but I did state my comments and my thoughts. And I'll just leave it at that for now.
All right. Thank you. All right, motion for third reading is on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you very much for coming in today. You bet. And thank you for your patience starting a little bit late. I appreciate it. All right. So moving on in our agenda, we are now at 6.2 in planning emergency services, looking at the development permit for application 103/23 for the expansion of a wet pit. And before I start this item, I just have a little bit of commentary that I would like to. So prior to turning the floor over to administration, I'd like to clarify that the subject land has been redesignated to direct control district as per the MDP policy 7.2.20, wherein council is the sole decision maker. This is in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, section 641. This is a presentation to council regarding the decision on a public development permit application for aggregate resource extraction. This is not a public hearing. Public participation was invited via written submissions through the referral circulation process to gather feedback on the application, which will be presented as part of the background for this, in the background of the report. Members of the public may observe the item being presented in the gallery or online, as all council meetings are live streamed. So should any member of the public become disrespectful at any time, they may be asked to leave. As per the section 4A of the MGA, there's no opportunity to appeal the decision of this council to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, wherein the land is designated under direct control district. The item will begin with Senior Development Officer, Ms. Bailey, to provide the background of the application, and who will be followed by the applicant, and during which time council is invited to ask questions. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to the Senior Development Officer, Ms. Bailey. And go ahead, Councillor Graham.
Sorry to interrupt. I just would like to recuse myself for this item. I know historically there have been some councillors who disagreed with me recusing myself for this, so I just wanted to explain myself and why I see this as a pecuniary interest. So this business and this actual gravel pit, my business, which is a gravel truck company, we purchase gravel from this actual pit to sell, and obviously we make a profit off of it. And so I'll give an example. If this pit were to be shut down, I would have to travel further to buy gravel, which would affect me financially, obviously costing me more money. And as a direct control district, I believe we have the ability to control things like hours they can run, days they can run. Another example is if they ran on weekends, then every other weekend that I have off in the summer, I could do private work hauling from this pit, and I obviously can't do that when they're not opening, so that also financially can affect me. So those are a couple of examples for why I think it's appropriate for me to recuse myself due to pecuniary interest. So I'm going to do so.
Thank you very much. So with that, I will turn the floor over to Ms. Bailey, please.
Thank you, Council. With me today, I have two representatives from Paternies, and they're going to elaborate a little bit more on their proposal following my report. So Paternies has made application for a development permit to expand their existing gravel operations. Paternies currently owns and operates the Stewart Pit in the southwest of 14. In the fall of 2023, Paternies purchased the remainder of the northwest of 14, known as Plan 9623858, Block 1, Lot 13. They are seeking approval to expand their operations north into the recently purchased land. The subject lands are in the Ferrier area, approximately 5 miles west of the town of Rocky Mountain House. The Stewart Pit is within the southwest of 14, and it contains approximately 155 acres. It is an active wet pit which received development approval as a result of an appeal in 1996 under Development Permit 5595. Conditions of the approval included operating days and hours, the submission of a conservation and reclamation plan, entering into a development agreement for road use and maintenance, and the haul route, as well as their access and egress. Alana, I believe on page 39 is the haul route, if you can track that down. It outlines the access and egress, which is via Township Road 39-2, adjacent to the south pit boundary. Proceeding east until entering an internal pit road through the Fisher Pit within the southeast of 13 and MPT Pit within the northeast of 18, prior to re-entering a municipal road allowance known as Range Road 8-0 and proceeding north to Highway 11A. This route was deemed the least invasive haul route to adjacent landowners at the time of its original approval. The reclamation plan is 2 end pit lakes with pasture land. Paternies has partially reclaimed 30 acres within the Stewart Pit. This pit is registered under the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act and holds a Water Act approval. In 2018 and 19, 2 amendments were made to the original approval, including the removal of materials from an unnamed aquifer and pit-to-pit and off-site dewatering. Clearwater County adopted a new municipal development plan in May of 2023, which outlines that aggregate resource extraction and processing applications must first be redesignated to a direct control district, wherein council is the sole decision maker. A land use amendment application was made and the subject lands were successfully redesignated by council to the direct control district in September of 2023. The subject lands went through a subdivision process to consolidate the two land titles together for a total area of approximately 221 acres. This consolidation was approved November 16th of 2023. They are in the process of finalizing their subdivision conditions attached to the approval. Paternies held an open house on January 12th of 2024. The submission of their open house summary report deemed their development permit application complete with the county. Paternies did make amendments to their original proposal following their open house. We are now at the final stages of this process to obtain a development decision on the expansion area of their existing pit. So the proposed expansion area, being the plan number referenced above, is located directly north of the Stewart pit. The proposed new boundaries of the pit require an update to their original code of practice and an amendment to their Water Act approval. Paternies is aware that Clearwater County requires a copy of their provincial approvals if successful with this application. And I'm going to get you to jump to page 30 that outlines kind of the phases of the pit. So the pit in its entirety will be developed in 4 phases. Once the southwest 14 portion of the pit is depleted, development will commence to the north in the expansion area. Phase 1 is the current open area in the south central to southeast portion of the existing pit. Phase 2 is the west central to northwest portion of the existing pit. Phase 3 being the northern portion of the existing pit. And phase 4 would be the new expansion area. There is an area designated as undisturbed land within the pit, located in the east central portion, which proceeds to the northeast corner and then west along the entire north boundary. The balance of the pit will maintain a 3-meter undisturbed buffer around the property. Activities to occur on site include stripping, stockpiling, extracting and processing, dewatering, hauling, and reclamation. This is a wet pit where pit-to-pit and off-site dewatering will occur. Generally, dewatering occurs between May through to the end of October. There is no asphalt plant proposed and no washing to occur on site. Paternies is proposing no change to their existing operating and haul schedule or the hours of their operation, which are currently 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. No weekends or statutory holidays. Paterny recognizes there is nuisance factors associated with the operation of a gravel pit. During dry periods, the pit and access road will be watered down to reduce dust impacts on surrounding lands. Reclamation materials will be stockpiled around the boundaries of the pit to provide more of a visual buffer and reduce noise. When dewatering is required on site, Paternies will continue to place noise abatement measures over their water pumps as a noise barrier. And the applicant will speak more to this when I refer to them after. All processing equipment, so your crushing and screening, will be located at the base of the pit in the southwest portion of the titled area, furthest away from any area residents. The lifespan of the pit is approximately 10 to 20 years, depending on aggregate demand. Access would not change, continuing to utilize the approved access egress through the existing Stewart pit off Township Road 39-2 to the south. There is a Range Road 8-2 that lies adjacent to the west property boundary as well. Upon reclamation, the land would contain 2 end pit lakes and pasture land. Previous hydrology and groundwater assessments were completed for the Stewart pit, indicating water flows in the southern direction away from adjacent landowners towards the North Saskatchewan River. There are 5 adjacent landowners' wells within 400 meters of the pit, wherein 2 are within a different aquifer level. And Padernis can speak to that as well. Surrounding land uses are predominantly residential, with a multi-lot subdivision directly to the north of the subject land. There's crown land to the west and south, agricultural land and industry, with numerous active pits in this area. And this area is also within the Ferrier-Garth Area Structure Plan. So for planning direction from Clearwater County's Municipal Development Plan, I'm just going to give you a summary of the relevant policies. And again, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask for clarification. So Section 4 is the natural capital and protection of the environment. It recognizes the importance of protecting groundwater resources, impacts on surface water, and the watershed conditions in the area, as well as what may be required for an environmental assessment report. Section 7 recognizes economic development. It recognizes the existing economic development activities conducted in a responsible manner and the crucial importance of being able to access said aggregate for development of infrastructure within the county and the province to service our county's needs. It discourages encroachment on incompatible land uses in areas of potential and existing aggregate operations, outlines the requirement for redesignation of the land to a direct control district for a gravel application, and the requirement of a public consultation prior to submitting an application with Clearwater County, and outlines what may be required in order to assess an application for gravel extraction. Section 14 is putting the municipal development plan into effect. It outlines development considerations such as impacts on traffic, the environment, water, natural capital, agricultural land, adjacent land uses, site suitability, and the provision to acquire additional reports if needed. Clearwater County's land use bylaw, I've included the direct control district which authorizes and allows council to exercise direction and control over the use and development of land in this designation. This land also falls within the Ferrier-Garth Area Structure Plan, which was created in 1987 and outlines existing gravel operations are to be depleted and reclaimed and addresses non-compatible land uses in the area. Specific direction for the southern portion of the northwest of 14 outlines no non-agricultural residence on the land south of the railway tracks, which is the proposed expansion area. It is intended to be used for agricultural purposes, which prior to the 2023 MDP, gravel was a listed use in the agricultural district. Specific direction for the southwest of 14 outlines the land is retained for agricultural purposes, and again, gravel was a listed use in ag prior to the 2023 MDP. So following the submission of Paderni's Open House Summary Report dated January 15th, 2024, Clearwater County circulated referral letters to agencies, adjacent landowners, as well as posted online for any comments to be submitted. Comments were received from Clearwater County's Ag and Community Services, Public Works Infrastructure, and Regional Fire, all indicating no objection or concern. TELUS Communication had no concern with the proposal. Aximo Oil and Gas Incorporated is listed interest on title, and they had no concerns. We did receive 6 letters from adjacent landowners, and I did circulate these to council for their consideration, and I've compiled a list of their concerns that I'm just going to briefly kind of go through here for you. So noise was definitely #1 biggest concern for almost every landowner out there. The location of the pit in proximity to the river and the multi-lot subdivision, the migration zone for wildlife, and the impacts on development, on the impacts of this development might have on them. Water table levels and natural spring disturbance is of concern. Contamination and disruption of the ecosystem. Water quality of their water wells and the potential of them being depleted was a major concern. Dust was a concern. The impacts of rezoning productive agricultural land was a concern. Truck traffic generated from the pit and the potential safety hazard and degrading of the road infrastructure. Visual impacts, the time and location of the open house, the decrease in their property value, impacts on their quality life and the disturbance of their peace and quiet, hours of operation outlining that sometimes there's activities that occur on the weekends, the number of pits in that area, the potential for equipment storage at a later date, and the buffer area to the north. Everyone wanted to see an increased buffer area to the north, which you can see on this map since the open house, Paterni's has amended that to increase that. So this proposal requires development approval from Clearwater County prior to amending their registration and approvals with the province to include an expansion area. Clearwater County's MDP recognizes the critical importance of being able to access the aggregate resource, its importance to infrastructure development and existing economic development, as per MDP 711 and 7116. Paterni's has amended their original proposal following the open house to reduce nuisance factors where possible that impact surrounding lands to operate in a responsible manner as per 7218. The land has been redesignated to a direct control district as per 7220. Hydrology and groundwater assessments have been conducted where an ongoing monitoring will occur, as well as subsequent submissions to obtain and amend the Water Act approval by Alberta Environment to protect water resources and natural capital as per 421. Paterni's has attained Aspen Land Group to assist in supplying the required information for this aggregate application as per 4219 and 7221 of the Municipal Development Plan. Clearwater County's municipal development does discourage the development of incompatible land uses as per 7217. However, development approval was issued for the Stewart Pit in 1996, knowing existing land uses in the area could conflict with one another. The Ferrygarth Area Structure Plan was created in 1987 and outlines existing gravel operations should continue until depleted, then reclaimed, as this plan addresses non-compatible land uses. Specific direction for the Northwest 14 outlines no subdivision or non-agricultural residence south of the rail line intended to be used for agricultural use. The remainder of the quarter section, being north of the rail line, is suitable for a mixed residential use, which is where the multi-lot is located. The Southwest 14 is outlined as being retained for ag purposes, and again, gravel was a listed use in the ag district. It is also important to note that this expansion will create additional nuisance factors for area landowners, such as noise and dust being part of the day-to-day operations of the gravel pit. The proposed pit is located just to the south of a number of residents and a multi-lot subdivision. This area is known for its gravel resource and has numerous pits in the area in close proximity. The topography also plays a crucial role in this application, as the residents are located above the hill, or at the top of the hill. The Stewart Pit has existed since 1996, and therefore the development permit does not reflect conditions based off current policy. Administration will be recommending changes and/or additional conditions to their original development permit. So, with that, administration is recommending that council consider approving development permit 18323 for the expansion of the gravel pit with the following conditions. And these are more of the standard conditions, but we can tweak it and add more conditions if council feels they're warranted. So condition 1 would be supplementary information. The supplementary information submitted by Paterni's, prepared by Aspen Land Group on March of 2024, would be referred to as Schedule A. The original 2007 Code of Practice would be Schedule B, and the Water Act approval would be Schedule C until such time that these are amended with the province. And they would form part of the development permit. Additional activities such as water sales are not covered by this permit. This permit does not address any storage of industrial equipment not directly related to the operation, so we don't want to see any rig racking in this pit. And Alana, I'm going to get you to go to page 30 again, just for the phases of development. Thank you. Oh, perfect. I didn't look up. So condition 2 is resource mining area. So the resource mining area will be restricted to what's included in Schedule A, which you see above. It's developed in 4 phases, and phase 1 would contain approximately 7.6 hectares. Phase 2 would contain approximately 8.1 hectares. Phase 3 would be 7.94, and lastly, phase 4 would be 16.72 in the expansion area. No operations are to occur within the northwest of 14 until the southwest of 14 has been depleted and reclamation has commenced. And I know Paternies is going to want to speak to this because they want to have their stockpiles within the northwest of 14 while they're trying to finish up in the southwest of 14. Condition 3 would be the buffer area. So an undisturbed buffer, a minimum of 3 meters shall be maintained around the pit boundaries, with the exception of the undisturbed area outlined in the central to northeast portion of the pit that runs along the north boundary. Dust suppression would be condition 4, and the operators of the gravel pit shall take measures to mitigate the effects of dust within the pit boundaries and access road, watering regularly during dry periods as per their Schedule A. Condition 5 is visual and noise impact mitigations. With the exception of the vehicle and equipment lights, any portable lights brought out to site shall be directed downwards to reduce impacts of light pollution on adjacent properties. The operator shall take measures in all phases of pit development and operations to mitigate the effects of noise on adjacent lands to the satisfaction of the county. These measures shall include, but are not limited to, the placement of reclamation materials, stockpiles along the boundaries of the pit to provide noise and visual abatement measures as per their Schedule A. Place processing equipment, so your crushing and screening equipment, at the bottom of a pit area in the southwest portion, furthest away from residents, as outlined in Schedule A. Direct their mufflers from said equipment into the stockpiles and away from area residents located to the north and east of the subject property. And place noise abatement measures over their water pumps when pit to pit and off-site dewatering occurs as per their Schedule A. And I just wanted to note that additional noise measures such as a berm or planting of trees and shrubs around the perimeter or temporary noise abatement walls are always an option that we can acquire as well. Condition 6 is pit operating schedule. So the operations include stripping, stockpiling, extraction, processing, on-site water management, hauling, and reclamation. Operations shall be restricted to 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. There shall be no operations on weekends or statutory holidays, and the extension of operating hours for this pit would not be permitted. The haul schedule is also restricted to between 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday to Friday. There shall be no hauling on weekends or statutory holidays. Before a major haul, so a haul that requires a road use agreement, there shall be written notification to the planning department and adjacent landowners within the 1 mile radius. And this notification shall be given at least 2 weeks in advance. And I also know that Paternies will want to speak to these 2 conditions because I'm recommending that we reduce the hours of operations just to give a little peace and quiet to the area landowners just due to the close proximity. And Alana, I'm just going to get you to go up to the haul route again. So for the condition 8 is the truck routing. So the access and egress would be Township 38-2, adjacent to the south pit boundary. Sorry, I should have had them all tabbed for you. So their access is Township 39-2, adjacent to the south pit boundary, proceeding east until entering internal pit roads through the Fisher Pit and MPT Pit, prior to re-entering a municipal road allowance on Range Road 8-0 and proceeding north to Highway 11A. Any truck traffic generated from the pit will be subject to Clearwater County's road use for industrial and commercial truck haul policy and will be bound by these requirements. Condition 9 is signage and site security, and they shall take measures to sign and secure the pit boundaries and prevent access from unauthorized personnel. Their signage shall include the operator's name and emergency numbers and warning of possible site and operational hazards. And I do want to note that Paterni's currently does have this in place for the Stewart Pit. Condition 10 is other approvals, and it's when they, if this is approved, when they acquire their other approvals, that they would have to submit these to Clearwater County. And 11 is the validity of the permit. As per section 926 of the land use bylaw, the obligation to fulfill the conditions and requirements of this development permit are deemed to run with the land, regardless of any changes in ownership or changes in an operator. The conditions and obligations of this development permit must be fulfilled to the satisfaction of Clearwater County. Council, that concludes administration's report to the proposal, but I would like to turn the floor over to Paterni's to provide additional information about their proposal and speak to the conditions recommended by administration.
Thank you. I will turn the floor over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Jamie Adair, representing Paterni's this time. I don't really have a whole heck of a lot to say. I mean, everything's pretty much covered in these reports here. You know, there are some statements here that it will cause additional nuisance factors such as noise and dust. I wouldn't necessarily say it's gonna add more of a nuisance factor. It's just gonna be there longer. You know, it's not like we're gonna add more equipment to this or more trucks to this. It's just gonna be longer. Like, obviously, the current Stewart Pit is nearly depleted. So once we move our operations into that northwest portions, they're gonna deal with that until we deplete that portion as well. But you're not gonna see extra truck traffic on the road. You're not gonna see extra equipment in the pit. It'll be the same as it's always been at the Stewart Pit, just in a different piece of land. So I wanted to get that out of there. We're not against changing the hours to try and alleviate some of the concerns that adjacent landowners have. I mean, 1 hour out of our day is not gonna make or break this company, so, you know, we feel that that's a good mitigation, and if it helps appease the adjacent landowners, then we're all for it. As you guys mostly know, there might be a couple that don't know, but Paterni's has been around for over 50 years, you know, we've been operating this way, and, you know, we are bound by reclamation, we're bound by what Alberta Environment stipulates, and the Water Act agreements, and all that stuff, and we follow them all. We have to. There's compliance monitoring in place, and they come out and they check these pits, and, we've never been determined to be out of compliance in terms of our operations. We've been out of bounds, but we've never been out of compliance in terms of our operations. And in terms of the truck routing, yeah, we'll use the exact same truck route that we've been using for the Stewart Pit that's been in place and has been working all this time. I just want to throw it out there that Paterni's did upgrade that road. They brought it to the county standard so that it could be used for hauling. And that stopped just prior to Range Road 80, and then we transferred through a paved road within one of our existing pits out to Highway 11 there. The mention of there being no operations in the northwest until the southwest is depleted. It's not that we can't make that work, it just gives us a smaller footprint to stockpile gravel and to place the crusher and do the processing portion of things. So, I understand that you guys wanna see, you know, one portion of the land depleted before we move on to the next land, piece of land. You don't wanna see moonscapes and stuff, nobody wants to see that. I think it's pretty evident when you drive around Paterni's pits how well they take care of them, like the sloping, the reclamation, the progressive reclamation. You know, we're doing our best to set a standard and make our pits look good, you know? And I think if anybody drove around any of the pits in Lacombe County or in the Red Deer area, I think that they would see a considerable difference between those pits and our pits. Got anything you wanna add, Daryl?
Yeah, Daryl Dunlop, representing Paterni's as well. Thanks, Jamie, for that. Councilor Northcott, I was sitting back there listening to you guys on your last couple meetings, and you mentioned that if it's working great, don't fix it. You have a template, it's working great. They're following the applicable legislation requirements, the county, they're addressing the public, they're doing above and beyond, creating their own really due diligence of this is the bar, we're raising it. We've done the dust mitigation, we've done the noise mitigation, we've done everything applicable to try to get the process moving as smooth as we can. We understand there's gonna be continued mitigation efforts for the north portion. We've got residents north, we've got residents west, we've got them east, we've got rivers, we've got a multitude of things that we have to pay attention to, but it's no different than what we do with daily. And we have that standard, we go above and beyond it every time, and we will continue to do so. That's our motto, start to finish. That's what we will continue to do for the whole fruition of our company. And that's basically all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I actually would. So I know this was a late submission, I don't know if everybody got this, but we had some landowner complaints, from the landowner directly to the south of the current Stewart pit. And her concern is that while we were dewatering, the pump noise was too loud and everything. So we built a shack that sits over top of this pump. It's actually a skid mounted unit now. And we can slide the whole pump assembly wherever we want. And it has drastically reduced the noise levels. So the noise levels are listed on here. And these are noise levels that we took with our own meter at different distances. Just to give you an idea of how much it's dropped the noise. You literally can't hear the pump running out there. It's literally a hum. If you're standing on the road out there, it's literally a hum that you hear in your ear. So it's very quiet. It's made a considerable difference. We've had no complaints since then either, by the way. I should say that as well.
Before I turn over, are you open to council asking some questions right now then?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Blinky light over here, so I'll go to Councilor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Actually, I have two quick questions for the development officer. In that slide that's labeled 412 that shows the 4 phases, there's a dashed line around phase 3 and phase 4. Is that the current mining area? And does that show the additional buffer along the north? That.
Around, it goes from the south up along the east and kind of around, that's the reclaimed area.
Okay, no, I'm talking about the pinkish area in the north along the angled portion.
That is the undisturbed buffer area that Paterni's has proposed since their open house.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Would you be able to speak to kind of the historical timeline here of this pit development and the multi-lot subdivision development? I understand that might be a question you're not prepared to answer.
Nope, so you're just looking at when the pit was approved and kind of when the multi-lot subdivision came into place. So the Ferrier Garth Area Structure Plan was created in 1987, and the Stewart pit was approved in 1996. by an appeal. So the residence existed prior to the pit.
Okay,
That's what you're asking.
right, thank you.
No further questions?
No, not
Okay.
at the moment.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Mahla?
Thank you, Reeve. I have a list of questions, so
Go for it.
just bear with me. Our MDP specifically states that we cannot allow residential development within proximity to gravel operations. However, we're allowing gravel operations within proximity of residents. So kind of seems backwards to me. Literally, MPC is recommending to not approve subdivisions within proximity to existing gravel operations. I just find it interesting that we're allowing gravel operations to encroach on existing residential properties. How is it any different?
I may get Kim to help me with this one, but the 2023 MDP, when it was passed, outlined that no subdivisions near existing pits. But there is nothing that restricts a pit from being closer to the residents in policy. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yes, please, sorry. I also wanted to add that, I mean, this is an existing pit, but also gravel is a limited resource. There's only so many locations that it can be pulled from, whereas in theory, residents could be put in more places than that. So we've put in these policies to limit any additional or future residential development in areas that we know that gravel will be a conflict. But given that this is an existing pit and there's existing residential development, like the conflict exists already, but we're trying to prevent any additional conflict down the road by allowing residents in areas where we know gravel would have to come out of because there's limited places to pull that gravel out of. But yeah, not allowing gravel to operate or be pulled out of areas then would really limit where we can pull gravel out of, and that resource can be only pulled from a few places, so then we have less gravel to actually obtain, I guess. So hopefully that answers that question.
Supplementary?
Yeah, thank you. I think that the adverse should be true. If we're not allowing a new residential new residential parcel, whether it's multi-lot or otherwise, within a certain proximity to gravel, we should also then not allow gravel to infringe on the residential property. Those should be equally seen. Because we've now just went against the other side of this, where we're saying we're not allowing residential within certain gravel, within proximity to gravel. But you know what? If you want to put a gravel pit at your back door, we're going to allow that. Like it seems a little back way of getting that through, especially when the neighbors are being denied subdivision because there's a gravel pit there. But we're like, hey, we'll just expand the pit.
We actually haven't received any subdivision applications neighboring that pit.
Because we're in open session, I actually can't comment further on that particular item. However, my other questions are actually around noise mitigation. Is there an ability for the backup beepers on the equipment being proposed within these pits to be a different plan, like a different way of removing it? Like within urban areas for large industrial uses, there's even like sonic noise distributing equipment, et cetera. So you can't even hear some of the compressors within urban areas because they have like sonic noise pulsators that change. Anyway, I don't pretend to be an expert on it. I'd love to hear some options.
Well, I did mention before that I know that there are audible alarms out there that you can get that use a white noise versus that loud beeping noise. So it's more of a, you gotta be in the vicinity to hear it kind of thing. There are options for that. There is options to disconnect the backup alarms and just put audible lights. We don't feel that would be as safe. Like, I don't feel like if somebody's got their back to you, like they can see that light flashing, you know? So to me, that's kind of a safety hazard. However, I do think that the white noise backup beepers and that sort of thing could be used in that instance. Or perhaps even during certain periods of the day or certain times of the day.
Is that something you guys are open to looking into and doing?
Yeah, well, this plays part and parcel with everything from occupational health and safety, your safety program that you adhere and abide to and do daily. So everybody in our attorney's team has job safety analysis, field level hazard assessments, behavior-based observations. I can go on and on and on about the documentation and the training that these individuals as professionals, whether they're operators, laborers, engineers, whoever's on that site, they're all keyed into these indicators of, okay, this is how we do it, this is why we do it this way, this is how we mitigate the hazards associated, and that's part of our hazard association. If we have to change our ever-evolving safety program to mitigate something that's adjacent to that, we're always open to that. The fact of the matter is we're gonna do our best practice available to minimize noise, dust, pollution, everything that we possibly can, and of course your recommendations that you guys bring towards us. We're gonna come and play ball. We wanna be the best of the best. We wanna show you what we can do. We're gonna build this template, and we're gonna work together doing it. So if we have to change our equipment schedule or go to the manufacturer and find a better way for that specific region, we're gonna go do it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and I'd maybe look for a little latitude. My question is gonna be very basic, but I think we need to establish the reason that we put such effort into considering developments such as what's being proposed here. So if you can give me that latitude, I was just going to ask what this product or aggregate is used for. Would I be correct in saying it's used for projects or maintenance things, perhaps schools, hospitals, churches, residences, farms, transportation, any number of things? Would I be correct?
You nailed every one of them.
100%.
Okay.
Clearwater County and adjacent. It is for everything.
Would I also be correct in saying that would enhance hundreds of projects over the lifetime of this pit?
If not more.
Absolutely.
Depends
And
what you
that
classify a
would-
project. Is it a one person?
I mean, it could be
backyard
as simple
gravel?
as a county re-gravel program, it could be an infrastructure project, it could be a bridge project, could be concrete for a home. There's numerous applications for aggregate, so.
It could be pea gravel for a playground.
And
It
would I
could be
also,
sanding for the old folks home.
would I also be correct in saying that would affect the quality of life in a positive way for many hundreds of people as well?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And the other thing I'm gonna say here, having established that's why we put those nuisance factors that are associated with that benefit to our community, and we try to mitigate as much as we can, because there are members of our community that bear a little more of that nuisance than others. So that's why we look at the benefit to our community, I believe, and why we also look at putting factors in place that protect those individuals and people within our community as much as possible from those nuisance factors. So, great, thanks for helping me establish that.
If I could
And
just
thanks for
speak
the
quickly to
latitude.
that, like, you know, I've been into these meetings numerous times with Clearwater County, and I can say that every time I come in here, I say it honestly, that we don't wanna have problems with adjacent landowners. We wanna mitigate their concerns. The problem is we don't typically hear their concerns. We just hear what they want and don't want. And there's really no discussion around how we can mitigate their concerns. It's more of a, let's just not let them have it. That's the easiest way to mitigate it. That's not really an option for us, right? So, I mean, we hold these open houses and we ask these questions, you know, like, do you have concerns about noise, dust, visual impacts, water wells? These are all things that we can answer. We've been doing this for 50+ years. We can answer all these questions. I just wanted to throw it out there that we certainly do want to work with everybody to make it viable for everyone as well.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Mohawk?
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. And I'm not trying to be argumentative here. When I'm trying to represent, like, this is directly within my district. This is my ward that I represent. And I 100% understand that this builds playgrounds, hospitals, like, I totally get that. However, my job is to represent the concerns of the residents within proximity to this pit and their quality of life. You said this pit is 10 to 25 years. Well, it's already been operating for 28. So
We're
what
talking
was,
the expansion, like even in the letter, it said it was 10 to 20 years expansion depending on, I mean, we don't know, we could get a call tomorrow and deplete the pit in a month, right? We don't know, like it's all based on, conceptual numbers.
for sure, but these residents need to hold their breath and go, okay, for 10 to 20 years, for 10 to 20 years, and then when they get to the 20-year mark, what's to stop you from mining the one on the other side and going another 10 years, and the one on that side and going another 10 years, like, and then they continually are having to hold their breath and go, oh, 10 more years, 10 more years, 10 more years. It's really difficult for them to be all team aggregate and team, we're gonna be doing this just for a few years when the bar keeps changing.
I would think that those numbers would be easier for them to, you know, congest if they understand how gravel works. So clearly, if we have to go all the way out to Horburg to get gravel, it's gonna cost more money for the gravel to come into Ferrier, right? Cause now they gotta travel 30 minutes out of town and then travel 30 minutes back. So the cost of gravel is gonna go up on those projects. You know, we're trying to bring the gravel to the clients who need it. So that'd be the town of Rocky Mountain House, the businesses that support it, you know, the residences around. And everyone complains about a gravel pit, but everyone needs gravel at some point. They need it for playgrounds, they need it for roads, they need it for basements or all kinds of things, you know? So, and we do understand their concerns with this, and that's why we try to put this mitigation in place. That's why we hold these open houses. We just don't get the engagement from them that, you know, they have no problems coming in here and telling you all their problems, but they don't wanna come and talk to us about their problems and offer us ways to mitigate their concerns. We come, like, anytime we get a complaint, we deal with it immediately. It's not something the county has to heckle us about. We deal with it immediately and it's taken care of and it's done and it's over with.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you had your hand up at one point.
Yeah, did you have a comment? Go ahead.
Yeah,
Donald?
you had mentioned, what if you do this, what if you do this, what if you do this? Well, we're here about this today, right? I could say I want to have gravel pits all over the world, but ultimately, we're here for this today. We've done everything that we've been asked to do to this date for every single gravel pit or development we've ever done. This is not going to be any different. And regardless how we want to expand or what we need to do to keep our operational business alive and the community thriving with our gravel, that's all hearsay to this point. We don't know. We don't know what's available. We don't know how the county is going to evolve. We don't know how the infrastructure is going to evolve. The residency is going to evolve. We have no idea. It's today is today. How do we mitigate your individuals that you're representing? How do we continue to go above and set that bar and the precedent, the template, which Mr. Northcott was talking about? How do we do that? We do that as industry leaders, and we're not going to stop if we go 20 miles west or 40 miles north. It's just going to continue doing what we do daily, above and beyond. And that's how the county, the residents, everybody else involved in our operations are team members to that. You know, we're not just Padernis, we're thousands of people that tentacle into our organization, right? So it's not just handcuffing Padernis. It elongates itself so drastically that if our next option is going 40 miles west to get gravel, and I'm exaggerating, of course, but that's just a whole different ballgame.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. So are we gonna look into the backup beeper, the white noise thing that you're looking into, or the
Absolutely.
sonic pulse thing? I've also been researching, there's rubber truck bed things you can put in, because one of the other big concerns is they hear the gravel and it's massive banging coming up that hill the minute you dump the gravel into the trucks themselves. There's rubber noise mitigation things you can put into the bottoms of those
You're talking the
trucks.
rubber matting into the rock truck box.
Yeah, so they don't have the massive banging going up into their residences. Is that something you guys can look into doing to mitigate that noise concern?
We could certainly look into it. However, I don't think that noise is anywhere near the levels that they're saying that they're experiencing. And I would be more than happy to go out there and do a sound study to show that.
Yeah, there's no way it's even reaching 86 decibel up to that. There's not a chance. The MPC drove out there not long after our first or second meeting, and some comments I heard from that was, it's not noisy at all. There's no dust out here.
What they do here on a gravel truck is if they're hauling, say, a material that sticks to the inside of the box, when the box is up in the air, the tailgate flops in the wind. So what they'll do is they'll pull ahead and then slam on the brakes so that the tailgate slams up against the back of the truck, causing whatever's loose in the box to come out. We don't, like, we could eliminate that. We wouldn't need to do that in the pit.
Yeah, there's a multitude of ways. We can go tailgate-less, and they just simply haul around without the end gates, and we've done it before. And it's just a matter of looking at that acoustics of what do we need to get it down to this certain decibel, right? And that's easy to do.
You're not gonna hear gravel being dumped into trucks anyway from that distance anyhow. I mean, it's gonna be processed and hauled from the new mining area into the existing Stewart pit, furthest away from the residence where we're currently processing material. So that's gonna alleviate a lot of their concerns in terms of noise as well. And there'll be stockpiles around that, that area where we're doing all the processing as well. So that, again, will help eliminate any visual impacts, noise impacts.
Keep going down
Sorry,
your
I have
list.
more.
Yeah, that's all right.
Thank you. So can we get you to do that sound mitigation study, or can we put that as a condition on there so we can actually get some quantifiable numbers of, because you're saying that there's no way they're hearing 86. I would rather us have a actual study that says
absolutely
they're not hearing 86.
We have the technology, we can go out there and do it.
That would be helpful. I was reading through your other paperwork, and you actually are already required to do groundwater, because the other stuff was groundwater contamination, et cetera. You're already required to do continuing monitoring on that, so putting that as a condition on your permit wouldn't, I don't think, be required, because the province of Alberta and your Water Act approvals already require that. However, what are the big list of complaints as far as birds and the environmental impact there? What do you guys do to mitigate that, or to try to get around the concerns everybody has with environment and how it's affecting birds and wildlife?
In terms of how it affects wildlife, I'm not sure how it affects wildlife, like in terms of, I mean, I would like to know some maybe sources that they have for this concern.
Yeah, what is the actual complaint on it?
That it's removing bird habitat, and therefore those birds no longer can live there.
So there is an undisturbed portion, which was for that very reason. It was left there for birds to, that's where they migrate if they're gonna migrate, is into that undisturbed area. It's also part of the ecostructure there. We did have to do a study on that, an environmental study, and that portion of the land was deemed unmineable, and for that reason, to maintain that.
Thank you.
No more questions?
I just feel like I'm taking up all the time here.
Okay.
We got all day.
That's fine.
Other people
There we go.
have
There you
something
go.
to say.
Okay. I have a few, so I'll give you a break. I'll give you a break. I'm just curious, and again, this is going back to noise. Is gravel noisier when it's wet or when it's dry, or does it have a bearing?
It doesn't really make a difference that way. The density of the gravel doesn't change a whole lot just by rain. You'd have to get deeper into the pile. Obviously, the size of gravel makes a difference. So if we were loading pit run versus crushed gravel, you're probably gonna hear a little bit more noise off of the crushed gravel because you got more rock hitting the bottom of the pan, and it's a finer gravel, whereas the pit run gravel has clay surrounded by it, and it helps soften the blow when it hits the truck boxes. We don't haul pit run gravel out of our pits, so the majority of the stuff that they would deal with would be on the crushed gravel side of things, and it is very quiet loading crushed gravel.
Second question, I guess, and I know this will probably be dealt with at environment, and you know, you've heard that we are in a drought situation in the province, so you know, water mitigation, you know, water conservation is going to be huge for this. So when I hear, yeah, I understand when you get a torrential rain, things will go off lease in that regards. I guess I'm happy to see that there will be no sale of water per se, because I think that's very important that we conserve everything that we can, because we just don't know what this could last for many, many years to come. So water will become a precious resource regardless of where it's at.
Totally agree.
Yeah, so, and I do know from experience, and I've heard this from a few other people who have lived closer to reclaimed gravel pits, and that actually, like in regards to the mitigation of wildlife and birds, it actually, reclaimed gravel pit has actually enhanced wildlife because it created more
Water
opportunities
bodies and
for the wildlife to seek refuge in. So I get both sides, but to me, it's a balance, right? What is offset short-term has become a long-term in the future. So the one other noise abatement that has been mentioned, and I haven't heard you mention, was the walls set up. I've seen them set up around rigs, but I have not seen them set up around walls. Can you explain why you may not see that as a proper use of noise mitigation?
Now, you're talking the walls like they use around like a drilling rig or
Yep.
that sort of thing?
Yep.
So the problem with that is it would have to be, a wall would have to be constructed around the entire working area. You would have no area left to process your materials is what would happen. And we feel that stockpiles do every bit as good as those walls do. And they're dirt, everything's temporary to begin with. The cost of putting them up, it's a part of the construction of the gravel pit to begin with, so it's kind of a do it once and save everybody the grief kind of thing. So, everybody knows in Paterni's gravel pits you go around and we have stockpiles around everything. We typically berm up around the entire pit to try and keep the visual and noise impacts out. We've gone as far as planting trees and, from redwood, dogwood to different kinds of conifer trees and Horberg was a prime example of that. We did have a failure at Horberg with planting trees at first. It had a lot to do with where the trees ended up planted, but that wasn't on us. We were told where to plant them. When we planted the trees that we offered to plant on the berm, the trees are living. And they look fantastic out there. It looks beautiful.
Vice versa, you can go, please go out to the Fisher Pit and have a look. There's geese, there's ducks, there's all kinds of wildlife, deer.
Fish.
You name it, it's there. And it looks tenfold more habitable than it was before. So anybody, I would challenge anyone to go out there and say, this doesn't look like a golf course, and oh my goodness, is there so much wildlife out here.
I overlook a reclaimed county pit, and I can attest to, reclamation. There's pelicans, there's everything.
It's gorgeous.
It is very nice. And my last question is this particular pump enclosure that you've done, is that insulated or?
It is, yeah.
It is, okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I just wanted to comment on the noise issue. I live about a mile away from the active area at this pit, and the banging that the neighbors are referring to sounds like 200-pound rocks being dropped 20 feet into a metal box. And maybe it is just the tailgates because it's not continuous, and I certainly do hear that, as well as the backup alarms. So I'm sure there are innovative people at Paterni's that could look at ways to minimizing that as well, that would make the neighbors more comfortable living near the expanded area of this pit.
Even the experience of the operator is going to play part and parcel with the acoustics coming out of your operation, right? So if you've got somebody dropping it from 10 feet above the box, it's going to sound like gunshots. If you've got an experienced operator actually overreaching the box and laying it in there, it's quite quiet. So you can, on any given day, you can go out there and tell the difference between an operator. I'm not just talking our pit, just any operation whatsoever. You can mitigate it by slowing down, doing the job properly, the task properly, etc. So it does assist greatly.
Deputy Reeve Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. Do you have policies in place instructing your operators to do those very things?
Yeah, so job safety analysis, and it clearly outlines how to do a task. High hazard, medium hazard, low hazard. Everything we do with our equipment, people, tires, treads, feet, has a procedure in place and a way to mitigate hazards associated with it. And noise is, of course, one of them. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Can we look at having, you guys talked about the wonderful success you've had at your Horberg, I don't wanna call it plant, mine?
Pit.
Pit, sorry, like, mine sounds bad, so I'm not gonna, can you do the same on the west, within the 3-meter undisturbed buffer, with regards to tree and vegetation, and along the north for the undisturbed?
We could, absolutely. The only concern that I have is the residences that would actually see it would only be the residents right at the top north corner there, which is the portion that we own. You essentially, from up on top of the bank, you can't even see down into the pit unless you're way up top. You can't even see down in there, so there really is no visual concerns there. We'll be 80 meters away from that slope before any mining, like on this flat dotted line here.
Okay.
Is where the mining would begin, but
But the west,
to the west,
within the 3-meter undisturbed requirement?
well, on the west, you would be further on the opposite side of the road here, right? You would be into this place right here. And yeah, I mean, we could build a berm kind of around that corner there to mitigate any concerns that they would have coming from there. But the thing is as you dig down into your pit and start digging into your pit, you're already creating that base, right? And that's what I would suggest is that when we go in there, that we start closest to the residents and work our way away from them and get, get the noise away from them as quickly as possible.
Doesn't that just create a beautiful amphitheater in which to push the noise right up into their residence?
Sorry?
Doesn't that just create a beautiful amphitheater to push the noise right up into them?
Not really, no. Based on the slope, what would happen is any sounds within the pit would come and hit the slope of the wall and be shot straight up.
No different than a berm
It's
or a
not gonna
wall.
travel through the dirt and up to their places. Which is the idea why we use berms, right?
And as for planting vegetation, trees, that's Merv's thing. He loves to plant stuff around everything. So you saying, hey, put 25 or 50 trees in there, Merv would be like, yeah, let's do it. So he loves that, right?
The other thing too here is that any material stripped out of this last phase will be pushed to the north to create a barrier there. So you will have that barrier that sits on undisturbed ground as well as the depression in the ground from the mining. So that gives you an extra wall basically to shoot the sound up and over top of the residence.
Any further questions, Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. My question probably comes to put a bit of clarity in my mind around the undisturbed buffer, I believe 3 meters or 10 feet or whatever. Would I be correct in assume then that from that undisturbed buffer, there would be a taper down to the mining area?
Absolutely, you would have to have a 3-to-1 slope.
3-to-1 slope, okay, thank you, and would that be also maintained around those natural areas that are gonna be
Absolutely, yeah.
kept in place as well?
So I think on the natural area here, I believe it's a 10-meter buffer around that, where it's only a 3-meter
That's right.
buffer around the property boundaries. So we would actually be further out away from that, creating even more of a slope and more of a wall.
And then that slope is defined as you extract the product, or it's?
Yeah, so essentially what we would do is we would come in and we would straight face the wall to get the material. And then after we were done pulling the material out of that wall, we would slope it.
Okay.
And that's just to keep any erosion and anything like that, keep water from traveling too fast and eroding anything out or causing any problems in the pit.
Okay. You're good. Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. We mentioned dust in condition 4, but is there any quantifiable way to actually determine when you would need to be doing watering? Like, or is it just if a landowner calls and complains and says it's dusty? Like
Anytime we haul in the pit, we have a water truck in the pit. And we don't wait for somebody to ask us that question. We already know dust is an issue, we just make it happen. So if we're doing a haul that has 10 trucks or more, you're gonna see a water truck out there. If it requires a road use, again, it automatically requires a water truck.
And how is that mitigated when things like crushing are happening? Because crushing also creates significant dust. So
It
it's not
does,
just
so
a
the
road,
crusher
but the
itself has
crushing.
blankets on it and a watering device, so it can actually water itself and keep the dust from flying off of it. So there's a bunch of blankets that hang where all the conveyors and stuff are, and they prevent the dust from getting airbound.
Dust mitigation in their technology, right? So
That's right.
we buy the better of better crushers, the screeners, all of it, and
We
we're
modify when we need to make sure
constantly
that we're,
evolving it.
yeah.
I'll try to be done soon, I'm sorry.
Yep, that's fine.
The other concern with those residents is their property value. Is there any way to actually determine how the pits in general, not just your pit, this is a problem everywhere, how pits in general affect the property value of the neighboring residents?
We've been in this business again for a long period of time, and I have asked this question 1,000 times. How does a gravel pit operation affect property values? What I'm told is that it doesn't. There is no information out there that suggests that property values decrease because of proximity to a gravel pit. Gravel pit is temporary in nature. It's not a permanent fixture. Everybody knows that once they're reclaimed, basically that problem goes away, and now you have what you were looking for to begin with.
Okay, so there's really, everybody you talked to said there is no negative impact on property value.
I've talked to numerous realtors and everything, and they've all said that there has been no information provided to them that shows that it reduces the values of people's homes.
Wow, that is
Does
the
it
value of
increase it?
people's home, but the saleability of people's homes.
What's to say it doesn't increase it?
Those are two different
If
statements.
there's nothing stating the opposite, what's to say it doesn't increase it? So we've taken an area that was unusable, we've mined it, we've reclaimed it to a beautiful nature with natural habitats and lakes, Why didn't that improve it?
And again, I think the most important thing here is to keep the focus on the fact that we're mining gravel in an area that was already identified by an area structure plan as being an area of non-renewable resources.
Well, it was actually placed as agriculture, and aggregate extraction just happened to be a discretionary use under the use of agriculture. So I would argue when you say that it's unusable, it was absolutely used for agricultural purposes, and as a farmer myself, I find a huge value in agricultural pursuits. So I would argue that this was an unusable chunk of land, considering it was being farmed, actually currently
Maybe
is being farmed.
Poor choice of words, but once again, there's no facts for your question supporting it, and there's no facts the other way.
And I see no reason that it won't be farmable again once it's reclaimed,
For trout, because it's gonna be an end pit.
Well, there's gonna be some land there. I mean, you gotta have land around it to
support the lake itself.
So once again, we're assuming what's gonna be there, and that's not right.
Cattle need to drink water and stuff like that, so I mean, it does serve some benefits there as well.
Awesome. I have another blinky light, so going to Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty. I absolutely understand the negative impacts to surrounding landowners and stuff like that. However, I think decades ago, it might have been poor planning to develop a residential area in an aggregate-rich zone. But Ernie's does have, I've witnessed it. I see a lot of late model equipment. So they reduced noise from the equipment, reduced emissions. Not all aggregate and sand and gravel businesses have that. Some, they have modified exhaust brakes and mufflers and stuff like that. So even with your oil license, so I do give credit there for the late model equipment that is often seen on Ernie's job sites. Also, the indirect benefits to other small businesses in the area. There's tire repairs, there's lunches are bought at stores, there's local employment that has happened for families in the area. But this is really a good example of how residential development in the rural landscape can negatively impact not only sand and gravel operations, but also agriculture. When agricultural producers are hauling bales, or there's dust, or there's cattle, and there's applying herbicides to fields. So it increases conflicts with people. Even for oil and gas development, this county is very high in natural resources and an agricultural community, but you can see how suburbanizing or more residential development in the rural landscape does create more conflicts. I'll just leave it at that for now.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. It's not lost on me that we've almost come full circle. 110 years ago, much of what was created, some of the lines that were created there with the addition or the initial expansion of economic development within this region was based on extraction of a different resource further west. And that's created much of those decisions have really been made many years ago. And that's really what's, step by step led us to what we enjoy today, that we are a resource-based economy here, as well as agriculture, of course. And finding the right balance is always difficult. I am encouraged by hearing that the applicant is willing to look at factors that reduce those nuisance factors while they provide a valuable resource to the development of our community as well. So I'm encouraged by hearing that. But ultimately up to this body to understand what is practical and find the right balance between development and the enjoyment of people's property. And so I appreciate the discussion we've had here this morning, or afternoon now. So thank you for my little moment.
For sure, thank you. I am looking at the conditions here, and the one thing that I would like to just maybe ask, and I know when we did do the approval back for the rezoning, I had mentioned that, water wells are, integral to all these properties. So you've mentioned there that there could be possibility of monitoring private water wells within the area. What would that, I guess for me, I would like to ensure that I like the conditions that are being approved here, but I would also like to include a condition that that the water wells are protected, the private ones, and understandable. So maybe Ms. Bealey, you could speak to that, please.
I'm glad you brought that up because that was on my hit list here. So
Perfect.
on 12/12, submitted by Aspen Land Group there, they kind of outline all the water wells within 1.6 kilometers. So there are 5 wells within the 400 meters that are directly affected, but 3 of them are in the same aquifer level as the pit. So when you talk about water well monitoring, would you be looking at like those specific 3, or are you kind of saying a general area?
I for sure it has to be those that are directly impacted, for sure.
Just to clarify,
Yep.
we do have 4 monitoring wells on site.
Okay.
And they have been tested, and obviously the test results come back clean, and we are also required to test water prior to even water into the river, so it does go allow for that as well to confirm the cleanliness of it and how that started.
Yes, and I fully understand that. I'm just trying to help mitigate some of the resident concerns in all this to ensure that I's are dotted, T's are crossed.
Absolutely.
And we wanna, I believe Paterni's is doing their best practice that they can, and in, like mentioned before, right, raising the bar a little bit higher, specifically in regards to, where there is higher densities. So I understand that, and yes, it's a much needed resource. If I could just say, if I could put a stopwatch on you guys and go, start it tomorrow and be done on Friday, that'd be great, but I can't do that. I think it's.
We feel your pain.
Right, it's a get in and get out. And, cover it up. And I'm looking across at CO Emmons, and I know he's done reclamation of this before, and he's been very successful reclaiming it back to an ag standard. So I know it's been done before in our county, so with that as well. So looking at Blake, I'll go with Councillor Northcott, then Councillor Ratcliffe.
Alrighty. understanding, you know, the negative impacts that it can have on residents. But also not all municipalities in Alberta have aggregate. They just simply don't have gravel. But I was just going to make a motion that council consider granting development permit approval, subject to conditions. That's it.
As presented, okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Just on the issue of wells in the aquifer, that the greatest risk would likely be that the level of the aquifer dropped so that people's wells were no longer functioning. I'm just wondering what the options are to deal with that, should that happen.
We do have a mitigation plan in place, so what would happen is all operations would stop. First and foremost, we would determine what caused it, and if it was determined to be by us, we would drill a new well into a different aquifer. We would ensure that that client got their water back.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
Deputy Reeve?
And that is bound by the Water Act, just so you're aware.
Thank you, Reeve. I would like to make a motion to amend the current motion on the floor.
Amend the, so not knowing what the amendments could be, so we're going to
I would like to amend the current motion on the floor
floor.
to add more
conditions.
conditions to the existing permit, to the permit as presented.
Okay, so motion on the floor to amend the motion. I'll call the question. Councillor Northcott.
Would there be an opportunity to know what the amendments are before we vote?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
I would like to include the noise mitigation and monitoring strategy that Paternies themselves had mentioned that they'd be willing to do. I would like to add the groundwater monitoring to the wells that are within the same aquifer as the Reeve had mentioned. I would like the opportunity to add the amendment to the tailgate mitigation that was mentioned by Paternies. And I'd like the opportunity to add vegetation along the along the west, not the north as that was explained, but along the west within the 3-meter non-mining area.
And if I may, all of those can be added to condition number 5 for the visual and noise impact mitigations.
Okay, so a motion to amend the motion, which was just a subject to condition, so more for clarification and, or sorry, not clarification, more for specific mitigations, correct? Deputy Reeve?
Yes, thank you, because the motion that was on the floor was as the conditions that were presented within the permit that we were given. I wanted the opportunity to add the conditions to the permit.
Very good. Councillor Northcott?
Actually, as per staff recommendation, councils consider granting development permit approval, subject to conditions.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Rick and I were just discussing, but yes, Jordan had made the motion that to grant approval with conditions, but it didn't specify which conditions. So we have recommended some conditions, but you could discuss and determine what those conditions are. So I don't know that an amendment to his motion is necessary.
So it would be like a friendly amendment to add to his, no, not even? No,
Just defining the conditions,
Very
discuss
good.
and define the conditions. Like, we've recommended some conditions, you can decide if those are the conditions, or if you want to add or change conditions prior to voting,
Okay,
I think.
thank you. So going back to
Okay.
the Deputy Reeve then, you would add those.
Well, thank you for clarification. So the conditions already presented in the permit with the 4 that I had mentioned.
Okay. Councillor Northcott, to your motion?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think the motion still covers it. There could even be additional conditions or so. So I think that the motion as it was read would still be suitable.
Yep. Clarified? Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I just wanted to ask the applicants if those additional conditions are going to place an undue hardship on your operation.
I don't think they will. I think the groundwater monitoring could become a little bit of an issue if we gotta monitor adjacent landowner wells. We're not always welcomed, you know, so that causes its own little bit of grief, I guess, but, nothing that we can't work through. I mean, we've done hydrological screening assessments in this pit, and, we do have a hydrological report that's, I believe included in your guys' package if you wanted to read through it. But, it basically states in there that the majority of the wells are outside of the area that we work in. They're not in they're in a different, aquifer. I know they're saying that there's 3 that are in the same aquifer. But I think the 3 that are in that aquifer would be the 3 would be in the aquifer on the currently mined property, which again has been working, we've had no issues with. I don't think that, you know, further concerns would be implemented moving closer to them.
Okay.
Just based on our test hole information, our test pitting and everything, the topsoil levels were the same depth, the overburden, all of the, you know, the gravel, the water depth, everything was the same as it was at Stewart Pit.
Yeah.
So.
I guess my concern was before there's any more disturbance is that you have at least an initial marker, and should anything happen, then you've got that initial marker to, before like I say, before there's any disturbance of, you know, before
Yeah,
you
and like
go in there. So
as I said, I think
short of a third party going in there, if it's
You're gonna
not
set a
whatever.
baseline of
Exactly,
what it sits at,
baseline, thank
anything
you.
adjacent up or down,
Yeah.
we're gonna realize what we need to action, right?
Yep, exactly.
Absolutely.
So,
And then to speak on the west portion, the 3-meter buffer zone and the plantation, or the planting of, trees, whether it be conifer or whatever you deem accessible there, that's 0 issue. We've done it on almost every single pit for noise mitigation, visual analysis, everything. We like to do that. That's something we'll just do and you don't have to even put it in there. But on the noise mitigation with the tailgates, I wanna maybe get some clarification. So there's thousands of things we could possibly do with a rock truck to mitigate noise. How specific are you going to be in your amendment of this, or are you gonna allow us to do what we do as professionals and mitigate it to that applicable decibel level, vice versa saying every one of your rock trucks needs a 6-inch hard plastic on the bottom to mitigate the noise dropping in, which costs $70,000 to do?
Which would deem the pit.
Unusable, you know, at that point, that cost is just too much to do with, you're looking at mechanic time, the truck, I don't have to go into it, you fully understand what I'm saying. But there are mitigation factors that we can do to bring that decibel level to an applicable standard, right? For sure, and we're all about doing that.
Deputy Reeve?
Thank you, Reeve. You had mentioned the tailgate mitigation, that's why I had put it in there. You had mentioned the different white noise options or beeper options, that's why I had mentioned those, because they were things you guys had mentioned as something you could do to help with the residents. That's why I had
We just want to make
mentioned
sure
those.
that you're not just picking one and we have the option of looking at a multitude of, you know, maybe this one's better that we didn't bring up here today, right? Yeah.
That would be great.
Right?
If you could come up with something even better that the residents would be even happier with, that would be lovely.
That's what we do.
That would be great.
That's what we try to do.
So we're getting down to time, so we have a 1 o'clock delegation, we still need to fill our tummies yet, so anyways, yep,
It's
go
very
ahead,
short,
Councillor
and really the only reason I'm bringing it
Yep.
forward is this is one of the first applications we've
Yes.
seen under the direct control district. I just want to ask administration, the responsibilities of councils and future councils as we move forward, relating to this particular development permit. What are our responsibilities as we move forward when difficulties arise?
Go ahead, Ms. Beely.
Yes. So, if concerns are brought forth, we rely on your planning and enforcement team to address any of those concerns. And then we would bring it back to council if there was further development approvals or requirements that were needed. Is there anything else that you wanted to add to that? So you would rely on your planning team to address the concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak, and then
Yeah.
Councillor Radcliffe.
I was kind of taken back by, you had said, James, that you have sample wells out there, 4 of them. And what's the location? Are they above the mining area, in the mining area, around it? Where are they at? And what depth are they at for the aquifers that you're in?
I'm gonna be honest with you, to ask me that question, I'm not certified to read that document, nor did I write the document. I just know that they told us that we were doing the right thing. Again, like I didn't go to school for hydrogeological assessments or anything like that. Basically, what I'm reading, what they're telling me in this, from what I've pulled from it, is that the water that the adjacent landowners are concerned about is in a different stratigraphic unit than the pit operates in. And that the water is migrating to the south anyway, so it's not gonna affect or draw from their water sources.
Their water sources come from the north into their wells. You're to the south of all of their wells, so there should be no correlation between
That's
your
exactly
mining
correct.
and where their wells are.
That's correct.
So to monitor their wells, that seems like an overreach.
It
to
just
me.
seems like a cost for no reason, and then,
Yep. I
not
agree.
only that, but an opportunity for, I wanna say disaster, because every time you meet with a landowner that, you know, today they had this problem and tomorrow, well, now that I don't have this problem anymore, I got this problem now, you know? And I just feel like it's gonna be a fight not only on the side of the county, but on the side of our side as well.
Or if we go ahead and do something and set a precedent that we're going to do it just because, instead of there's actual reasons we're doing this that are applicable to the development, we're setting that precedent that we can just add on, add on, add on. And once again, being this is the first one in DC for everybody here, including us.
Yep.
We wanna get it right, right? So I don't think adding to add is what we need to do.
Administration could add, into the condition that should there be an issue that arises with a water well, that they would call on attorneys to supply and do the monitoring and figure out why
It
it
already
happened.
says that in our
Yeah.
code of practice registration that we get through Alberta Environment, like it's already all in there, it's covered by the Water Act, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, the Water Act is pretty outreaching. It could cover all of that.
It does already.
It does cover that.
We're basically doubling up.
I feel like even a quick conversation with, Alberta Environment, maybe Trina Curley with a senior water technologist. I mean, just a quick conversation with her, she can inform me on all the details of that, but she'll tell you that it's all governed by them and that they send compliance people out to our pits to check on it and make sure we're doing what we say we're gonna do, and we are in compliance.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Northcott, or sorry, Counselor Ratcliffe, sorry.
Thank you,
They're
Reeve.
kind of in line, sorry.
Yeah, I would think your test wells that you're probably monitoring the level of the aquifer so that you would have any record of any sudden change in the aquifer level.
That's right.
So even that, I think, is useful. Regarding the noise, I think you have the experience to know what is causing the loudest noises and can tackle ways of mitigating those first, and hopefully circulate that through the aggregate industry to make the industry more welcome through the province.
So we sit in the ASGA already, so we have weekly communications with aggregate individuals, businesses, et cetera. And trust me, we push and push and push new equipment, new ideas, evolution. Everything's living, everything's changing. We have to adapt, we have to evolve, we have to work together. And we are doing that. Yeah.
And just so that everybody understands what that is, the Land and Environment Committee with Alberta Sand and Gravel is a combination of operators, consultants, government professionals, and Alberta Environment themselves. And it's basically just a core team of people that get together and discuss issues that we have on gravel pits. It could be development permits, it could be noise abatement, it could be slope stability, it could be Water Act approvals. And we basically hammer out everything, and we work directly with Alberta Environment to come up with what the new standard will be.
Okay, thank you. Subsequent?
I didn't quite finish.
Okay.
I wanted to say I appreciate very much that you've committed to working with some of the neighbors' issues to convince us over time that we have made the right decision here.
We will.
Thank you.
We do understand the kickback that comes back to this office in particular, and this group in particular. We don't want that for anyone, you know, so we try to mitigate our concerns the best that we can, and like, we get out door to door and we talk to the neighbors and we try to ask them questions like, what would you like to see, and stuff like that. We don't get a very warm welcome most times, cause people think we just get approvals for nothing, but I think it's a matter of educating the population, and, you know, slowly, one by one, we're gonna try to do that. Try to show them we're not here to take advantage.
Well, I can appreciate the effort that you are putting forth, and I guess for myself, I would encourage the residents to reach out to you as well with good faith.
Absolutely.
In all this, and I think that, you know, we need to be collaborative, no different than any other industry that, you know,
That's
that
right.
wants to come, so, and it is an important industry.
We do have an open door policy.
And we appreciate that. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Eve. I never did withdraw my motion, I apologize.
Okay.
So I never officially did that for the record, since it was explained that we did not need to do that based on how the Councillor Northcott's motion was done. So I just wanted to make sure that I made that as part of the record, that I officially withdrew. Are you gonna be calling the question shortly?
Yes.
Okay, while I absolutely understand that you guys are doing everything that you possibly can in order to mitigate this, and I thank the opportunity to add more conditions to the permit. My job sitting in this seat is to represent the voices of my residents within that region. So you will understand that I will not be in favor of this development permit today, but I do appreciate Paterni's continuing to be as good of a community steward as possible. And I think that that is testament to Paterni's name on several of the buildings within this community. And hopefully that is, the fact that we don't have an aggregate levy within this county is seen as a positive for Paterni's as well. But representing my residents this would have to be a no for me.
Okay. Councillor Cermak?
Jenny, I'm sorry, I have to disagree 100% with you. You are here to represent the county, not your constituents. You have to represent them. Great, I agree 100%. I represent mine, but we base our decisions on the county as a whole. And we can't forget that. You cannot let your division overbear your decisions. It's gotta be the county, the whole county. Sorry to go off on you, but that's the way I feel.
Okay, yep, go ahead, Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
No, I absolutely agree with you, that we represent the entire county. How many letters in favor of this application did you receive? And how many in opposition?
Chosen.
The people that are directly affected.
Yeah, and there's lots of gravel areas in this county, and there's lots of people that are affected in that little chosen area. We've got to develop our gravel, we need it. We know that other counties don't have it, they buy gravel from us, so we can't do that. These people represent, I don't know how many people are hired by attorneys in this county, and people move into our county to go to work for these people. It's a big, big win for us.
Over 650 employees at peak times per year.
And then it's like Jordan said, all the spin-offs that we get from it.
500 vendors.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't disagree with you, but somebody needs to also speak for the opposition.
And that's what we're doing, to put in all of these mitigation for gravel pits, that these people aren't left out in the cold. That's why we do these add-ons.
I feel the hangry coming on. Anyways, that's okay. Yeah, it is, and I'll continue, and I'll entertain the lights. I'll go with Daryl, and then I'll go, Councillor Light, then I'll go to Councillor.
Very, very briefly,
Yeah.
I put a high importance as well on individual rights and the ability to enjoy your property here, and I appreciate that Councillor Melhoff has articulately stated those things, and as do the comments from Councillor Cermak. It's finding that balance within here. I am encouraged that this corporation has indicated that they are willing to continue to be a good corporate entity, to address the concerns that the community has in this process, and that council through its development authority or direct control in this this direct control district can ensure that those community values are recognized and upheld. So I hope we can move forward with this as a go-ahead with gravel or aggregate extraction in the future.
Sure. Councillor Northcott?
I don't have a comment, I'll leave it.
Okay, and as mentioned, I'll just say a quick, okay, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay, these people that are affected, although they're not in my division, they are my neighbors. And I am aware of how this does affect them. However, I think it's only fair to give communities the opportunity to follow through on dealing with the neighbors' concerns, and that I should support this motion with those conditions.
Okay. And I will say, as indicated, you know, we want to be your good corporate stewards to our community, and understanding that the pressure, yes, is on at this table, but it is also on our administration to follow through if any conditions are broke. So we will hold you accountable in that regard. So, and I think it is clear that you guys understand that at this time, and I appreciate that. Councillor Cermak, and then I want to call the question.
Yeah, I do have to apologize to a couple of the residents out there that I have talked to that are in favor of this. So, and I said I didn't receive any letters. I did not. I verbally talked to them.
Okay.
And two of them were quite happy with what attorney's doing out there.
Okay.
And said it's a need for the county.
Okay, thank you. All right, see no lights and look at the time. I appreciate you guys coming in, and I will call the question on the motion to council grant development permit approval subject to the conditions added. Okay, go ahead.
With
Ms.
the
Dillon.
amendment to have the
Yes.
decibel levels reduced for sound with the tailgate, removal of the tailgate on the truck, rock trucks, and the white noise backup beepers.
And bitch too, yep.
We're planting trees along the west. Is that just the expansion area?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You
Go
had
ahead.
said the tailgate on the gravel trucks, it's actually on the rock trucks?
Sorry, I wrote rock trucks. That's what I.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we don't say it on
Sorry,
gravel
that's
trucks,
what I
because
meant
then
to
we're
say.
gonna have a
This-
mechanic
yes.
sitting at the gate installing and reinstalling tailgates.
Vice
That-
versa, may I step in for 1 second?
Yes.
Removal is not necessarily what you require as well. You
Yeah,
can
it's not
stop the
gonna fix the
process
problem.
itself. So we don't have to spend time and money and effort and add more risk to removing multiple end gates. We just have to revise the procedure of how we do it.
And I'm comfortable.
Yeah.
And that'd be ensuring like the guys when they're loading the truck, that they're
That's
bringing
right.
their loader bucket down and dumping into the box and not like dumping from up here, so you're hearing all the echo come out of the box and everything as well, right? So there definitely are things that can be done to help mitigate that.
You bet. Ms.
And
Dillon?
then water wells, are we wanting to monitor those three? Are we not?
If they're covered under the Water Act and the water license,
It
that's
is,
with that?
it is provincial
Yeah.
approval, but I just don't think it ever hurts to have it in
I-
our approvals
if
as
it-
well,
if-
but that's a
if it's-
council decision.
If it's just three, I would like to keep it in there. It's just, sorry, it's a bit of a comfort level, I guess, for those residents.
Sure.
However you want to do a third party, but we do need an initial baseline for those.
Template, we'll build it together.
Perfect, thank you. Are we good now?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Motion's on the floor with those additions. I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience, and we appreciate the bar that you have just set. Thank you. Okay. Very good. So so can I just stop you for 1 second, please? Okay, I'm going to now move to adjournment for, or sorry, not adjournment, to recess for lunch, and we'll be back at, I would like to say 1:10. Can we have 20 minutes? Okay, 1:10. Thank you.
And welcome back from our lunch break. We're back to our council meeting, and we are now in our delegation session of 7.1. And I welcome here is the Rocky Mountain House and Rimby Detachment to bring some updates in regards to their annual performance plan. But before we do, let's just do a quick round of introductions if we could. So I'll start on my right.
Good afternoon, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good afternoon, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor, Division 3.
Great to see you again, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1, and Deputy Reeve.
Michelle Swanson, Division 7, and Reeve.
Hello there, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome back. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good afternoon, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good afternoon, Rick Emmons, CO.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Pierre Saint-Cyr, in charge of Rimby Detachment.
And Stephanie Lessick, Staff Sergeant, Rocky Mountain House.
Perfect, thank you. So with that, I will turn the floor over to you to present.
All right, I've been voluntold that I was starting. I was invited today to present the annual performance planning for 2024-2025. Before I do that, I'd like to speak to the statistics that we had for 2023-2024. Generally speaking, our focus was to look at community engagement, visibility, crime reduction as a whole, but also focusing on rural areas, looking also at oil and gas thefts, crime committed against their infrastructures, gas lease, and some of their copper wire, obviously, and the rampant issues that we have with the batteries, solar system as well that they use at the various sites. Having said that, Rimby started a partnership with Obsidian Energy back in the spring of 2021. Well, we've been working alongside Drayton Valley, Rocky Mountain House, Rimby including ourselves obviously, with Jim Smolinski with Obsidian Energy and his team of enhancing patrol visibilities on those various sites. I mean, according to our statistics, there's over 13,000 sites, gas and lease sites in Clearwater County, as well as Lacombe and what's the other one?
Red Deer County?
Red Deer County, yeah. That being said, we simply don't have the resources to have somebody constantly patrolling. But with the assistance of Jim Smolinski and his team, as well as Rocky Mountain House being more prevalent in this area, we're able to provide a better coverage, more visibility at the odd hours as well. So after hours, 2, 3, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, we actually have a person, a body, whether or not it's RCMP, whether or not it's somebody from the security unit that's patrolling actively, noting down suspicious activity, vehicles, individuals. I mean, let's face it, in those areas, if you're walking, you're by yourself, you're probably up to something, and that's probably not good, or you have ill intentions as far as I'm concerned. But maybe I'm judging too fast. When we look at crime reduction with regards to the partnership that we have with Jim Smolinski, we share intel. We provide targets that we're looking for by sharing vehicles, information. I'm not going to share that information today, but it helps us target, focus our resources, our efforts in those areas specifically, so that we can curb, eradicate, almost expel people out of our areas because now they feel the heat. They're not confident that they're gonna get away as easily. So it's a deterrent overly, so. From there, some of the things that we've been using I'm not gonna go in all the details, but we also have a bait program that we use with Jim Smolinski, which is GPS tracked, that allows us to track some property that might be stolen, vehicles, and so on and so forth. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna go into details as we don't wanna divulge our techniques and the process that we use. I'd like also to point out that there's several meetings that have taken place with CMAC as well, where it's a group of gas and oil industry companies that are meeting, if not monthly, bi-monthly, or every other month, and talking about some of the issues that they're experiencing. Some of the sites that they're gonna be taking up, taking down, to let us know as far as this might be a spot that might be targeted. If you could focus your resources, patrols, enhancing visibility, so that we can deter crime or avoid the extra cost that it creates as a result of being vandalized, robbed, and often destroyed beyond recognition. That also has an impact on organized crime that we have in our areas. So we have a couple of chop shops that we've dismantled in the years, where we were able to chase people away from the area. They're operating somewhere else. It becomes someone else's problem. That's how it works. Where we've had prolific offenders that were known by the security force and recognized and spotted their vehicles that are no longer appears to be operating, which is a win for us and overall for this area as well. And then with regards to property crime, by focusing on those prolific offenders, we also use the habitual offender management system, where we'll focus on people that are currently on conditions. We know that they've been up to no good. They might be on conditions. We want to focus on their curfews, if they're abiding by their conditions. So we focus on sporadic patrols, targeted checks as well for their curfews, if they're abiding by their conditions. And we try to let them know that we're here, we're keeping an eye out, and if they decide to act up, we'll be there to stop them. The third part of our APPs for 2023-2024 was traffic enforcement, traffic education, making our roads safer for everybody, every user, motorists, pedestrians, and so on and so forth. In partnership with Rocky Mountain House, ITU as well, Integrated Traffic Unit out of Black Falls, Rocky, sometimes Red Deer, but rarely. It depends on their availability. We managed to provide more members on the road so that we have more visibility. We have a couple of roadblocks throughout the year as well, where we are focusing on impaired operation, provincial suspensions, and I mean, as we're doing those checks and pulling those people over, we come across other offenses, other issues that may be driving without a license, driving while prohibited, and so on and so forth. Numbers for this past year. Overall, the assaults, obviously I'm not the size of Rocky Mountain House, but bear in mind that we still average about 600 calls for service per quarter throughout the year, on average. So our assaults in quarter one, which covers April 1st to June 30th, was 13 sex assaults reported, a couple. We do have a lot of domestics. Domestics are 21 in total. Break-in enters to businesses and residences. Being in rural areas, everybody's away either on vacation, working, it's a bedroom community, so we're more prone to be targeted if that's the case. And, I mean, it's reflected on our statistics as well. Theft of truck, or vehicles in general, about 15, 20, it depends. We've had an increase in the theft of trailers, in this quarter, but overall, what's tying us up, I guess, is the way to look at it. A little bit more crimes against person versus crime against property lately. Mental health is also a big issue for us. We've mentioned it in previous meetings where we've implemented the RPAC unit across the province. There's about 11, if my counterpart can clarify that or confirm that, I think it's 11 teams in the province, roughly. They're looking at increasing that number if it's something that there's funding for, because it's funded by the RCMP and the province as well. So the RPAC quickly is a police officer, an armed police officer, paired up with either a social worker, registered nurse, psychotherapist, name it. It depends on their availability. It could be EMS in some areas. It depends. Those units are deployed to respond to mental health calls, related calls. It could be from addiction, attempted suicides. It could be also people that are having issues with coping. Maybe it's a financial burden. It could be from life in general. Having said that, once they intervene, they can also follow up at a later time where they're gonna ensure that they've received proper treatment, care, maybe follow-ups for maybe enhancing their chance of either recovery or to set them back on the right path, if that's, if you allow the expression. Yes, well-being checks, we've had 55 just this year. So well-being checks could be a plethora of calls, nature, sorry. It could be somebody who's mentioned that they want to hurt themselves. It could be somebody who they haven't heard from in a couple of days, 24 hours, 48 hours. Last time I spoke to them was a week ago. Some people don't see it the same way. It doesn't mean that the person is missing. It's just unaccounted for. I want to confirm if they're okay. Usually it's elderly people that we deal with, but sometimes it's like my cousin hasn't called me back, and I usually speak to them once a day, a couple of times a week, and it's not, I haven't heard from them. So could you please go and check on them? This sometimes will tie up resources. Maybe we're canvassing the neighborhood, making inquiries to track down their whereabouts, last location, and so on and so forth. It's no different than if we were looking for a missing person. It's similar process, and some of the forms that we have to fill out are the same. Missing person for us, for the entire year, 9, an average of 1 to 2 per quarter, which is not significant compared to Rocky, and I know that because I was seconded for a while, and we had, I think it was 11 people in 1 quarter at some point. So not the same thing at all. Some of you will wonder why there might be a grow up, a drug house. I heard that they sent Crime Stopper tips, and you guys haven't done anything about it. The thing to look at when we're considering using the information from a Crime Stopper tip is that it has to be confidential. It also has to be in the interest of public safety. If we cannot ensure the public safety, we cannot use that tip. For instance, if somebody's dealing drugs out of their house and the person who's giving us the information is the one who purchased some drugs, their credibility in court might not be looked at the same way by either the judge, defense, the Crown, or I sold to this person, 1 + 1 equals Mike equals Jack, so I know that you're the one who ratted me out, or guilty by association. So having said that, we don't have that many Crime Stopper tips, as far as I know, in Rimby. Quarter one, we had 8. Next quarter, we had 1. Third quarter, we had 3. And for the total of the year, 13. So really, if there's that many issues with drugs and things like that, it's not being reported to us. And also keep in mind that we can only act on what we know, what we've been made aware of. Now, when we get those Crime Stopper tips, it doesn't mean that we're not doing anything. There's intelligence gathering, there's surveillance that's being conducted. It's not necessarily by the home detachment. Sometimes it would be from CAD crew or Central Alberta District Crime Reduction Unit, the drug section, alert, or it could be a GIS from a neighboring detachment, where they will build a dossier and target specific prolific offenders, if that's the case, or a resident specifically, and then see if we have enough grounds to build on our grounds to write those warrants and execute those search warrants. Crimes against oil and gas industry, about 9 quarter one, 31 quarter two, 40 quarter three, 12 in this quarter, for a total of 43 for the year. You have to look at the time of the year. So if it's wintertime, it's cold, it's very isolated, it's probably not going to be targeted that well. 40, third quarter, well, it's the fall into the winter. There's less people out and about, so that's a different breed of criminals that are brave enough to brave the temperatures, the weather, and the conditions. Traffic stats. Traffic collision, on average, it's about the same, 50, 57, 71, 50, for a grand total of 228. Traffic tickets, we try to be as proactive as we can. We issued 113. That doesn't count what was issued by the ITU units, because they issue a lot more than we do. Traffic complaints, on average, 40 for quarter one, 107 for the second quarter, 103 for the third quarter, and 45 so far in this quarter. I stopped my stats for this quarter at March 21st at noon, just so that I could compile them and have them ready for you guys. Impaireds, it's about 13, 7, 10, 7 for about 37. On average, we usually get 40 a year. Keep in mind that impaired, sometimes it could be a report of somebody swerving. It could be, yes, due to alcohol, drugs, but it could also be medical as well. For instance, somebody who's diabetic, somebody who's having heart palpitations, whatever the case might be. And sometimes it's reported as an impaired, but it hasn't been substantiated as an impaired because we weren't able to locate the vehicle. Because we'll get a suspicious vehicle, swerving, whatever the case might be. They don't necessarily give us the plates. And we also have to catch them in the act or really, really shortly after as they pull into their driveway. Yes, so that's about it for the statistics. The plan for 2024, we continue to focus on relations, engagement, visibility, because so far it's been working for us as a huge deterrent since at least I've started in Rimby. RCMP members will be participating in various public events throughout the year, such as the rodeos in Rimby, town halls, presentation about various topics, thinking about fraud, especially in this day and age, internet scams, phishing scams, and so on and so forth. Red Search Duty, food collection drive, Meetings with elected officials will continue. Crime prevention partnership with groups and stakeholders, just like we do with Mr. Smolinski and Obsidian, and also the oil industries. We also want to focus on speaking to our COPs, Citizens on Patrol, community policing officers as well, because there are eyes and ears. They have an ear to the ground as well. They hear stuff. Maybe you want to check this person, maybe you want to check this area, look into this, and so on and so forth. Also like to host some education sessions, presentations. I'd like to go into schools as well if it's a possibility for us because we don't have an SRO dedicated for RIMBY. We're using the one out of Ponoka Detachment because there's a MOU between Ponoka and Ponoka County and the Lacombe County. So that allows us to use the SRO for any schools that are outside of RIMBY. RIMBY had asked for an SRO, but I don't have the funding or the position available for it. I briefly talked about intelligence-led policing by sharing information, sharing what we know up to a point. Obviously, Mr. Smolinski, even though he's a retired police officer from CPS, is not security cleared to receive all our information, but whatever we can share to enhance his abilities, knowledge to spot, report to us, we will gladly do it. Mutual aid corporation as well with the crime reduction group with our monthly meetings or bi-monthly meetings. I will like to continue that. As far as the second priority, combating rural property crimes, we want to focus on obviously rural thefts, motor vehicle thefts, possession of motor vehicle, stolen vehicle, possession of stolen property, and any crime that's related to that, because it will affect and impact whether or not criminals are remaining in the area, because they're fueling their could be drug addiction, trade, trafficking through those means. And if we can curb that, if we can attack that and disrupt organized crime, I think we'll have a better handle of it. With regards to enhancing traffic and road safety, I want to focus on speeding, intersection, distracted driving, especially in this day and age, people are using their cell phones constantly. I still drive around and like, you would think that people would at least be not as obvious and maybe have a hands-free and play with it. No. Phone to their ears and passing by a police officer and I'm like, am I being punked or something? Because, yeah, it's a huge problem, especially with generation between 30 and 40. I notice myself, I'm not picking on anybody. I'm 49 myself and I see a lot of people using their phones and being distracted, and could also be eating while driving. It's not just the phone. It's any distraction. Like there's some people that we've charged playing with their radio. I looked down, I was tuning the radio, and I rear-ended somebody. That's distracted driving, and if the insurance company is made aware, that will impact their insurance premium as well. Providing enhanced patrols coverage in critical areas to deter offenders, mainly speeding in school zones. That's a huge problem. It's not rocket science. Speed kills, whether or not it's the person operating the motor vehicle or a pedestrian that puts himself between the vehicle and whatever they're doing right now. Set up random roadblocks. We'd like to focus on that, maybe enlist the assistance of the sheriffs to see if we can have a partnership, do it more often as well. Because sometimes it's once or twice a year, specifically May long weekend, things like that. Let's maybe focus on unscheduled roadblocks to surprise people and again, use it as a deterrent to say, hey, It could be May long weekend, but impaired driving is unacceptable. Whether or not it's May long weekend, Christmas, the fall, during hunting season, or whatever the case. Continue issuing warnings and tickets, obviously, to educate and deter people. It still has a lot of impact on people, in effect. Yeah. We still have time. Okay. You've received, or I shared, quarter trees report for Rimbey. I don't know if you have it handy right now.
We've all received it, yeah. In an email, yeah.
Okay, in that report, I highlight our priorities, obviously, for the year, for the quarter, specifically what we've did, what we've accomplished, meetings that we've held, activities, crime reduction statistics, some of the crime reduction initiatives that we've implemented, success, statistics in general. And there's also on page 4, where there's a breakdown of the crime statistics and comparisons between 2023 and the previous year. It doesn't give me the 5-year trend, but I do have this here in case there's questions about it. Overall, the person's crimes, or crimes against person, there's an increase of 20%. You have to remember that, well, how come it's so high, or whatever, how come it's increasing? There's 2 reasons. It could be different people in the community, different habits, whatever the case might be, upbringing. But there's also historical assaults that are being reported. They say that 50% of domestics are not reported. So when you report a domestic, maybe you've been victim of a domestic twice before, 3 times, it's possible that it has never been reported, according to our statistics. Property crime, 19%. In 2022, it was 102. 2023 went up to 121, which really, I don't see that too alarming, because again, it could be those statistics where, well, I didn't bother reporting it. Maybe there's a lack of confidence in the system, preventing that person from reporting it. Who knows? Traffic offense, but with regards to criminal code offense caused by traffic. 13, 14, really not concerning, 8% increase. The lower the number, if it spikes a couple of numbers, it will spike your statistics, and it'll be, wow, 25% increase? Well, because you went from 5 to 10. Actually, that would be 50%. I never said I was successful in school, so. Yeah. Provincial code traffic. So these are provincial statutes that are not criminal code offenses. Again, 84 to 87. Really, it's steady, stable. Drugs, at least what's being reported to us, 1 in 2022, 1 in 2023, which I realize it's not reflective of the reality, but this is what's being reported. Federal acts under the tobacco and alcohol, it could be gaming commission, I believe embezzlement of government funds, like the CERB. Municipal bylaws, 0 in 2022, 2 in 2023. But now we have a new bylaw officer in Rimbey at least, and we're now talking to the county. Lacombe County just got onboarded to our radio system, so they can actually communicate with us. Motor vehicle collision, as I mentioned earlier, steady, 73 to 76 at the same time last year, so really no concern. What's increased is mental health calls, and I'm sure my counterpart can speak to that as well. There's an increase. Suicide, financial burden, tax increase. Did I say that out loud? Okay. It takes a toll on people. Whether or not they have the means, coping mechanism to address it, deal with it, not necessarily. So they will revert to maybe alcohol consumption, drug, maybe prescription drugs, and so on and so forth. Violence as well, especially under the influence, is not uncommon. Calls for firearms, this quarter, about 8. Keep in mind that it's not necessarily a call where the person discharge a firearm. It could be careless storage. It's classified, it's categorized as maybe careless use of a firearm under section 86 of the criminal code. But it could also be an offense. It could be an armed robbery. It could be like, the last time we had an armed robbery in Rimbey was in Bluffton in December of 2021. So we haven't had an armed robbery since. We had a robbery at the ATB, and not an armed robbery. They literally hooked up to the ATM with a bulldozer and yanked it out. They didn't need guns to do that. Missing person, already touched on that. Yeah, CDSA, again, not a concern, but still, we look into it whenever it's reported. Just to give you an example of Crime Stopper tips, one tip was received, was already known by the police, so the information that they provided was known, but unable to act on it for public safety. Tips also known by police, currently being investigated. Doesn't mean that the person submitting the Crime Stopper tip is aware of that. But in their perception, in their opinion, we're not doing anything. Or we were useless. Tip was followed up on by the police, but unable to substantiate same. So you have to remember that we're not in the States. I can't just go and kick down your door. Unless there's an issue for public safety, an imminent threat to public safety, I don't have the exigent circumstances to kick down your door. I need a warrant. I need the grounds to apply for a warrant. Staffing, so far, doing pretty good. We have one hard vacancy. My counterpart is giggling right now. I know, I was in your shoes several months ago. So yes, one vacancy. We have 7 positions, what we call full-time establishment, sorry. Right now we have one hard vacancy since February 2nd. A member transferred out of Rimbey to go to BC. I'm supposed to steal one of Rocky's member, supposed to come to Rimbey on a transfer. I didn't really steal him. Detachment support, there's 2 currently filled out of 3. We have one hard vacancy. Sick leave, there's been an increase this year in hours because we actually had one member that was injured, personal injury outside of work, that was off from May until September. September came back, was injured on the job following an arrest or during an arrest, was off from December 10th to February 2nd until they transferred. So that brings up our sick leave hours and causes some overtime for minimum coverage as well. I mean, that's, sorry. I think that's it. Questions, comments, concerns?
Yes, we have Blakey Light, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I have many questions, but one directly to your presentation is you mentioned an increase in mental health.
Yes.
And the RPAC teams are designed to obviously assist you with those very things. Yep. Last time we met, not this last time, but the time before that, we met with the RCMP provincially. We were told that Rocky Mountain House and area was due for another RPAC team. Has that happened? Is that slated to happen? What can we do to make it happen?
Not to my knowledge. No, I honestly, I haven't heard. There was rumblings of Panoka getting getting a team. Rocky, I had heard when I was seconded to Rocky that there was discussions. I don't know if they actually obtained the funding or not.
Your light's on.
I'm on,
Yep, go
oh, it
ahead.
is?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
I believe that we're held up at nurses.
But it's not strictly nurses that do
That,
that position, so.
I agree, but that is the information that I have last heard, and I think that was probably about 3 months ago. I can follow up with that, though.
I think they would like to get nurses for those teams, registered nurse, so that they can expedite the transfer of that person if they need to receive psychiatric assessment or some kind of an assessment, so that they can liaise with Alberta Health and push that through further.
Please do follow up with that, because I would love the opportunity to have our emergency services director push from our side, even if it's not for nursing, it's for psych, for paramedics, for whatever they may need in order to make that happen. If we're also pushing, we can hopefully get that resource to you even faster, because if you're saying that's the #1 increase in your community, guaranteed she's about to say that in her community.
I'm gonna say ditto for his whole presentation.
Okay, so if we can advocate to get that team here sooner, even if it's not the ideal that they want, being the RN, we can advocate for a different health practitioner in that seat. I'd like the opportunity for us to do that with the stats that you have to give us for that.
Thank you for that. Any other questions from council at this moment? I do have a question in regards to, I know that the Crown prosecutors are supposed to be increasing as of the 2024 budget. They did mention by Minister Amory that he's planning on doing that. So I hope that will help on your side to help alleviate some of this, but.
So you're talking about their pre-charge assessment that's impacting the detachments, especially smaller units, if I may.
Yeah.
I don't know what the impact, I don't think you're on, are you?
on-
Okay.
yeah, we are
We
on
started
pre-charge
on February 2nd. RIMBY has been onboarded on the pre-charge or PCA, pre-charge assessment, where basically somebody commits a crime. We still do our job, our due diligence, gather evidence, collect statements, but before, in some instances, as long as there's no concern for public safety or imminent risk, that person is not arrested yet or charged. Because you can arrest somebody, you cannot charge, or you might charge somebody without arresting them, it depends. We compile the information, submit a pre-disclosure package to the PCA unit, which is different than the provincial unit, I've been told, where they have a group of crowns that are reviewing for consistency, evidence, and see the likelihood of conviction is met. You're missing this, you're missing that. That package is completely rejected. It's not, oh, well, if you could submit this, that'd be great. Some they do. Some, yeah, you're just missing this. I'm assuming you have it because in your report you make mention of this. So all you have to do is submit your notes or submit your supplementary report or whatever the case might be. Or it could be a certificate of analysis from a DNA sample, search warrant, whatever the case. When the package is completely rejected, we have to resubmit one with rationale for resubmitting it and so on and so forth. If it's a different charge, it might be completely different. But if it's the same charges, then they have the last say. It's very time consuming for us because it ties up, like I've had complaints lately where people are saying, well, how come you have a vehicle parked outside the detachment? Well, 80% of our work is paperwork, literally. We have 10%, I would say, of having fun on the road and things like that, arresting people, rolling around, but you still have 80% of that paperwork that you have to submit, which ties you up. Like they say, oh, well, we would like for you to sit in your vehicle. If you try to use your laptop, even at home, and you try to do it at a 45-degree angle, trying to turn yourself in the space that you have, it's not conducive to the members' health as far as back issues, safety because your head is buried in a computer versus looking out, somebody coming up your vehicle and putting a bullet in your head. I have, when we have those kind of requests, obviously now, I lose that member. If the member is by themselves on shift, because I did mention there's 6 of us right now working, it's not 6 of us working right now. It's 6 of us stationed in Rimby, which means that it's 1 to 2 members per shift, without saying exactly what the coverage is for officer safety. I don't know, I wish, like, if you look at CPS or EPS, for instance, if they have a domestics, they take those 2 members off the road, reassign somebody in that district or that sector, and they have to do their paperwork like we would have to do. But if another call comes in, this is pushed to the side, and we have to either prioritize and might have to go and deal with this call. Yeah, now we have a remand package because we have somebody in custody, and we have to submit this package as well within, I think, well, now it's 10 days. So what we do for that, before they give their decisions as far as their recommendations, maybe they're switching charges or whatever the case might be, we give, if we end up arresting somebody and releasing them on conditions, longer court attendance could be 6, 7, maybe 9 weeks down the road, so that we can compile and assemble that package. Or wait to hear back from the Crown, and if that's the case.
Okay, no, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Since you opened up the can of worms here, I'd like to add into that. So that was done through the C-75 legislation that came through, and Bill 11 that's on the floor now is supposed to be Alberta's combating to the federal legislation of Bill C-75.
They say that it should expedite the processing.
Do you actually see that helping you locally? Is this something that we should be rah-rahing as far as municipal leaders, or should we be saying, no, this isn't actually going to help us, it's actually going to cause more paperwork, or what? I would love to hear your assessment of how Bill 11 would actually help or hinder you guys, considering it's in relation to Bill C-75, which the Reeve was just.
Might have to bite my tongue on this one, but let's go for it.
Remember, you are live streamed.
That's right.
Just to keep in mind.
Yep. I don't think it's helping us because it's tying us up even more. The only thing that is expedited is a remand package because somebody's in custody. We have 24 hours to submit that package. There's no ifs and buts about it. But when you release somebody and you give them long court attendance or dates to attend court, it opens up the likelihood of them breaching and not being dealt with, and they're looking at the document and it's not very important. There's no weight to it, or less weight to it. That's my opinion. Yeah.
And if I may, administratively as well, we're feeling it from our administrative staff.
That's right.
As well. It is not just the membership. Something that I felt took a day is now taking 5 days. And that burden of that paperwork and keeping track of that, we've had to completely alter processes within our own detachment to try to expedite elsewhere to make up for that time.
And keep in mind that even though it's passed on to the detachment support staff, then I need more support staff. So,
Just compiles.
and if it's after hours, I don't have support staff after hours. I can't justify having support staff after hours. This is not the Red Deers of this world or Sherwood Park or it's not gonna happen, which I understand, I agree as well. But then you have to have somebody the following day, whether or not it's an NCO, junior NCO, sergeant, staff sergeants, that needs to review that package. Now, it's no different than the electronic disclosures that we did before the pre-charge assessment. But it ties up the hands of the police officers in addressing and dealing with the issue right here, right now, and then adds more work for them to submit a disclosure.
Just looking at the time, or can I offer stuff, start, okay, I'll give you the floor for,
Thank you.
absolutely, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You bet.
I wasn't joking when I said I'm going to do a lot of what he said, and I don't think that's gonna be different in central Alberta. I think you're gonna see a lot of detachment commanders sitting in front of their respective councils saying these same priorities over and over, and there's a reason for that, because we're all experiencing the same issues. So I might gloss over a few things in the essence of time. I am certain, did I just turn it off?
No, just give it a minute, just give it a second and it'll come back.
I assume there was a land acknowledgement done earlier today,
There you go.
so we can just, it's there, yep.
We don't actually have a land acknowledgement for it.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that. Thank you for that. We know that the peak season for Rocky Mountain House is in the summer, and that we have increased traffic in our rural communities, right? We have campers. May Long Weekend is coming up. I'm going to partner with my friend back there shortly and start planning for those adventures. I think this year we're going to certainly be feeling the pressures with wildfires as well. It's a reality in our organization that we are being tapped to deploy people to other detachments to assist with wildfires, and I think Grand Prairie's already started up. So that's gonna be a tap as well. My crime statistics, I put into the slideshow. I included municipal for your ability to cross-reference, and if there's any questions about them, please just let me know instead of me reading them out to you, if that's agreeable to everyone in the room. That one, I think all my provincial comes after. We are seeing some increases. They are not terribly significant if you look at the 5-year trend, which I'm happy to say that I see a few minuses on there. So that means some things are going in the downward spiral, which is great. Downward spiral is what I'm gonna go with. Yeah, no, but you're right. It could absolutely be underreported. There is frustrations with that, as my friend has mentioned. If we don't know about it, then we can't do anything about it. And so one of the main reasons we're here today is to go over the detachment's annual performance plan and what you and your constituents would like to see us focus on. These are simply our suggestions. And if you were the same, which I'm not terribly surprised about, community engagement and enhanced visibility. We will be implementing a rural patrol log so that the next time I can come back to you and say, yes, when your residents are saying we don't see the police, I can say, no, we've made 57 patrols to that area. That's sometimes difficult because it's dependent on the members giving me the information, but we're gonna try it. And hopefully we can have that accountability in that rural patrol log will also be a community engagement piece. So I want you to go and stop and speak to the gas station owner, the farmer that's clearing their snow, and make some connections. If you're a hunter, find some land to go. I literally mean that. That's usually where we get a lot in rurals. And then we're gonna increase, as my friend had said, Red Surge events, community events. I know that you guys do the counselor meet and greet. We're starting Coffee with a Cop.
Yeah, nice.
Coming soon. I just don't, I'm hoping next month I'll be able to up and running, and then we'll go to different communities to be accessible.
Wow, that was.
Any questions? I'm done. I don't think I did that.
You can't drop the mic.
I can't.
Mic drop, yeah.
Sorry about that. That was probably a user error.
It's all good, it's all good.
Enhanced road safety. Again, this continues to be something that we hear both municipally and provincially. Speeding, distracted driving, impaired driving. We have to keep our roadways safe. That's the end of it. I would like to increase our JFOs with Clearwater County. I think that's an area of improvement that we certainly could work on besides just our May-long weekend. So we will be looking to target a specific number of those in different high locations, high traffic locations, sorry. Now I'm scared to press it. Just slightly different, but the same. My belief is that by targeting our prolific offenders in the area, that battles our rural crime. My friend has it as rural crime as a specific slide. I'm not to say that we're going to ignore it, but my belief is to focus on these prolific property crime offenders, target them with the court-imposed conditions, and get them back in jail, right? We will be doing warrant roundups, the use of the bait programs. We're revitalizing our Project Summit, our CAD GIS, our CAD crew, and our own local crime reduction unit and GIS unit. I'd like to implement, and will be, I shouldn't say like to, I'm going to, offender packages. So for our top 10 prolific offenders, they're gonna have a bail package that's pre-set up that is flagged with Crown as our high offender. It is not just the recent history, it's the entirety of their criminal history. So our support staff is gonna, I hope they're learning, gonna be compiling those. So we'll hopefully be seeing those up. I'm hoping for May on those. They'll take some time to get going. And those were the 3 priorities that we had, or that would be my proposal to everyone in this room. Again, a quick reminder that we do have crimecapture.ca as a crime reduction initiative. St. Cyr is also a part of that in Rimbey, where you can register your surveillance cameras, say, hey, I have a surveillance camera and it faces this road, so that if I'm a police officer and I know that there was a crime in the area, I can use your contact information, call you and say, hey, can you check your camera for me? In a large area like this, that cuts down on some of that drive time and is an effective use.
And what's important about crime capture is that there's no obligation to provide that footage. If we actually need it, we'll have to ask for a warrant and seek a...
There's an app for that, so online crime reporting for those that are uncomfortable coming into the detachment or maybe have accessibility issues. It's a very easy download. I don't know if anyone has it here, but I'd like to push that as well. Good for alerts too. And then of course, online crime reporting. If we don't know what's happening, you're gonna see these 3 slides at the end of every presentation from me probably. And that was a condensed version. Any questions though?
Deputy Reeve Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. I have a few, but first one is actually how the changes are actually going to affect our local municipal force, because that's something we obviously have control over and jurisdiction of. The RCP obviously not being within our purview. Ellis has been quoted as saying if there is a uniformed officer within the region or closest to a 911 call, he expects them to respond, right? And I don't think he's actually delineating between municipal, sheriffs, RCMP, et cetera. So how are we ensuring that we are advocating for the safety of our officers?
Of course.
When they could potentially be requested, especially our enhanced officers, be requested to respond to 911 calls that are actually within the purview of the RCMP, not within the purview of CPOs. But if Ellis has gone on record as saying that if there's a uniformed officer in the area, they will respond, how are we ensuring our officers are being protected?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to it, I'll be honest. I would not be comfortable with my partners in the CPO world responding to a 911 call. I, quite frankly,
Because you can escalate very quickly.
Yes.
You can go to physical altercation, right?
I agree with you, but that's not what the minister has.
Training, but
that's not what the minister has.
There's also
come out and said.
What is it, fasting? From Alberta,
yeah.
where you have conservation officers, DNR, sheriffs that will be assisting RCMP response in rural areas if they're available.
Was that the team you're speaking?
Stan?
Scan.
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 Okay. I thought scan was for
I thought
safe
scan.
neighborhoods.
Doesn't matter.
Rapid response. Yeah, so scan is safe neighborhoods. where, yeah, they'll have access to our encrypted radios. Members will be able to speak to each other and respond initially. Obviously, the file remains with our CMP, but they'll have backup or assistance if it requires a multiple member response. I don't know how it's working right now. I haven't seen a fast response or rapid response in my area so far. I couldn't tell you.
I'll ask Ms. Director Hager to maybe give us some more information.
You betcha. Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and good afternoon, members of council. Just to answer Councillor Melhoff's question related to our peace officer program, our community peace officer program, when the minister made that announcement, they did reference peace officers, but in that sense, they mean the other types of officers that are peace officers under the Act that aren't community peace officers. So there's actually a delineation between the two. We aren't dispatched via 911 for calls for service. From a community peace officer program, it's not allowable under the Act.
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you for the clarification, because it automatically twigged me to go, my officers are, like, our officers within the municipality do not have the same level of safety regard as the RCMP or members that are responding to 911. But I know that our officers are enhanced officers as well that do assist the RCMP where they're asked to do so, which is great for our community. But I wanted to make sure that our officers were not missing out on a safety opportunity for our members as well. So that's good.
You bet. Yeah, the peace officers that were mentioned would be like the sheriffs or the conservation, and standards and training and the acts are different, providing for those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. This is an old question, but I'm bringing it up again. The last number I heard is that on a long weekend, there's another 60,000 people out west.
So keep in mind, sir, that with the fire season, there might be a fire ban as well. With that number will significantly be reduced compared to previous years prior to the wildfire season that we had last year. In my area, camping went down significantly. Fire bans. Yeah, but there was fire bans, quads, because of the exhaust. The hot exhaust would set off the fires and the grass and so on and so forth. I don't anticipate an increase in people attending the West Country, but that's...
Okay, and really my question is around how to provide enough visibility there to minimize issues that people get carried away with.
Well, realistically speaking,
or,
sir, if you're anticipating 60,000 people, which is not impossible, we've seen those numbers before, you can't expect to have a police officer being able to handle those 60,000 people. Now, visibility is a deterrent, patrols, vehicle stops, the police are around, things like that. They would have to increase the complement of members, enhance policing, patrols, and so on and so forth, to be able to curb that. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Final?
Yeah, last one and then
Okay,
I will.
okay.
Last one and then we'll get the next delegation, sorry. There's a bill to set the floor, to hit the floor next week or the week after, the Compassionate Intervention Act, to deal with cases that the Mental Health Act cannot, they don't fit the bill for mental health, but still just need assistance. Do you anticipate that putting an extra onus onto your membership as far as the RCMP is concerned? And will that affect, because the bill doesn't actually specify if it's simply for RCMP, or will it affect our community peace officers as well, having to use that legislation and then get those people into facilities that we may or may not even have in this community?
Absolutely.
I'm not familiar with the act, and I apologize for that, but I can say without having, yes, it will fall onto us, everything does. If you don't know, call the police.
If something goes wrong in somebody's life, who do they call? The police, which is fine.
Yeah.
That's, we take the initial contact, then we redirect. But if we have to transport to a facility, if we have to escort, sometimes we're tied up having to stay and hold that person until we can pass them over or turn them over to either the facility or a peace officer in the area, if that's the case, and so on and so forth. So yes, it's still gonna tie us up. It's no different than right now, if we get a call for a well-being check, members are attending, confirming, oh, no, no issues. You still have a report to write, because we'll get complaints of, how come you were at my house? I saw you on my cameras. Well, I'm looking for so-and-so. We haven't heard from them, and so on and so forth. So we still have to justify. We're still accountable for what we do. That's no different. We just trying to, I guess, reduce the amount of work that we have to do for each file versus if we could circumvent that and say, well, no, that's a RPAC call, or this is.
So that's what this act is actually
That's right.
supposed to do. It's supposed to prevent the pretrial paperwork that you discussed earlier.
Yeah.
And get them into an
If it's
intervention
not gonna
stream
be a
instead
charge,
of a
if it's
charge
not gonna
stream.
be, yeah.
I see.
That's what it's supposed to, that's what it's being toted as anyway. But I guess stay tuned to see how that will affect. But I also wanted to thank you for all the work that you guys are doing within our community and working directly with our CPOs. We are extremely lucky for the working relationship that you guys do have with our CPOs. And I appreciate that. And I would happily make the motion to accept from the presentation for information here today. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank you.
attending. All right, motion on the floor to accept for information. All those in favor? And that's carried. We'll take a quick 10-minute break and come back, and thank you again.
Thank you.
You bet.
and welcome back from our break. Thanks for your patience. We are now on to the delegation presentation 7.2, and we have representation here from the David Thompson Play School Society, and I will ask first if we just do introductions. So I'll start with Division 2.
Good afternoon, I'm Sydney Graham, Counselor for Division 2.
Good afternoon and welcome. Daryl Lougheed, Counselor Division 3, and that is East Central straddling Highway 11.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, the counselor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7 Counselor in Reeve.
Good afternoon, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Counselor.
Good afternoon, Neil Ratcliffe, Counselor for Division 5, other side.
Good afternoon, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Hello, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good afternoon, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good afternoon, Matt Martinson, Director of Agriculture and Community Services.
Kaylee Rempel, I am the Secretary for the David Thompson Play School Society.
Shaylin Sari, the President of the David Thompson Play School Society.
Miranda Cameron, the Fundraiser Coordinator for the David Thompson Play School Society.
Well, thank you for that and welcome. And so with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Martinson first for a few introductions, and then we will get started with your presentation.
Thank you, Reeve, Swanson, and Council, and thanks for having me back again today. This item is, as we see on the agenda, the delegation for the Play School Group. They're going to come share all the a great service that they provide the community on the east side of the county. I did want to just remind council that we have provided support to this group in the past. In 2020, we did provide $12,000 to the group to move their portable from the Condor schoolyard to the Condor Community Hall. And that was, of course, to prepare the way for the new school build in Condor. And it was part of the suite of projects that we undertook to support that, which also included servicing of the David Thompson, the new David Thompson School property, as well as direct investment in both the David Thompson and Charlotte Small Schools. So yeah, that was back in 2020, and now we're here to sort of get an update on where we've kind of come and been from the group. So I will leave it at that. If there's more questions, I'd be happy to help answer anything that council may have questions about. And yeah, I'll turn it back over to the Reeve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that, ladies, you guys have your clicker and you're ready to roll, so present away.
Perfect, thank you. So in essence of the time crunch, we'll try to condense our presentation a little bit, as we all do have young kids to get home to as well.
Okay.
Hi, we are the directors of David Thompson Play School Society. It's a nonprofit which has been serving the community since 1977. We are very grateful for the opportunity to meet with everybody here today. Our program is not merely an educational institution, but it is nurturing all the young minds with their journey of discovery, creativity, and growth. Our curriculum is crafted to ignite curiosity, exploration, you name it, we do it with our kids. There's lots of times we will show up to pick our kids and they're covered in mud because they're out playing, rolling around old tires or anything like that. In the spring, our teacher will bring in chicks in an incubator. They watch the life of that. It is a pretty cool little program.
Slip and slide with paint, you know, kids love it. Parents not so much.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. So I'm just going to kind of give you a briefing on our current situation. We have been here since 1977, like I stated earlier, and then in the 1990s we moved to the high school, and then in 2020 our journey took an unexpected turn. Sorry, we were in the high school, and then in the early 1990s we moved to the old school attached to Condor. We were there until 2020. when we had only a couple months to move, you guys were very generous and gave us a hand in that journey. We moved to the Condor Hall, who were amazing. While we moved there, we put in $30,000 for services for a commercial well, which we needed in order to pass licensing through the Alberta government. And then in 2023, we were painting the building and found a leak resulting in black mold, and it was going to be over $100,000 to fix everything, and insurance would only pay us out not even half of that. We had a little bit of a journey with insurance where they submitted us a check for $65,000, reviewed our policy after the check was already in our hands, and canceled the check and only gave us a $45,000 payout. So we've been through the ringer with it. Lots of tears went into this. As we navigate our turbulent waters right now, we are temporarily out of the Elks Hall in Leslieville. But our lease with the Condor Hall is coming up to an end in a year. And from where it kind of stands, they don't foresee us staying there for the next 25 years, which is what we are hoping for. We don't want to be constantly up in the air of where our building is going to land. We want to have a steady place for our building to be so that we can offer the schooling to the families without going year by year basis, essentially. Thank you. All right, meet our teacher. So the reason we have this here is essentially Melissa Pittentree, who is our teacher. She is the core and heart of the program. She is amazing. So I'm just gonna read her little thing here, and then we do have a video from her as well. She is unable to be here today. It is spring break, and she is doing family obligations. Enjoying a much-deserved break. Hi there, my name is Melissa Pittentree, and I have the honor of being the teacher at the David Thompson Play School. This school holds a dear place in my heart, and when we moved to this community 11 years ago, this is the school where our little ones attended. I was a parent and board member for 6 consecutive years. Then in 2017, when the opportunity arose to take on the role as teacher, I knew it was meant to be. This will be my 7th year teacher at DT Play School. I grew up in a small town in eastern Alberta named Hughenden by Wainwright. I grew up with lots of family and loved kids and knew I wanted to work with them in any aspect that I could. From there, I obtained my early childhood education diploma in 2005 at Red Deer College. Before having kids, I worked in daycare in Red Deer and loved it. After having my kids, I knew I wanted to be able to be home with them and not miss out on them growing, so I opened a day home. And the adventure took us with it. It was some of the craziest, most rewarding, and wildest times of my life, but it was the best. I ran my day home for 7 years and still do some here and there, but mainly help my kids learn to run it as their way of income. My husband and I have 3 amazing kids who are growing far faster than I ever imagined they would. They are 11, 13, and 15. Wow, that's crazy to write. And attend school in their community with lots of the same kids they started play school with, which is cool to see. This is where a lot of my time is spent, with my kids watching and helping what they love. Volleyball, basketball, hockey, baseball, and more. I pretty much just drive, and it's not uncommon for you to see me in the arena or gym with my computer or prepping a play school activity. In my spare, I use that word loosely because what is that really? I enjoy camping, hiking, walking, gardening, hunting, coffee, hanging with my family, and all around living my best life.
Hi there. My name is Melissa Pittentree, and I'm the teacher at David Thompson Play School. The opportunity arose for me to become the teacher 7 years ago. Thank you. Hi there. My name is Melissa Pittentree, and I'm the teacher at David Thompson Play School. I've been part of the play school for the past 13 years. 6 of those years I sat on the board when my kids attended the school for those 6 years, and then the opportunity arose for me to become the teacher 7 years ago. When we first moved to the area, I thought that we were going to have to take our kids to Rocky to attend play school. And then I learned of this wonderful little school right in our community. And ever since then, it holds a huge, place in my heart. I could not imagine not having this program as part of our community. And it is my utmost passion and goal and drive. I'm very stubborn, so I'm determined to make the best out of any situation. And it is my absolute utmost goal to continue to run this program in our community and to offer this to so many people in our community. Currently, we have 33 children in our program, and in past years, we've had up to 50 children who attend our program throughout the week. I feel that it's a huge part of our community, and I would love to keep that there for our future generation, our future kindergarten kids, and our future adults. And I just want to say thank you so much for meeting with us today and hearing out our side of everything and our situation that we're in, and we really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
So our goal of this meeting is for support in securing land, even if it just is a long-term lease or something like that. We are kind of at odds right now as to where to go next or the future of our program.
We did put out a post on our Facebook page asking for letters of support from current and past families. I believe we were in a time crunch trying to get our presentation up. We had it up maybe 24 hours.
It was 8 hours.
8 hours.
36 letters.
36 letters of support from past members. I'm going to read some of them. I will skip some of them. They're all equally as important, just some of them have the same thing, same sentiment over and over. So just we're gonna skip through it just to be quick. So this one is actually from myself. I wanted to take my kids somewhere to get them out and about. I was a stay-at-home mom. We live in the country. I'm horrible at taking them to play groups and stuff. I'm just personally myself, I'm a very much introvert. So when I found out about this program, I took my kids there. It was really affordable. That was one of the biggest things. It's affordable, and then it became even more affordable with the affordability grant. But as a stay-at-home mom, to put your child in a play school or a daycare setting, you have that guilt because you're costing your family that much money. Right now, I think it's $20 a day for them. For actually, 1 day is completely free with the new affordability grant to take your kid there. They get the learning from their family, from the teacher, which is amazing. She pays attention with them. Every kid has a relationship with them. My kids still will see Miss Melissa out, and they're both in the elementary school now. They'll see her and they run up and give her hugs. And they're like, hey, that's Miss Melissa. She drives a Ford Flex. Every time they see her car, they're like, hey, it's Miss Melissa. She makes a huge impact on our children, and it is honestly one thing we need. We don't really have a lot of childcare options in our area. Most people have to drive into Rocky or into Eckville. So this is just something that gives our kids a chance to go to a program that's not a full day. I do realize the school has a pre-K program now, but it is a full day program. Not everybody has the time or want for their child, or their child has that attention span to be in a full day program. So this gives a child a half a day.
I have 4 kids, 5 and under, so 5, 4, 3, and a baby. And I can guarantee you my 3 and 4-year-old do not want to be away from me for a full day.
So this program is really, really needed. The next one, this one came from a previous president of our group. She said, I am writing this letter to show my support for the David Thompson Play School and their urgent need to find a new permanent location for their program. This play school is an integral part of our community. The David Thompson Play School has provided excellent programming and a sense of community for children in our local area for over 30 years. I hope the county will fully support this endeavor and will help in any way that they can. I have 3 children who have graduated through the play school and had the honor of sitting on the play school board for over 7 years. I was actively involved in moving the play school in 2020 from the Condor schoolyard to the Condor Community Hall property. I worked closely with the county as they were incredibly helpful, knowledgeable, and generous with that move. I was incredibly saddened to hear that the current arrangements at the hall were no longer being honored and that the play school would not be able to stay in that location. A lot of hard work and money was put towards the play school move in 2020, and it is unfortunate that the community of Condor will lose this amazing asset due to a few members of the community hall board who appear to be out of touch with what this community wants. Having early learning programming available to the residents of the corridor communities is incredibly important so that our children don't miss out on what bigger cities could offer. I have seen firsthand the benefits of this play school and what it offers the kids of Clearwater County. The school relies on volunteers and has been a great way to get to know our neighbors. I am not originally from this area, but because of the play school, I have the opportunity to become a part of this community. The quality of the school's early child development is exceptional. Miss Melissa has a genuine love for teaching our young children, and this program is Gate's stepping stone to the public school system. The location of the school in the corridors makes it easily accessible to us locals. I hope the Clearwater County recognizes the importance of the school to our community. The school offers great education, has a unique location, and fosters our community development. I look forward to hearing how the county can help us in our relocation. Sincerely, Allison Casey. This was another one, sorry. Another one from another member of our used to be our past president, same thing, rural setting. We don't have a lot of options in our community. Another one, Roxanne Franchuk. It was the only it was and is not only for the kids, but also for the parents in the community to meet other moms and dads and build support systems that will last on through their children's lives and beyond. I can honestly say I have met people that I probably never would have without the play school, and I have made lifelong friendships with them. So it's definitely not just for our children, it's for the community as a whole. I don't know what happened again.
Is this where we said we just stand up and say thank you for your time?
Yeah, we were joking. I'm sorry. This is good, thanks. Another one, basically being crucial in our childhood development. There is a lot of kids that you can tell have come from the play school just because of where they are in their personal development.
Well, and as Kinley says here, in my opinion, this play school is invaluable for family. Currently, there's no other options for half days in the area for children to attend. They would have to drive to Rocky or Red Deer.
Yes, we are the only program at this particular time. Also, it is, from a friend's viewpoint, it's also really hard to just find daycare or day homes in the area. We have a lot of people that put it out on Facebook looking for somebody, and that's how we get our numbers too, because we're like, hey, the play school is a lovely spot, here you go, and that we get our numbers that way, and they maintain because the program is very worthwhile. There's another one. Sorry, I'm trying to skip. It's not working. So this one is written to say that I am pleased to be writing a letter in support of the David Thompson School that needs to secure land and a permanent solution for our children. As a parent, I am acutely aware of the role that early learning contributes to the social, emotional, and cognitive growth of children in preschool years, the most formative time for brain development, cognitively, socially, and emotionally. Scientific evidence clearly shows that high-quality early learning instills protective factors in our children over their lifetime. Melissa runs a program that has to pass a guidelines and stuff. She's a licensed program. We get our children all sorts of aspects, and they live their best life. And there's lots more. Like I said, we have 36 in here.
A lot of past families too have taken the time to write letters. Alex Pattison wrote a really good one.
A lot of our kids also, parents they have had children in, and they have children that would be coming in, and they don't want the experience that one child had and the next child not to have the same experience, because it is so heartwarming and positive. Oh, I can't read that fast. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
It is submitted in, but yes.
Do you want to read them all?
Okay. I was like, as time, I was just, skip. I don't know what happened. Okay.
We're a little nervous, so.
We're scared. This one actually, this letter here, I will read it as it was actually written by a grandma for one of the students. I have the privilege of being a grandma to a precious child, Hubot. This young boy, along with his classmates, which I have had the opportunity to get to know, have flourished emotionally, educationally, and socially in the Play School program. Miss Melissa is amazing, loving, patient, and instruction for little people. The Play School has also given an opportunity for 3 young girls to do work experience working with children. I can only begin to list the benefits of having this program continuing, as I have already mentioned above. Families in the rural community strive and sacrifice for the good life and need every opportunity to thrive and grow. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of having a place to give parents and children the stability and sense of security of being in their own special place as these little ones begin to explore this big new world. I feel that we need alternatives that would meet each individual family's need. Each program gives alternatives to adults choosing or needing to work and children's needs. Checking in, praying as you make these decisions. Thank you so much for receiving my letter, Vivian Rempel. Now, one of the big things that she touched on is us having to relocate to the Elks Hall allowed our program to actually allow the high school students to be a part of it. So we have had a few work experience students who have actually gone on and got college credits through our program. We also allow, as she says, she's had the opportunity, we allow community members in to help volunteer. So anybody that would like to work with the children or come and volunteer, this is a place that you can go and you can feel invited. You're never discriminated against. It doesn't matter how old, how young, whatever.
Criminal
You're welcome.
record checks are submitted, like it's licensed.
Yeah, it's all licensed. You have to have stuff, but you're more than, we're always, it's so welcome in there. You can do, like, you can see how loving of a space it really is.
And since we moved to Leslieville, we've also kind of been collaborating with the high school. Just last week, we had students,
Yeah, I got to join my son and his classmates to go over to the home ec class with the grade 10s, and they dyed Easter eggs, and all of the grade 10s were involved. The big boys took some of these little boys under their wings, and it was an honor to get to participate in that. And Miss Melissa and the home ec teachers are wanting to set that up regularly now. So.
Sorry, I'm just skipping through some more letters.
This is another board member who wrote in.
Do you want to?
This is mine. You guys, my heart and soul is this school. I just stepped up to be the president this year, and I don't.
It's.
Yep. This one's mine. I would like to take the moment to read it. Hello, council members. Thank you for your time today. As we've said before, my name is Miranda Cameron. I have 3 children, ages 6, 4, and almost 2. My 4-year-old is currently a student of the Play School, and I'm currently one of the fundraiser coordinators. When we moved down to the Leslieville Condor area from Fort McMurray in 2021, we were wanting the opportunity to raise our children in a more family-orientated community. So once I found our property and knew our address, I looked up what programs were around for my eldest, who was at the time almost 4. When I called to register him, Melissa was the first person in our new community I had ever spoken to. We hadn't even met our new neighbors yet. And from that moment on, we knew we had made the right choice for our family. Melissa made us feel so welcome to the school, and it made us feel welcome to the community as a whole. When we did finally meet our neighbors, we told them that we had registered for Play School, and they excitedly told us that their grandchildren had also gone through the program and had nothing but wonderful things to say about it. Our oldest was in a Play School program before we moved to this community, and the way that the program was ran and how the students were expected to learn was far inferior to the way Miss Melissa structures her programs and classes. Because of that, the growth our eldest had in his 1 year with Miss Melissa was astonishing. She really prepared him for what was to come starting kindergarten, and honestly, she prepared me as well. Now our middle child is blowing us away with the things he is learning there, and he counts down the days until it is his school day again. I'm currently driving a school bus for the schools in our area, and I can see the difference in the students who have had the amazing opportunity to get to go to Play School and be taught by Miss Melissa compared to the students who didn't. We in the bus actually cross paths with Melissa most days as she is managing her juggling act of completing her day of teaching, picking up her own children, and shuttling them where they need to be. So when we see her iconic white Ford Flex,
Really is.
the students get so excited that they get the opportunity to see their beloved Miss Melissa. It really shows how deep of an impact she has made to the children in our community. When I first heard about the school's difficulties with their building, I was scared that my middle child's first year of Play School might not happen. And honestly, I am still scared that my youngest may never get the opportunities that her brothers got in this amazing program. So I'm encouraging you as council members to please support us in keeping this amazing program available to our children in our community. Once again, thank you for your time and consideration. Whew. So yeah, I'm the fundraiser coordinator this year. We are a non-for-profit, and we have to organize fundraising to keep our play school running. Some of the events we hold are resales around just before Christmas, bingos when we have the opportunity, casinos when we have the opportunity. We do vouchers with our local greenhouses. That one is a community staple. People are already getting at me. When are they coming out? And our beef raffle, this is our second year with it, and it is amazing. It's currently still active, so if anybody is interested in some locally raised beef, let me know.
And to help the play school?
Yes.
Break out.
But we do regularly apply for grants from the government agencies, and they are instrumental in securing funding from subsidies, curriculum development, facility upgrades, and professional development opportunities for our staff and students. The financing of our new building, for our future building, we have set aside our insurance payout, as well as have sponsorship letters ready to send out as soon as we have a location secured. With the help of these letters, we are able to collaborate with the local businesses, community groups, and local community members. We plan to organize fundraising events and sponsorships with donation opportunities. So once we get all this on the roll, the community will be sick of me. I will be pushing, I will be blood, sweat, and tears. This will be a full-time job for us to get this school a permanent home.
We have reached out back in September. We started reaching out to realtors while we were still waiting to hear from insurance. We have put a letter or like a article out in Western Star kind of asking for help. We've spoken to many neighbors, many networks. We're just looking for any option we can. We're not afraid to put in the work. We're not asking for a handout, but
we just need somewhere to land our play school, essentially, is what we need. We need somewhere that we know that we're not gonna be asked to leave in 3 years from now and have to start this circus all over again. We want the stability for our play school. We're not scared to put in the work. We're not scared to ask the community, and the community has been wonderful. They are already willing to help us. We just need the land and the spot for it. And like we said, we've reached out to realtors. We're looking for something. And it doesn't have to be that big either. We're not asking for a huge lot. We just need something that our kids can play outside and live their best life.
I'm not knowledgeable on licensing and all of that, but I do believe Melissa has rules around that, so.
She does have rules, I believe, don't quote me on the numbers because I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it's like 2.2 square feet per child is what the building needs to be for each. So that's how big the building is limits us on our, the amount of students that we're allowed to have.
we also have hopes, sorry, did not mean to cut you off. We also have hopes and dreams for our school. We would like to eventually do a nature school if we had the land. Picture a serene campus surrounded by lush greenery, children, goats, sheep. We have families who have all of the above.
We're ready to donate.
Absolutely. We also are doing a pilot project this April with a homeschool program because homeschool numbers have gone up substantially in the area. I personally just started homeschooling my kindergartner. And so we are doing a homeschool program on Monday afternoons, and that would be amazing if that could also be another something to add to the community. Childcare is also something we are looking into, but we need more room to do that. We can't be running that at Elks Hall. So we have a lot of hopes and dreams that we would like to grow. And then we also do have, can I go back to
please?
I tried.
There it is, yep.
We also do have a mobile building that we will purchase if we do have land. It fits within our budget. It's ready to roll. Yeah, I think that's kind of it. Questions, concerns?
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for condensing, and I appreciate the passion that you Bear ladies expressed. I totally understand. When it's talking about your children, it's our pride and joy. But anyways, I will start with, I'll just start going around. I'll start with Division 2 and we'll make our way around.
Okay, I appreciate the passion too, and you ladies coming out here. I actually attended this program as a child, and Miss Penny was my teacher, and I was always excited to see her after the program was done as well. I guess my first question is, if this is an education program, how come you're coming to us instead of the school board for land? Just in my brain, it makes sense to go to the school board, and I don't know the background from your guys' side, what happened with the school board and the move, and maybe that's why, but just to have playgrounds there and stuff.
We are not attached to the school board. We are a nonprofit. We are actually run through the Alberta Child Care Program licensing.
Okay, did that change when you guys used to be at the school, or
It's always been childcare that has operated it. They've never been under the Wild Rose, as far as I understand. And Wild Rose won't do anything because they have the pre-K program in the Charlotte Small School. Okay. So it's not actually a school program; it's a play school.
So they didn't have that program before, and that's why you were able to be there before.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and I apologize for my rough voice here today, but definitely thank you for coming and presenting to us today. The David Thompson Play School holds a really dear part in my heart as well. My daughter attended there for the better part of 3 years, and that means I was parent volunteer there for the better part of 3 years. So if you go back to the old Sesame Street adage, one of these things is not like the others. So if you compare me to the 20-something mums that were there, it's definitely different. And also being active in a volunteer maintenance thing, I'm very familiar with it, and really commend the service that the David Thompson Play School has provided to the community, and the community support it's had over many, many, many years. And I think it's truly complementary to the education process within our community, and certainly deserves community support, and wish you all the success as you move forward trying to find solutions, and maybe our community can be part of that for sure.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. I actually have a question with regards to one of the letters that was presented. It was my understanding this was a black mold issue, a building issue, but then one of the letters outlined that the community hall isn't actually allowing you guys to stay there. That's actually the first I had heard that. I thought this was an insurance mold issue with your building, not a location problem. So if you could dive into that a little bit, or I actually think Director Martinson turned his light on as well.
Okay. Go ahead, Dick. I will. Do you want to answer that, or do you want?
The group can go first.
Okay.
I can fill in blanks.
Okay.
So yeah, once we found out that there was black mold, we met with the Hall of Condor, asking them just kind of, because knowing our lease is coming up, we wanted to just see
Extend our lease.
Yes, we wanted to see where they were at with that, talk about extending our lease before paying all the money to put a new building in and then having to move it in a year. So that's where we are now.
Their board generally voted. I am also part of that board as well, to be honest. But I'm only one vote on that board. But the majority of that board voted that they would like their land back. Having the school lease from them was taking their opportunity to use that space, and they're just ready to use it for their own ventures. And
which is fine. If we have to move on, we will. But we also are losing $30,000 because we did have to put in a commercial well, and we will not be getting any of that money back, which just is a hard loss for us to swallow because their land now has a lot more value in it. So,
yeah, we as the play school board offered to purchase the land from them. They, as the condo board, was not willing to separate their lands.
Which is why we're looking for land and had reached out to realtors, but they're just.
They did offer us possibly a building next door or 2 doors down that they also lease, but it wouldn't be for a couple of years. Yeah.
And it would need a lot of renovations to be
up to licensing.
Up to licensing code for a play school.
Yeah, they have rules for licensing for play school of the window height has to be a certain height, because, you know, littles, they can get into anything, and you never want the risk of them having the safety risks.
Okay. Director Martinson, do you have anything to add?
I think, you know, we were a part of the process right from the start. We drafted the agreement between the two parties as a service to both the community hall, but also the play school group. And I think it was by design that this was to be a short or moderate term solution to a problem that we needed a fast solution for. Of course, when you get a nod that you're gonna get funding for a school, you have to start moving fast on site prep and servicing. And of course, under, you know, the new rules, the county's responsible for servicing sites, and of course, morally, we're responsible for supporting, you know, these projects. And we did that, and part of that was moving this portable so that the school build could happen onto a suitable location, and that was the fastest suitable location that we could come up with. Unfortunately, the community association was amicable, but the agreement was pretty straightforward. It was short to medium term, up to 5 years. That time is coming by. It's funny how fast 4 or 5 years can go by, and as I mentioned, we started this process in 2020. So the site prep included a water well. It also included some graveling and some other servicing. Of that 30,000, the county did contribute 12,000. We did draft the agreement, and it was by design that all of the value of those services would stay with the community hall. How much value a water well is going to be to the community hall is likely minimal. They have a water well. This would be something that we would work with the community hall to make safe and seal and secure. And if there was value to the community hall in the future, they could realize that. But it would be something that wouldn't add a ton of value just because they already have a water well that they would need, that they also operate. See, I think that's sort of the background as far as the involvement that we had in trying to support the move. And this community hall does own their own land, so it's not county-owned land. I will point that out. It is one of the smallest footprints of community halls that we have in the county. They don't have a significant amount of land, and that is the challenge for this scenario, is balancing their community use with the play school. And yeah, I think that's all I really had to share there, unless there's any other questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Do you have a preferred community sort of location in mind?
We really enjoy being in Leslieville, especially because of the relationship we built with the high school and being able to offer the RAP program and giving those older students an opportunity to learn some skills and get some college credits.
Okay. What are your hours of operation?
Right now we are 8:30 until 3 p.m. Monday through Thursday. Prior we went until 3:15, but we changed our hours this year because we are in Leslieville and a lot of our parents need to get back to Condor to pick up their children from the other school.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Northcott?
Thank you much. Thank you for the presentation. Just one question for enrollment numbers. For little guys, is it trending up or is it trending down?
So right now we're at about 30. Last year at the end of the year we were at 42. So but it does fluctuate, especially as you notice, we have a lot of COVID babies coming up. So we see our numbers rising for sure.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Do you offer no, obviously if you close at 3, you don't offer after school care. How are you normally funded? You mentioned you fundraise, but what other funding sources do you have?
Sorry. Before the affordability grant and the subsidy grant were available, parents did have to pay. We also had scholarships and stuff available, but now we are generally funded through the Alberta grants that they now offer.
extra stuff, new equipment, materials for the school. Little guys like to go through paint, so we have a paint budget. Miss Melissa's pay is usually covered by the affordability grants and the tuition fees that the parents do pay. My son is in 2 days a week, and we pay $20 a month because of the affordability grants. When my eldest was in, we were same 2 days a week, and it was $65 a month, I do believe. That was prior to the grants that we've received nowadays.
Subsequent? Subsequent?
I guess I go back to my first question, is, do you have your eyes on some property that would be ideal, or, I'm not entirely sure what you're asking of us.
So from our understanding, we had a phone call.
Be careful, we are
Yeah.
live streaming.
At the,
It's
yeah,
not to be
the-
discussed in an open session.
Yes.
Sorry, just as a point of order.
Yes, thank you for that.
Yep, so we just had a phone call and I believe there was some suggestions given. I'll just
Yeah.
keep it at that.
Okay, thank you.
And I do believe it has to be zoned correctly too, which we would need support from the county for that too, because we are a non-for-profit business, so
Yep.
it can't just be residential land.
Very good. All right, if there's no further questions, I believe, as a presentation, we'll accept this for information, but we will ask our administration to bring this back at a future council meeting. So, but thank you very much for your presentation today. So looking for a motion to accept for information. Councillor Lougheed? Thank you. So the motion is to accept for information. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming out today. Thank you for waiting on us. I appreciate that too. So with that. All right. So now that our delegation section is complete, we're going to go back in our agenda item to item 6.3, Office of the CAO, in regards to strategic planning recommendations. And so with that, I am going to turn the floor over to Ms. Serhan. I see that's...
Are you coming down?
Oh, sorry, did you, just before you start, did you have something further to add to that? No? Okay. Okay, I'll let Ms. Serhan start.
Actually, I'll just, before we get into the presentation, Tracy Haight and I went through some of the motions that were passed at the Strategic Planning Committee meeting in January, and I'll just have her kind of walk through some of those, and then before council discusses any of them, I'll walk through the presentation, and then there will be, I'm sure, lots of great discussion about each of the motions coming from the Strategic Planning Committee.
Very good. All right. Turn it over to you, Ms. Haight. Thank you.
Thank you. So you'll notice that the staff recommendations for this council item, their wording is a little different than the committee's recommendations that were passed at the last Strategic Planning Committee meeting. And the purpose of the rewording is just to clarify the intent of the recommendations and to just simplify some of the wording. So there were a total of 6 recommendations that the committee passed, and there's a total of 6 staff recommendations for council to consider. And the first one is that council directs administration to prepare a report for the committee's review showing the estimated percentage of costs as per the following service level categories. As 1, as required by legislation, 2, for protection and maintenance of county infrastructure and facilities, and 3, to meet or exceed ratepayers' expectations, community driven. for delivering each program in the 2024 operating budget, indicating the policy that is direction from council for the service level. So did council have any questions? And did you want me to go through the others, or with them being in the report, is that sufficient?
I'm looking for lights. I'm seeing none. Do you need a motion to that effect, or
If
just?
the committee, I do believe that Ms. Serhan has a PowerPoint, and these are.
Before Tracy goes through the rest of the motions, if you like.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'll let you proceed.
So the recommendations that were coming from the Strategic Planning Committee, again, is about getting enough information to the committee and council to make priority-based decisions. And again, priorities need to be chosen because resources are limited, and the resources are not just strictly financial resources. They're human resources, materials and services, and time. The recommendations are competing for the same resource allocation, with addition to resources already allocated to the amalgamation study and other projects that are currently being worked on by staff. So the next slide is just review of the past decisions. And by past decisions, we're talking about budget in December of 2023 that had an approved 2024 budget come from that, a 10-year capital plan, and kind of a 4-year financial plan. So in the approved budget, just as a refresher, this won't take long, operating revenues of 62 million, operating expenses of 51, and restricted funds used for operations of $4.5 million. And that left an excess in operating funds of 15.3 million. So then when we go to the next slide, it just shows what those annualized capital projects cost on an annual basis. So that council agreed in the January strategic planning session, or it seemed to me that the general consensus was that these projects were a priority. The bridge rehab program, the asphalt overlay program, the fleet to support the operating programs, cell development for the landfill, West Country roads, fire facilities, fire equipment, annualized items that are not typically funded through restricted surplus because they're the same dollar amount year over year, which is gravel road rehab, the road construction, administration budget, and IT capital, and then payment on the required debt. So you'll see that over just a summary of what those programs cost in year over year is about $15 to $15.5 million. The reason it's decreasing is because of the debt that's being paid off in 2025. So the next page is summary of funding requirements. So these are the projects that need funding and scope decisions made at either the Strategic Planning Committee or the Broadband Committee level. This information is provided as an overview only, and any portions of the project already funded through the current restricted surplus plan are not included in these numbers. So the project scopes and overview, or the generalized areas, are the Norday projects, the airport, the ag rec and the administration and operations facilities, or any general facilities required by Clearwater County, solid waste facilities, infrastructure, salt storage, community features, and recreation. And those would come from decisions from the Strategic Planning Committee and then the broadband projects coming from the broadband committee for a total of $96 million over the 10 years. So again, the summarized motions, there's just a slide for that. And what's required today is keeping in mind the big picture. Is council wishing to pass any of the motions that were recommended from the Strategic Planning Committee? And council should also indicate all of the information required to make the decision, such as the cost for the differing options. Is community engagement required? Is there projects that need decisions made on other projects first before you can make a decision on the second project? In other words, what order do you need the information in to make sure you have all of the information to make the priority-based decisions for these generalized groups of projects? For example, does the location of any new facility need to be made before the type of facility is decided on? And of course, which order would council or the Strategic Planning Committee like the following requested information in? So again, I'll just turn back to Tracy as she walks through the actual motions, and then yeah, we just get clarity from council as far as the information that's required for each of these, ensuring that it's included in the motion, and the order in which these are wanted by the committee.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll turn the floor back to you, Ms. Haight.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, these are staff recommendations. It will be up to council to determine if they want to use the same wording in the staff recommendations for their motion. So as noted before, the committee's recommendations have been reworded for clarity and for simplicity, and to capture the what was highlighted at the last slide, on the last slide in the PowerPoint presentation. So reworded to just make sure that should these staff recommendations be accepted by council and passed as a motion, then all of the information that they need in the reports will be provided. So did you wish me to go through the next 5 staff recommendations?
I have a blinky light. Let's just, we'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe first.
Thank you. This might not be, my question might not fit that well in where we are in the process, but regarding the first staff recommendation, I'm just looking for clarification that there would be a breakout of the items in those service level categories. Like there would be a list of the different inputs to that. Or just a total percentage.
Yeah, I'll defer. I see that Ms. Serhan would like to answer, so.
Yeah, so the information that came from the Strategic Planning Committee, in my opinion, was that there would be just a list of all the programs that provide service to Clearwater County, and then how much of that program is legislated, how much of it is to protect infrastructure, and how much of it is guided by policy or driven by community request, I guess.
Okay, so then, for example, the portion that is legislated would list the different items.
Well, it would, no, it would be a total, like, if we picked a program, financial services, if we picked the accounting services that are required by the municipality, 100% of that is legislated. Or is 80% of it legislated and 20% required due to requests from council or requests from internal stakeholders or external stakeholders, that kind of thing. So what part of the program is required by legislation and which part is not required by legislation, I guess.
Okay, all right. That's
Is
more
that
clear.
Is that, did I understand the request properly, or?
I believe so. You answered it.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm not sure who is on. Are we deferring, or did you have a question? Okay, so we're deferring. Okay, to Ron, to Ms. Serhan. Okay, so are we? Okay. Just I'll go to Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Maybe I'm confused, because I thought that these motions were made at the strategic planning level, and therefore the information required in order to make these decisions was to be delegated back to the strategic planning committee. So maybe I'm confused with why this is coming to us and not to the strategic planning committee?
Go ahead, Ms. Hay. Nope, go ahead, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you. And Deputy Mahab, so the Strategic Planning Committee is a recommendation committee, which is the recommendations coming out of Strategic Planning Committee comes to council for a proper motion so that we have documented direction to go forward on. And that's what's being presented today.
Okay, and then this goes back to strategic planning committee. The information that gets presented goes back to.
Yes.
So planning committee makes a motion, council has to endorse said motion months later, and then the information comes back to strategic planning committee months later.
For further follow-up. Once we have the follow-up from direction, absolutely that information, because we've been given direction, will come back for whatever direction we get given after that.
Shocking why government takes so long. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Hence why this council at a strategic planning adds to the pile when, anyway.
I get, yep.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, I just appreciate the fact that this is coming back for clarity, because I would hate for administration to go through a whole bunch of work when there's been a sober second thought or an understanding, so I'm fine with that. All right, are we going to then go through each motion as originally, I guess I'm looking to Ms. Serhan. Do we go through each motion as a further motion, or do you, for further clarity, sorry, or how would you like to proceed?
It's entirely up to council.
Okay.
If you'd like to just go through them and discuss them one at a time and pass the motion after the discussion, that's fine, or if you wanted to go through them all together.
Okay, all right. So looking, Councillor Lougheed.
Can suggest one to start with to
You
break
bet.
the ice. I'll
Sure.
suggest recommendation number 6, which directs administration to prepare a report for the Strategic Planning Committee on the benefits and costs of being an accredited municipality to administer the Safety Codes Act.
Okay, so that, I will take that as a motion, so that we can focus discussion on that motion. Would that be okay?
That would be terrific.
Perfect, okay. So Councillor Lougheed has made the motion for number 6 in regards to that, so I'm opening the floor to discussion on that particular motion. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. This is one of my priorities, so I absolutely will be endorsing this motion. We'll be voting in favor of this motion. I believe this to be a large gap within our planning sector, and it's actually putting a lot of undue stress on our one accredited agency that we have already within Clearwater County, being our fire service, as a development permit is issued, and then we expect people to go forth and find their own building permit, plumbing, electric, all the other permits. And then we put the onus back on our local fire service to give the occupancy permit. And that's when all these deficiencies are found that really should have been found at the other stages. I believe that this would streamline all development happening within Clearwater County, but particularly deal with a lot of the issues we have within the Nordic development area.
Thank you. Any further comments, discussion in this motion? Councillor, okay, Councillor Graham, go ahead.
For me, I don't know that I fully want to go this direction, but I do want more information on it, so I will be supporting this motion.
Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, yeah, these are all, says prepare report, but, so this one here, I'm not a accredited, like I don't have any experience with this, but I just see that it says the planning committee on the benefits and costs. I was just wondering, are there gonna be like a list of negative impacts or negative consequences, or like or is it only going to be the benefits? Just so that I'll have, you know, to be able to, yeah, because if it's just the positives, everything, you know, the pros and cons to everything, but just wondering if that would be in that as well.
Go ahead, Mr. C.O. Ammons.
My expectation, Councilor Northcott, would be an unbiased report, so it should show both sides.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Lahi?
I think
Okay. Any further comments, questions? I know for myself, I understand that there's a gap, but I'm also under a little bit of hesitancy in regards to this because I have been talking to other councillors from other jurisdictions, and they've stayed away with it, like with a big stick. They did not involve themselves at all in this particular area of the code, and so I look at a little bit of downloading, if that's the case with some of this. Are we taking on a service level that may be too onerous, or actually we always get questions into regard of how many more people we're hiring. So to me, this is going to be more higher. So, and I want to be able to substantiate it, but I know there'll be a bit of a rush, but I think things will slow down too. So anyways, having more information than not, but how far we go on that information is where is where I'm struggling right now, is how much do I really want in this report? But I understand that CO Emmons will cover all bases, as he has done in the past, so maybe more discussion. Councillor Northcott, or sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe. I'm gonna mix you two up today. We're both wearing blue, sort of.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I have some concerns about this, but I want to make an informed decision, so let's have it. I will support the motion.
Okay. All right. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none? Hesitancy? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor of that motion? And that's carried. All right, number 6 is carried. Looking at the other motions available, does anybody want to make another motion for discussion? Take your pick, 1 through 5. Councillor Graham? What's the lucky number?
Because I like order and I'm a little thrown off by number 6 going first, I'm gonna propose number 5.
All right.
That council directs administration to prepare a report for the strategic planning committee on the Nordic draft development plan 10-year capital budget, on additional costs required for electrical power line upgrades and gas line implementation in Nordeg after completing Nordeg's capital design projects in 2024.
Thank you for that. All right, motion on the floor, open for discussion. Anybody have any questions? Councillor Northcott.
I just note the additional information that'll be brought forward from administration would be helpful into the future, so I'll support it.
So as I read the motion, I have a question. As I read the motion, this would come to us, like if we're doing the design projects that are completed, so that will come in more towards the end of the year, like we're looking this to be a September, but before budget timeline? Okay. Councillor Graham, did you have a,
Yes, for me, I think we're gonna have to cut back spending in a lot of places, so I would like to have the information on this because I know people are in this room especially are not going to be happy with me saying that I see this as a place that we may be able to cut back and slow down a bit and spend less money. So I would like to have some more information. I don't think it has to be a really in-depth report. I think more of a conversation. And I remember I said maps for it so that we can see what's going on where and everything. So, and obviously some of these things are also holding the community back. So I will be supporting this motion as well.
okay, Deputy Reeve Mulhall?
I will be supporting this motion as well, just we need to make sure that we have all the information in order to make, good decisions. I don't totally understand why we need even a motion for this, because I truly feel like this information comes to us every time we talk about Nordic. So that's why I'm saying I'm just a little bit confused why these motions are needed. You guys do this work every time. You guys make sure that you bring us wholesome reports every time we make a decision. So I'm not sure why we're needing to add burden to our administration because you already do this. Is this an added thing we're asking? Like you guys already do wholesome full reporting. We just haven't asked for it appropriately yet? Like
Ms. Serhan, Mr. I've got two blinky lights there, so, okay. Mr. Emmons?
Thank you. Not an added burden, but truly looking to close gaps. Administration does not want conversations in strategic planning to drop off. By closing this loop, it creates a proper motion that can be tracked, and then we do have appropriate direction. We have been challenged in the past with conversations that have been mistaken as direction. This closes that gap. And truly, when we come to budget, there's proper motion supporting why we did things and that we did follow council's direction.
Okay. Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, and just, I think a note on this, the change that's happening in this program area or project area is that, you know, there's no longer lot sale revenue supporting this. So what information do you need to move forward on these projects as far as funding them, or what information do you require so that you can decide when these projects are done or what order they're done in? Yeah, just giving, making sure that staff has all of the information for you so that you can make a decision when this information is brought to you.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Are you wanting that now prior to this motion? Like, are you wanting us to give you a list of the information that we need, or can we email that? Like the stuff that we want in this report. Do you need that information now? Do you want it emailed? Do you want?
Ms. Haight?
With the staff recommendations that are before you now, that does clarify the information that needs to go in the report. So it specifically identifies, like for staff recommendation number 5, it identifies the information as per the NORDAG draft development plan 10-year capital budget. So that's what will be included in the report, including any additional costs required for upgrades, et cetera, et cetera. So if I may just add, these motions that are coming to council are meant to support council in their work when it comes to making budget decisions. And the way that the process works is Strategic Planning Committee makes these recommendations to council, but because council is the decision-making body, they have to give direction in the form of a motion. And that's, if council now is looking at the staff recommendations and this is for information that they need, then they can make these motions and either carry them or defeat them. But again, these motions are to support council's work in decision-making for budget.
No.
Supplementary?
Sorry, yes. No, I recognize that, but I now see an opportunity for efficiency. Seems to me that Strategic Planning Committee no longer required because the motion has to come back for here anyway. So we might as well skip a step, don't have Strategic Planning Committee and do it all at this table, because we had to make the motion there, we have to make the motion here, we have to read the report there, make the motion there, bring it back to council. Just seems like a lot of extra steps. Back to what Councillor Northcott's constantly talking about.
Yep.
Like useless stuff, red tape reduction, just this seems very reminiscent of that very sentiment.
Yes. 100%, that is very accurate. It does seem like an extra step. But for governance and legislation subjects, the committee is a different forum for council to enter into a little less formal discussions. Because it's not a decision-making body, they have the opportunity to freely explore, come up with ideas, and just take a little bit more time discussing. Whereas council meetings are intended to make informed decisions very efficiently and as, you know, rapidly as possible. So it does seem like a bit of overkill, but the committee serves an essential purpose.
Thank you for that. I think Councillor Lougheed's light was on, and I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Well, actually, I was gonna maybe cancel my light, because maybe Councillor Melhoff was a little less subtle than I thought she might be, but I do see benefit in creating some definition as far as a work plan for administration, working through the next number of months of what things may or may not be priorities as we move past a date in the near future, perhaps December 31st. I'm just wondering if that doesn't have some value here. I'm just trying to understand where we're at.
Okay. All right. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I don't remember when I made this motion. It's some time ago, and it's not all what would have typically concerned me. What would have concerned me was options and impacts of accelerating the Nordig development plan and going beyond the traditional funding model we have used, where we develop an area and sell it and then use those funds for the next area, but of having basically proven the development plan for Nordig, to accelerate that, to I guess get ahead of the public that is trying to develop that area. And of course that would have included natural gas and power. But my concern would have been more about accelerating the development plan and knowing the costs for those options to be able to decide if we wanted to change the development plan.
Okay. For me, this isn't a priority because, again, as things come up, I feel knowing things about stuff that we're into the weeds. We're not at a governance level in some of these decisions. As they come up, we will make those decisions. So I won't be supporting this motion. We have a lot on the table that we've already put into play at budget. I'm feeling like we are actually pushing so many things on administration that administration is trying to find every way to please our wishes at this table, and it comes at budget time, and that's what strategic planning is about, is to discuss these wishes, because this is a wish list, in my opinion, that this is what's coming. Yes, it's coming back for clarity, but at the end of the day, if I have to pick one or two, that's maybe a little bit extra, but to add all six to me is we really gotta find some efficiencies here and allow our administration to do the regular service levels that we have already asked them to do. So for me, anything to do with Nordig, I understand there's opportunities for us to have these frank discussions during our strategic planning. We went out and have a tour last year, every year, so
I think that power lines and gas lines, yes, they're nice to know, but I think that's into the weeds. I see Mr. Hand's lights on, so I'll go to you, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that one of the things in the Nordegg development plan is that there's about $8 million worth of projects scheduled for 2025 that don't have a funding source identified. So the strategic planning committee will need to make a decision on that. So, you know, I guess what information does council require to make that decision?
Councillor Northcott.
Just a question for administration. For these 6 items here to bring back these reports, would that overwhelm administration or for the administration side and then the governance side over here? But if it's presented in the agenda package like this, is that something that's easily doable by administration for these 6 items, or is it?
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you. The purpose of strategic planning is to vet out policies, bylaws, create the structure behind council meetings. It really is your priority list. This is important to bring forward for endorsement because it sets out that priority list. Strategic planning sets the format for discussions, as Tracy Lynn was talking about earlier. Dialogue out policy and the things that would perhaps take 3 hours on one conversation that council can't allocate time in a council meeting for. And inevitably, it all leads to that end goal of budget. So to answer your question, Councillor Northcott, thank you for that, but no, this is important. We need to provide whatever council needs to make the decisions to pick the priorities that leads up to budget. So this is what the Strategic Planning Committee said they were looking for to make these decisions, to pick the priorities, and we will absolutely address those if it comes through.
Okay, just,
subsequent,
yeah, sorry. So it would be too burdensome then to do all 6 reports for administration to present 6 reports for these items?
It would be time and resources, and this council picks that.
Okay, so then could I ask what would work? Like, I don't want to be on the administration side, we're over here on the governance side, but how many do we pick? Do we pick 1 or 2 or 3 or?
If I may, that's the importance of the conversation. Council is attaching resources to tasks. If the importance of this exercise is if it doesn't come with support, I would highly recommend that council not allocate municipal resources and money to creating a report that you have no intention upon approving anyway. It just, you know what, no matter what comes forward for additional information, I'm against this. Now would be an appropriate time not to engage, not to do that report, not to attach taxpayer dollars and resources to it if there's nothing that would ever come of it.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarity.
You're
very
welcome.
much.
And just for clarification, when I said that I'm not going to support, I'm not supporting the information that is being required in that report. Not that I don't support the acceleration of the Nordegg development, I do, but I don't necessarily think that I need that information in order to make my decision. So anyways, Councillor Rackle.
Okay, just responding to Ms. Serhan's question of information around this. Again, from the perspective that the intent is to look at strategically modifying the development plan for Nordegg. So for me, hearing from planning what the pressures are at Nordegg for development, like what opportunities might we miss, what inquiries are we getting for more development? We know low-cost housing is an issue. And then also accelerating some of the other phases if the pressure is there. At some point, we're going to need an upgrade to the power system. So knowing what that would be is also something that we need to go into that revised planning.
So I just, sorry to interrupt, Councillor Ratcliffe, but would it be better, instead of coming back with a report, would it be better if we had like a half-day workshop about Nordegg and doing this? Be better time spent than going through a report? I'm not sure. Anyways, go ahead, Ms. Tate.
Maybe this perspective might help. For each of these motions, staff recommendations, if you could think of it as future agenda items to come to the Strategic Planning Committee. That's basically what these staff recommendations are outlining. That an item will come to the committee on this information, and then so on and so on. The discussions around, for example, the Nordegg development, that would come out of that agenda item, number 5. That's where the committee would flesh out all of these ideas, accelerating development or postponing development. But if council were to think of these motions just as future agenda items to come to the committee, future reports to come to the committee, if that helps at all.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Okay.
So today,
I think that was the intent of the motion. Yes, and maybe it is bigger than a strategic planning meeting, and a workshop is required. It would be better use of people's time. We would still need that input information.
yeah, I'll defer to Mr. Hagan there. I see his.
Okay, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. Perhaps I can try and clarify a little bit. What's before you today is not suggestions for new work necessarily, or new ideas. These items have already been identified by the Strategic Planning Committee in their meetings. Where administration is struggling a bit is, as Ms. Serhan identified in her presentation, is limited resources. Quite frankly, as financially secure as this county is, there isn't enough money to do all of the ideas that come forward and still maintain and replace the existing infrastructure that is here. So decisions need to be made, priorities need to be set. And so these are all topics that have been discussed at strategic planning, and what administration is suggesting and looking for is, as Mr. Emmons said, confirmation as to, does council want us to proceed on these items, gathering information to help strategic planning committee and ultimately council make those priority setting decisions? Or at this point, is it less of a priority? And do you want us to focus our efforts elsewhere? And as Ms. Serhan said, it's about money, but it's also about staff resources. It's about time available. And we will have budget coming up in December again this year. How do you want to allocate that limited resource of time to talk about those priority areas so that you're more comfortable by the time you get to the budget to carry on and provide us with direction as to how you want that budget balanced? So really, this is an exercise in confirmation is what we're suggesting.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you very much. My turn to be less subtle. I believe what we need to decide here is whether we're going to have administration folk on focus on operational concerns, service level concerns, those things that they can include within a budget that would move forward independent of what happens after December 31st, and less so on long-term capital investments that may need some adjustment based on future concerns or priorities as we move forward. That's what I think we need to do here. Just send that message that we need to focus our budget efforts on operational concerns and service level concerns more so than the long-term 10-year capital operating or what we're going to do with further development of our hamlets or any of those things, and focus on what is going to occur irregardless of what happens after December 31st. Something that gives us a budget that we can demonstrate that we're being good stewards with. That's my less subtle view of it.
Okay. Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, I'll just maybe add to Director Hagan's explanation there. Like council may very well need information on all 6 of these kind of areas in order to decide which 2 of them go forward. If there's only 2 of them that are priorities, and you know that now, that's great, let us know. But if you don't know, what information do you need to decide which of these are priorities? Because all 6 of them, unless revenue is increased or debt is considered, cannot move forward currently. So I guess that's the discussion that council needs to have is, do you know now that there's something that council isn't supportive that's on this list, or do you require information on all 6 of those things in order to choose those priorities that are going to move forward? And does that include considering increased revenue and debt?
Yes, we have a motion on the floor for number 5. So focused discussion on number 5. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I just wanted to say that Councillor Lougheed has pointed out how interconnected all of this is, as you say. We need information on all of this to determine priorities and drop the ones that aren't.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. For the one specifically that was on the floor right now, number 5, I would be in favor of a report for that. And actually, I don't think we need a full report. I actually think this probably is work that's already been done, since Nordig is such a huge part of our conversations continually at strategic planning. This is all information that we will need in order to make a decision on the Nordig development plan and their 10-year capital plan, and it's such a huge part of our budget that we definitely need as much information as possible to make an adequate decision. So I will be supporting number 5.
Any other comments or questions in regards to motion number 5? All right, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, that's motion is carried. All right. Should we go up the list? Anyone want to make motion number 4? I got a light on. Councillor Graham?
I guess, I don't know that I personally want to make this whole motion, so I'm going to bring this up prior to making the motion, if that's okay.
Yes.
For me, I don't think that the joint development area, I don't want it as part of this motion, and the recreation facility study, we already have a study. For me, I want to discuss maybe starting off a little smaller with the recreation facility so that it actually happens. But I don't think that we need to do an entire study. I would like the Clearwater County future facility needs one to be done for sure. But I guess I would just be interested on everyone else's opinions on those things.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. The 3 portion of number 4's motion, that motion was made a year and a half ago by the Reeve, to have the updated agricultural facility study. That motion is already on the floor through council, so that part will actually not be required. And the second portion of that, to require potential partnership opportunities, I made that motion almost a year ago as well, to have community, ag and community design a matrix for funding and partnership. So those 2 motions actually have already happened, and not at strategic planning, they happened at council.
Okay. Councillors. I have 2 blinking lights, so there is.
Two blinking
Okay,
lights.
okay,
That's
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 the
why you
goes?
get paid the big bucks.
there you
right?
go, there you go. I'm going to, do you, do you want Councillor Graham?
I was just gonna say that I do support the partnership ones. I think that we need to look into that for sure as well. I don't think that we need to redo the agriculture recreation facility study. I think we need to have a wholesome discussion on what we wanna do, and I don't think we need to take administration's time to do more of it.
Councillor Lohy?
From my view, although the review would occur in 2024, and as part of our 2024 capital budget, any potential building or commitment to building engineering would be within the 2025 budget. I don't think have the certainty right now, knowing what is upcoming, to be able to define those projects into 2025. I think we can have the information, but I don't think we're gonna be defining those projects in a budget.
Okay,
But that's just
yep,
my perspective.
that's right. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Just seeing a couple of different directions here. I think the agriculture recreation facility is something that's going to take more time and could be part of a workshop around a couple of other issues one day. If we're not going to proceed with it, we should just drop it.
Councillor Graham?
I personally want to continue with it. I think that we need to have a discussion about starting smaller. We have at the same time, we have a recreation facility and a administration building proposed to start the same year. I don't think that's gonna be possible. We're gonna have to push one, or I think we're gonna have to phase down the ag rec facility to get it started and so that our residents can enjoy it. I do not wanna cancel it though. I think that's a really important thing for us to do in our community. I just don't think we need to do we have a study. It just seems like a waste of money to me.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I agree, and I don't think we need another study, which is why the Reeve made the motion a year and a half ago to strictly to update that study to today's numbers, since it was from 2012. And I believe that was supposed to come back to us a while ago. So hopefully that is actually already updated, and we don't need another motion to update it. So, and otherwise, I completely agree with you in your position on the facility itself.
I want to say that study was done in 2015-16. It was fairly 15-16, so it was at that.
You would ask for the numbers to be more current.
Yeah, I think it was a discussion, yeah, with that. So, Tracy Lynn, did you have something to add for that?
Yes, if I may just clarify, the agricultural recreation facility study, that's not for a new study, that is a report on the existing study. So I guess more like an update report on a study that was already done.
Okay, thank you. I know when we had our economic development day with the town, it was a couple weeks ago, 10 days ago, at the subway room. I know we had discussed a little bit about that day, about joint development area, and I know we had discussed that this would come to an ICC, so at some point in time, I expect that to come back as a report back to this council, what happened at that meeting, so we will have a discussion at that. I understand we're
Counselor Graham said that she would like to break this out a little bit more, so I think for sure number one needs to be brought back, for sure. I agree with that one. So in regards to like number two and number three, that might just be more for discussion, like has been suggested. So I'd be supporting that in a breakdown way. Councillor Northcott?
Thank you. Good discussion. If administration wouldn't mind, just for even the people watching, but just a quick explanation of what a joint development area, what that entails, the JDA.
CO Emmons?
Thank you. That one, in my humble opinion, has been addressed. We created the report, brought it forward to the ICC, didn't come forward with support. And that report was prepared for the ICC because it is a joint development. So what that entails, Councillor Northcott, is in the Clearwater Rocky Intermunicipal Development Plan, there is section 4 that allows for the opportunity of a joint development area, particularly to the north of Rocky Mountain House. That was enacted upon when Clearwater County back in 2016, testing my memory now, purchased the quarter section to the north. That started the initiative of engineering studies, transportation reports, and creating that light industrial and commercial area for a joint development. And that joint development, although it's in the IDP, so it's entirely in Clearwater County, but it's in the future planned growth area of the town of Rocky Mountain House, would be a shared tax revenue and a joint initiative. So that's kind of very quickly, high level, the history behind that. A more detailed report was prepared for ICC and presented.
Okay. There you go. Councillor Graham?
So I'm kind of hearing that you guys agree with what I brought up, so I'm gonna make a motion. I'm gonna change it a little bit, so let me know if this works, please. So that council directs administration to prepare reports for the committee's review on the following proposed projects in the 2024 capital budget, the Clearwater County future facility needs, and has a discussion about an ag recreation facility. Reports and discussions are to include information on potential partnership opportunities, funding sources, and community engagement process. Does that work? Does that work on this side? That way, I just want to be able to have the discussion about, I know we don't have anything set up for the partnerships, so that can then include the partnerships for the rec facility, and everything else kind of goes with the other one, I think, so. And community engagement obviously is important, so.
All right. So motion on the floor. Any discussion in the motion? Let's see. Oh, Councillor Ratcliffe.
For clarification, what's remaining then is simply the future facility needs.
Councillor Graham?
And I also included the ag rec facility, but not a study, but to have a discussion about potential partnerships and community engagement and those types of things.
Okay, or an upgrade to the study, like.
Well, that way they don't,
refresh.
I think we can look at the study and put it together ourselves, in my opinion. But I don't think that we need to take administrative time to go over the study and spell it out for us, for lack of a better way to put it. But I do want to have the discussion about the rec facility and especially the partnerships, because I think that if we could get partnerships for that facility, that could change things big time. And we have we know we have a very supportive community here, so does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Yes, very well
Okay.
put. I would support that motion.
Okay, very good. So motion on the floor. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So what type of study is being commenced for the Clearwater County future facility needs? What does that entail? What's the cost of that study? What's the administrative burden? We seem to be missing some key information on how much it actually will cost us to do that.
Okay, Mr. Ham?
The budget in 2024 for that work is $100,000. It's already been included in the 2024 budget.
To do the study for the Clearwater County future facility needs.
Swanson would have more details on what is actually included in, you know, what he would get for the spend of the $100,000. I'm not sure what all he has planned, but, and again, it's not that the decision needs to be revisited as far as you needing the information, but making sure that we have all the information you need to make the decisions on the competing priorities.
Does that answer the question?
Well, clear as mud, because like, do you want us to be making a decision of whether we're going forward with the Clearwater County facility today? Because if we are, that's a completely different conversation.
No. What information do you require in order to decide if that's priority 1 or priority 6?
Okay.
All right, so motion on the floor to, about the proposed projects for 2024 capital budget was the Clearwater County future facility needs and a discussion about the agriculture recreation facility study, or facility in regards to partnership opportunities, funding source, communication, blah, blah. So I'm sure you guys have had that captured again. Discussion on the motion. Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So this will give you direction to do a community engagement plan, have us actually go out to the community and get their feedback so that we can make a decision of whether to go forward with it. That's, in a nutshell, what this motion is. Okay.
Engagement process.
Okay.
Partnership opportunities.
That I can support.
Very good. No more further discussion, clarification on the motion. Okay, call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Moving up to number 3. So the staff recommendation is that council directs administration to prepare a report for the committee's review of options and estimated costs, estimated capital and operating costs for developing and implementing reuse sheds at the county waste transfer sites. Councillor Graham. Councillor Graham.
Well, I am gonna say, just a reminder that we have to be done our meeting by 4:30.
I know.
For everyone,
Yeah.
and I will happily make this motion because I've been pushing for it, so I make motion as Reeve Swanson just read and staff recommendation number 3.
Okay. Any discussion around that motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Can we put up 2?
All in favor for the reuse shed? I didn't see your, nope. All opposed? 1 opposed. Thank you. That motion's carried. Moving on up. There's a song like that. Okay. Staff recommendation is council directs administration to prepare a report for the communities showing 1, service level options with estimated capital operating life cycle costs as listed in the solid waste and recycling master management plan for development and operation of a centralized waste transfer site, and 2, the financial impact of a centralized site on existing transfer sites operation costs, and 3, staff recommendation for the best centralized site service level option. So, any motions to, someone like to make that motion? We can focus, okay? Okay, Councilor Ratcliffe will make that motion. Discussion on the motion. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Since Ms. Sirhan said that this was to get information we need in order to make an adequate decision, I don't need any information to make an adequate decision. I'm against the central site in any form. I like the way that it is now. I believe it was said earlier today, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I get nothing but compliments on our sites, with the exception of minor tweaks here and there that administration is able to action and solve within a day or 2. I don't need any information to make a decision on the centralized site.
I would like information on that site because I would like to be able to know what kind of a trans store or whatever we would like to put on that centralized site. So as far as location, I'm in agreement with
Deputy Reeve Meloff, I like the location, but I would like to discuss what that looks like, a push pit, reuse, whatever that looks like, because I know with the upcoming EPR that's coming into effect, what does that look like? And so those are some of the information I would like to have happen, because I'm even thinking of the location, maybe not there, but they could build more to the corner and have another opportunity to add more or take away whatever we decide to do for recyclables. Go ahead, Councillor Grant.
I'm on the same page as Deputy Reeve Meloff on this one, so I'll be voting against the motion. I don't want to build the building. I think we can just decide, have a conversation with administration about what is best to have trans stores or a push pit, and we can build a hill and we can have it just like all the other ones. I think they work well, so I will be voting against this motion.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I'm in agreement with most of the discussion at this point, that I would very much like to dig into the plan and understand it better and understand the options that are available. As the message I'm getting from the community is a few tweaks are required. But in order to do that, I think I need to vote in favor of this motion so that we can have that discussion and have that information to change direction if we feel it's required.
Okay. Motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Councillor Northcott.
All right, there's already been, seems like there's been quite a bit of information already presented to council or the strategic planning committee on this item. Would I like to have more of a discussion with the information that administration, like just to review the information again that administration had presented to council previously, a refresher on it, I would go for that. I don't know where the life cycle is on all the current system does seem to work quite well, you know, in the community, but I don't know what the life cycle of all the equipment is. So, to have another discussion of all the previous information that was presented to the strategic planning committee, I would do for that, but I won't be supporting this one.
Okay, Councillor Cermak.
I like it. I would definitely vote for it. I think we need to have something here that is a more centralized, I know the area out there is working okay, but I don't think it supports what we really need for the long term. So I'd like to see a report on it. I will be voting in favor.
Thank you. I know we can't be running on rig mats out there and things like that, so to me, it does need to have further discussion on if we're paving, et cetera, so I would like to, again, I would be supporting this to get better information in order to solidify what that looks like at that particular site. So I'm in favor of the site, but I just need more information on what that site will look like. So I would like some budget operations. I know we've added a little bit of power there. I know we've moved a building there for the attendance, but I think we need to have a further discussion on this. So I will be supporting. Anyway, motion on the floor. Any further comments? Okay, I'll call the question. Oh, yes. Did you have your hand hover? Go ahead.
Postpone this one to the next council meeting to think about it a little bit more, but
I would hesitate because with that motion, Councillor Northcott, because I think we want this information sooner. We don't know if it's gonna, it may come to us in September. It may not come at some point in time. So it's just something that administration can look at, so. All right, motion on the floor, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that's carried 4-3. Thank you. Now we're up to motion number 1. Council directs administration to prepare a report for the committee showing estimated percentage costs per following service level categories.
1, as required by legislation, 2, for protection and maintenance of the infrastructure and facilities, 3, to meet or exceed taxpayers' expectations, community-driven, for delivering each program in the 2024 operating budget, indicating the policy that is direction from council for the service level. Clarification on the motion, or sorry, clarification on the staff recommendation. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually don't think we need this for 2024. We're well into the 2024 operating year. Any information we get on it is not actionable anyway. Wouldn't it be more advisable to have this for the 2025 and prepared for when we make budgetary decisions for the 2025 budget? Because kind of too little too late for the operating budget of 2024, we're in it.
Ms. Serha?
It would just be using the already approved budget as the core information as far as the dollar amount for each program, because we don't have a approved budget for 2025 yet. The percentages in likely wouldn't change year over year. It still would cost 80% of that program to provide legislative services, and 20%, whether that number's 200,000 or 300,000, will change year over year. But I think the information that will help council just understand what's driven through legislation versus what's driven to protect and maintain the county's infrastructure versus what is a community ask or a community driven category. It would just be good information for council to have as far as the percentage of each program. And again, we can apply that to any budget year that we choose.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Excuse me, Reeve, but I think I may have voted wrong in the previous motion.
Okay.
I don't want a report, I want a discussion.
So if you, okay, let me bring up our procedure bylaw.
Yes.
So change of vote. Okay. Go ahead.
If I may.
Yes.
I believe that Councillor Ratcliffe is wanting to amend the motion, or to make a new motion.
Amended.
Yeah, but he can ask to change his vote. But I don't think that's achieving what you want to achieve. Like, you want to have a discussion
around issue, around the details of this issue.
Around the motion?
No, the details of the waste.
But that's what we've just asked for, was for details
right.
to be brought
Well,
forward.
then I read to prepare a report.
Well, yeah, it'll be a prepared agenda items. So.
All right then, okay.
Okay, so.
Okay. All
Go
right,
ahead.
in that case, let's move on.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry
Okay,
for
withdraw.
taking up.
We're so close. There you go.
It's in the hall, it was just checked 2 weeks ago.
All right. Okay, so back to the motion, or back to the staff recommendation. I don't believe anybody made that motion. For discussion, discussion around the staff recommendation. As Mr. has indicated, it's more around percentages in regards to different service levels, in regards to what's legislated, what's community driven. Regarding the operating budget, I'll look at your blinky light, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay, getting on to this topic. If this is a service level review, I would like it to go ahead. Otherwise, I think the Deputy Reeve is accurate in that by the time we get through this, it'll be over. Or almost over.
CO Emmons.
Thank you, and truly, if that was the intent, I would have to agree. If I can have the opportunity to be a little bit bold, I believe the purpose of this report is to provide council with information of where you could potentially cut to meet your priorities. So it sets up a template to go forward into 2025, knowing these are legislative, can't touch it. This is protection of infrastructure. I'm now in a conversation where I'm gonna take a paved road, turn it back to gravel, or take that bridge and turn it into a no exit road. Versus community driven, that's more the soft services, the I wants. I believe that's the purpose and driver behind the ask. And this report isn't so much to focus in on 2024, but truly the services and what drives them to give council preparatory information for a 2025 budgetary conversation to assist in picking priorities.
Thank you for that. Councillor Graham? And then I'll go Councillor Lougheed, and I'll just start going around.
All right, I interpreted it the same way that CO Emmons just described it, so I will, since the motion hasn't been made, I'll make this motion, I think I made most of them, and I will be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
And maybe just a little bit of latitude. I'm trying to understand the path before us. This council, and of course the council of the village, have been very transparent on the process we're endeavoring to do. That process, if it follows through what we've described so far, would start on January the 1st of 2025. So would a 2025 budget. So is the intent of having Clearwater County staff right now go through the whole process of defining something out for 2025 be the best use of our time staff when we know that that interim council, if that comes to pass, may choose a different direction based on the strategic goals of that new municipality? I'm just trying to understand the path we see forward. I do understand that, you know, that may not occur. The minister may not approve that, and then we need to go forward with a 2025 budget, especially on the operational and service level things. But I don't know how much focus we should really be putting on long-term capital investment, our 10-year plans, our 5-year plans, or even our 2-year plans, when we know that 2025 could send us into, it's a different day. It could be, you know, the way the minister spoke, it could be totally different people that decide that and would have no level. So having the background information I see value to, but setting and defining a budget. You know, I mean, if I look back on our process here, just to remind council, we go through a period of days where, well, actually weeks leading up, administration works all year on getting that budget in place. Then we go through and soul search through the budget to find what our priorities are moving forward into 2025. We come in and just before Christmas, so like sometime before the 25th of December, we approve that budget going forward. It would never come into play if there was a change. And I don't know when we would know from the minister if we have to have a plan B as far as budget going into that year. And the way we've defined it so far is that that interim council is the one that sets the budget for 2025. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but again, grenade, throw it in, or not being subtle, but it's my perspective. I just don't want to, I know our time on our administration is so valuable. I don't want to see them spending an enormous amount of time defining things that aren't going to be able to come to pass because we believe we're headed down a pathway to a totally different municipality come January 1st. But maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but I thought I better say it while we're here.
You bet. Thank you. Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. And maybe it's just me, but it actually comes up in our operating budgets that you guys give us these wonderful binders every year. And it actually has a section in the bottom of each of the presented things that says legislation, bylaw, policy, or council decision. And for example, in community, when it's asking for cemetery, it says as outlined in the Cemetery Act. So that would then assume that that is legislated. At least that's the assumption that I've made. Whereas when it's under asphalt overlay, it's blank. So does that mean that it's not legislated and therefore up for us for debate? And perhaps we should just be reading that more closely or have it outlined better that this is not legislated or this is legislated. And then it's not putting an extra onerous burden. You guys are already preparing these. It's not asking for more. And you can prepare that and utilize that item for the 2025 budget. Just as a thought.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Every year when it has come time to do budget, I have wanted to look at some of these issues, but there is never time. So, from the perspective, as Chief Emmons pointed out, of some groundwork and preparing for that budget, I'm going to support this motion.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Mello?
Were you?
Oh, sorry. Were you? I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
I had another thought with it. I think the interim council is going to be quite busy with a number of other items that any changes to this would not be a high priority. So I'm for going ahead and supporting the motion and doing this exercise.
Okay. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm going to pick up Councillor Lougheed's grenade.
Okay.
Does that then mean that the strategic planning that we will be doing from now until there's an interim council in place is all for naught? And therefore, we shouldn't be putting any energies into anything? Because if an interim council is going to be doing it, when was the last time there was an interim budget for Clearwater County? Never. And are we setting up for an interim budget because there's going to be an interim council? And therefore, strategic planning for the next several months is all for naught?
Mr. Hunt?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if that's where you were going with your grenade.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna let Mr. Han answer the question and then I'll let you go. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
So, having asked the question, would you be comfortable then with the Village of Caroline setting up the interim budget or setting up the budget for the new municipality coming next year? Why should one entity within an amalgamation define where we're going? That isn't how it's intended to be. It's meant to be an amalgamation of those entities together to find a new strategic goal. And if you're going with that as the spirit of it, great. If it was dissolution, I'd say, yeah, we move forward without really ultimately considering anything other than what is imminently important to our service levels. But we haven't defined what the service levels may be, or I don't think we have the authority as Clearwater County Council to define the service levels of the new municipality at this time. We've defined that would be an interim council. So I don't want to predispose or subject future governing bodies to whatever this group determines. We're supposed to do it in a collaborative process. I don't want to suggest that we're going to do as has been suggested before, be the bully and have our will and our way be the only path forward.
Okay. Follow up to Deputy Reeve Mello?
Yes, Reeve. Councillor Lougheed, I think you stumble onto the very philosophical debate of dissolution versus amalgamation and the exact difficulties with the process that we are currently entered into.
Counselor Cermak.
I'm confused as hell. The last statement here says, for delivering each program in the 2024 operating budget. Because we have a shortfall, we don't have enough money to do all we want to do. See, you're going to give us some direction on what we can do without borrowing money. Is that what it says? That's not what it says. For delivering each program in 2024 operating budget. You said that the 2024 budget's already set? So then why is that statement in there?
Mr. Serhan? Or, sorry, Mr. Emmons, sorry. I see two lights on, sorry.
No, Ms. Serhan might be better to answer, but I will maybe take a stab and she can correct me wherever. So it's based on the current year, Councillor Cermak. So this exercise is to pick out percentages, and Deputy Malhalf is right, it's in your budget binders. This is what administration felt represented what you guys asked. If you don't want it, vote it down. Administration doesn't need it. So if the budget binder is good enough, and I interpret it exactly the same way, and I will say I'm qualified to interpret it, pavement overlay is not a legislated service, it's protection of infrastructure. Don't overlay, goes back to gravel. And that's a perfect example of the different categories. What this exercise is to do is to actually help council paint that picture. Myself, I work best with pictures. When I can visualize something, I can achieve it. If I can't visualize it, I usually flounder pretty bad. This is an exercise that we heard the request come from governance to paint that picture. If we have these priorities, if we have 80 different priorities, how can we fund them? If we go through this exercise, 80% of finance is legislated, and I'm just building on Rhonda's theory, because it's not vetted out. 80%. 20% is, helping out a nonprofit or whatever. It probably would get down to 20% of a position. Really doesn't save council any money anyway, because you still need that staff member. So carry on. But that's the ability it gives you. If it's 50% of a program, that could be a conversation that council says, you know what? Operating is an annual expense. If we can cut that down, that saves up X amount of dollars that we can actually look at the top 3 priorities rather than the top 1. It helped paints that picture, Councillor Cermak, and it's my understanding, and I really hesitate putting words in council's mouths, but that's my understanding why council wanted this exercise brought forward. And if council feels it's redundant, it's in your budget binders, it's a non-issue. You're good. Did that help?
Mm-hmm. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I was just going to comment on that business has to carry on, whether we amalgamate or not. And worst case, if we take our budget and the village's budget and put them together, we can manage for the next year. So, but I didn't think that added a whole lot to the argument. I think this is a valuable exercise to do.
Okay. Can I get a motion to go past 4:30, please? Okay. Motion.
Can we do that while we have a motion on the floor? Yes, I know.
There's a motion on the floor, so I can't do a motion to go past 4:30? Okay.
You could,
Okay,
the 4:30
okay.
could wait.
Okay, right at 4:30, okay, fair. I'm looking at the time and I'm like, okay, we're 2 minutes past. Counselor, Counselor Northcott, and I'll go to you, Counselor Cermak.
Alrighty. There would have been quite a bit of discussion that come from strategic planning committee to get to this recommendation, to get it presented to council. So there probably was significant amount of discussion. It seems the words amalgamation and stuff have popped up here. They've been fairly neighborly discussions so far. There's no decisions made. Really, they're just negotiations and things can be changed, just like the charter was revisited, right? So it was changed from a unanimous vote. So there's, I don't know, I think it's been fairly neighborly, but there's still, quite a few items to discuss between the two municipalities, but no decision has been made. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Counselor Cermak, are you, no, okay, Mr. Hen? Oh,
Not 4:30 thing.
okay, well, we have to vote on the motion first, so I'll go to Mr. Hen first.
Just a short maybe analogy on when there's an election and the new councillors come on in October and a budget has to be passed on in December. The new councillors really rely on those the councillors that stay in those seats and know the background. So I would hesitate to recommend that we not do any planning, because I feel like the councillors that from Clearwater County that will be on that new municipalities council will rely on Caroline's councillors to provide information about their services that need to be included in the 2025 budget. And likewise, Caroline's councillors will rely on the county's councillors for the costs that are in the budget moving forward into the new municipalities budget.
Thank you for that. Anytime we can succinctly, I said that wrong, but anyways, come have this data and information to make governance decisions in regards to service level, I would agree. This can be at a very high level because we will have to do that budget process regardless. I understand the amalgamation process, the amalgamation negotiation process right now. That will have a different, you plan for what's in front of you, and if we have to make a detour, we'll make a detour, but we're going down the one main highway right now, so I am in support of the motion that's on the floor. I think that will help us get to where we're going to go, because the budget process is year-long. It's not just a point in time in December. We are making budget decisions for 2025 or being broad information items to discuss, make recommendation, etc. for administration. So to me, this is ongoing. This can, I'm sure the finance will make this even simpler for us to come the fall, come for budget. So, because already our operating budget has been passed, so I think it would be a tool in the toolbox, so to speak, so to help us with that. All right, motions on the floor. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. Thank you. Is there anything further with this agenda item that needs to be discussed? I'm looking to administration. If not, before we carry on in our reports, I would like a motion to go past 4:30. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Just appreciate the time that council took to discuss these items and make sure that we're getting you the information that you need.
Thank you, Ms. Saran.
I would make the motion to go past 4:30 and request a 5-minute recess.
Yes. Okay, so motions on the floor to go past 5:30 or 4:30? 5:30. 4:30? Okay. All those in favor? And that's carried. Oh, those opposed? Okay. All right. Motion's carried, and we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Welcome back from our break. We're continuing on our report section. Item 8.1, the CEO report for March 26. I'll turn it over to Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. So the March 26, 2024 CEO report, Government of Alberta introduces legislation to form new police organization. If passed, Bill 11, which is the Public Safety Statutes Amendment Act of 2024, will update the Police Act and Police Amendment Act 2022 to enable the creation of a new independent agency police service that would operate seamlessly alongside local police, including RCMP. The proposed amendments will strengthen Alberta's current policing model and combat rising crime, create safer streets and neighborhoods, and protect communities. The Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services states that no decision has been made on the creation of an Alberta Provincial Police Service and that this new agency is not intended to replace the existing RCMP. Elected Officials Workshop, Asset Management, Strategic Basics. Asset management is an important tool for councils to understand the connection between infrastructure and service delivery, enabling informed decision-making. This one-day course offers elected officials a look into asset management, emphasizing its benefits. Attendees will develop an understanding of the asset management process to support your work as an elected official and connect with other elected officials and share asset management experiences. These workshops will be held across Alberta on the following dates: Saturday, April 20th in Grand Prairie, Saturday, May 25th in Edmonton, and Saturday, June 8th in Vermilion. Councillor attendance for remuneration requires council approval as per your policy.
Just for clarification, I believe this was offered last year for a few different, and I believe Deputy Reeve Melhoff and I took it, so it's well worth the day. So if you can make a Saturday, I know the weather's changing and some of us will have other things better to do, but again, they offered it in the spring last year as well, so I think it's that time of year. So anyways, if councillors would like to attend, I'm looking for a motion. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I would make that motion that councillors who feel there's a benefit to the taxpayers to attend any of these programs be remunerated for attending.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Do you have another question in regards to before?
I was just going to comment that an independent agency police service operating seamlessly alongside the RCMP seems something difficult to manage. It'll be interesting how that rolls out.
Councillor Cermak?
Have you got any more information than just this, Rick, on this? Because there's lots of questions like where are they going to be housed? Who's going to govern them? Where's the finances coming from? Who does the training? Do you have any? Have they given you any more information than saying, yeah, it's not going to be a new police force?
At this point, Councillor Cermak, no. Just verbiage that ranges from expanding authorities under existing umbrellas, sheriffs, Fish and Wildlife, those type of enforcement agencies, but nothing substantive at this point.
So another download.
Go ahead.
Thank you. In regards to the Wildland Urban Interface Grant Update, Clearwater County has been granted an additional $500,000 in funding for the WUI team, which is a Wildland Urban Interface team. This funding allows the team to continue their important work until March of 2026. This news was shared with administration on March 25th via an email from the Ministry of Public Safety and Emergency Services and stems from the 2021-22 ACP granting program.
Perfect. That's awesome. Yay. Yes. Kudos to their team. That's fantastic. All right, any other questions? If not, looking for a motion to accept the CO report. Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe. All those in favor? That's carried, thank you. Moving on to the project update status report of March 24th, or sorry, March 26th. Instead of going through everything, is anybody have any questions or comments in regards to that? Said Councillor Graham.
I was just gonna make a motion that we accept the capital project status update report for information.
Okay, any comments, questions? Councillor Ratcliffe.
I do have a couple of questions. 9.3, the Leslieville Sanitary. Are we planning to put some fiber duct under the railway when the sanitary line goes in, just to save having to do it again?
9.3 Senator. Okay, under the railroad.
Well, that's the sanitary line under the road.
Okay.
At Leslieville?
Okay, budget is for the, go ahead, CO Emmons.
I have not heard any dialogue around that, Councillor Ratcliffe. I don't believe that area currently is in phases or is even engineered. My history of under the railroad, all you'd be saving would be the permission anyway, because it would be a push. It wouldn't be an excavation anyway.
Yeah. But the railway charges a fee to even look at a proposal.
And they charge it right every year.
So having them in there together and knowing that it's there should be able to be included in the engineering.
At this point, it hasn't been engineered. Like I said, it isn't in one of the phases. I'm not sure where we would even locate it at this point because we don't have the engineering.
Okay.
The cost would be about $50 extra to put it in. Okay.
Any other questions? Yep, go ahead, subsequent questions.
I had some questions around the economic development report, but there's no one here to answer them after 4:30.
So,
I will put those in an email.
okay. Any other questions?
That's all I have.
Perfect. Any other questions in regards to this, to the report?
This is just the capital report? or
This
all
is
the
just, nope, this is just the capital report. We have a motion on the floor. Seeing no more lights, although I'll call the question, all those in favor for information. Carried. Moving on to 8.3, the Clearwater Regional Fire Rescues and CPO report. Any comments, questions? If not, looking for a motion to accept for information. Okay, Councillor Cermak makes the motion to accept for information. No other lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to 8.4, the Planning and Emergency Services Annual Report. Any questions? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I will make the motion to accept for information and also note that I really like the way that this is laid out. Like the full breakdown of how many, like the development activity, et cetera. I really, that was very valuable to read, so thank you for that.
Okay, perfect. Motion on the floor to accept the Planning and Emergency Services Annual Report. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is accepted. Going through the councillor verbal reports. Being as how I wasn't at the last one, I'd like to start today. So first, thank you to Deputy Reeve for chairing the last council meeting, as I was absent to go to the ASHA AGM and conference as a central director on their board. A very good conference. Always enjoy the sessions that were there. I actually was presenting or introducing the speakers for 3 of the sessions. One was about using community housing to improve resident wellness and organizational sustainability, which they talked, this was in Calgary, and it really talked about the mix of community and seniors and vulnerable vulnerable population living in a mixed housing development, and they use Calgary bucks. So as a volunteer, if you decide that you're going to shovel the sidewalk, for example, they will pay you X amount of community bucks, which would go against your rent. It's a program that the city of Calgary has put forth, and I think it's a great initiative. I know we have chamber bucks here, and that just kind of tracks what we spend, but it would be nice to be able to use those and incentivize some of the businesses that will take those it's another exchange of goods and services. I think that's a great way. I also attended or facilitated the mediation secrets for staying calm, cooperative, and productive when conflict arises by Touchstone Mediation. She was very interesting in that sense. The evening entertainment, I would love to try this with council. Every table got a hexagon-shaped platter, and with that hexagon, you got a land use. So, Councillor Cermak may have agriculture, Councillor Ratcliffe may have commercial, Councillor Graham could have industrial, and you had to go around to the tables. You had 2 hours to create the infrastructure on it and then find the other table that connected those particular hexagons. So you created something that all meshed together, whether the roads were going, the rivers were going, the railroad was going. So it was a very cohesive. There was 200 people. It took us 2 hours, and I think we had 39 different hexagons, and it was a lot of fun. Took out the paper and scissors and glue and tape and pipe cleaners and you name it, and it was like, I should have had the DT play group help us out. It was very good. My last session was about autism and affordable housing, and that was a very interesting one as well. At the end of the day, at the end of the conference, the government has what they going out right now is called the Lodge Review by the ministry. So Vanessa Kidd and I attended the round table in regards to that. We'll be hearing more about that report coming out here probably in June. Of course, the amalgamation meeting, the Spring Muni Conference, of which both Councillor Deputy Reeve Melhoff and I, it's always interesting to hear the urban perspective. I went to a house concert on Saturday night with new residents in our county. It was nice, and I now have a new favorite song. It's all about the dish pit. So anyways, I will share that with you one day, maybe on a deck somewhere, and we'll go from there. RMA conference last week. I see RMA as an opportunity to do our team building as a council, and we have such great opportunity to mingle and speak individually with the ministers at all these socials that we go to, and I'm very proud of all our efforts to represent this council and our county when we're doing that. With the 2024 budget announced just a few weeks ago, I felt the ministerial forum questions were quite calm in comparison. So, but I agree that it was a great conference, and I think we had lots to learn and do the networking. I attended the Stone Soup Day on the 21st. We haven't met for almost 3 years, just after COVID. Again, it was more of a round table talking about the impacts of seniors, the vulnerable, like the women's shelter, and then also in dealing with homelessness. So that was a very interesting day. They'll be coming back with to our council at some point to talk about the community transportation and probably we had a bit of the homeless shelter that they prepared. They would like to come back and re-present. Senior Housing Council with Councillor Cermak. We had our annual audit, all good. Other than that, and I think that's it for me up until today. So anyways, I will pass the torch on. I'll go to Councillor Division 2.
I thought maybe you were gonna go with someone right beside
I
you.
know, I was gonna go there, but Brian's eyes got too big, and I'm like, okay, we'll wait.
All right, so my councillor report, after our last meeting, we had a Highway 11 twinning Zoom with the province. I don't think there was really any information that wasn't at the open house, but I do appreciate that they had already looked into some of the concerns that were brought up at the open house. I think that was very good that they did that. I zoomed into our amalgamation meeting, and I am very happy that we changed the terms of reference so that we all can vote no on things and not destroy the whole process. And I think that will be good moving forward. I had a Rocky Community Learning Center meeting, and there are still spots available in the healthcare aid program. So if anyone's wanting to become healthcare aid, you can locally get your education to do that, which would be wonderful, I believe. And we're actually starting a new thing. Councillor Hutchinson from the town recommended this, where they are going to do a highlights every month. And so I know for me, I'm always concerned because you don't know what's confidential versus what's not for bringing up at these tables. So they're gonna do a highlights, and I emailed it to you guys this morning. I will be emailing it to be in the agenda package, but I missed that this time, so I'll be better at that moving forward. So that's something you guys can look forward to every month. And RMA, so for the EOEP courses, I took the council's role in strategic planning. I think it would have been a very beneficial course for a brand new counselor, but seeing as we've been through a couple of years of strategic planning, I think we have a fairly good grasp on what it's for. And so I didn't find it to be super helpful, but something that I did take away from it was the gentleman presenting it mentioned that restricted surpluses are viewed as a negative because it puts a target on rural municipalities. So I found that very interesting, and he said that's starting to change. I think that he was implying that urban municipalities are starting to have more restricted surpluses, but he didn't really go into detail. That's just my interpretation of what he said. And my big takeaway from RMA is how truly fortunate we are in this municipality, listening to the struggles of the other municipalities, what they're going through, having ministers telling me how amazing Clearwater County is to work with, how great Clearwater County is, having other councillors from other municipalities telling me how great our staff are here. I know Mr. Reed Williams was brought up in a conversation I had about how wonderful he is and how he's an absolute gem to have in this organization. So I love those conversations. For the third time today, we're the best in Clearwater County, so it's just, it was just really obvious. I don't know. Many places are wonderful. I do love Clearwater County though. Oh, and my favorite part of RMA is Canoe's new mascot, Canoe, I assume St. Bernard. Got to pet him at one of the hospitality suites, so that was definitely my highlight. And that concludes my council report.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Grant? Moving on to Division 3. Yep, it's coming. There you go.
I'll try to go really low here.
There you go. Okay.
No, very, very briefly, because we're short on time here, but aside from the committee and committee of whole work, I think the highlight of the last couple of weeks was definitely the RMA convention, and really there, the chance to network with other municipal leaders. Truly, you can't understate the value of that. And I think it's also, as was mentioned, a great opportunity to team build within your own council and even with our most neighborly of councils as well. I think it was a great opportunity there to share experiences, to see how people have attacked problems and brought down barriers within their community, and really echo some of those comments that really that Clearwater County is in a position of leadership and has demonstrated that time and time again. And we have great staff. We have had great programs within the municipality that are leadership type items, and I think I want to bring that back to our community and let folks know that we are looking after the best interests of our community as we represent ourselves in the provincial stage. And with that, I would pass it back to the chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions for Councillor Lougheed? Moving on, Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. As you stated, we were at AB Bunis together, and some of my highlights was actually the drought presentation that was done. Alberta has 12% of Canada's population and 2% of the water. And ab.ca/drought actually has a full-on checklist of things that you can do either as a municipality or as an individual landowner in order to mitigate the effects of drought. And all the different water licensing and water zones that are being created in order to help mitigate some of the issues with drought.
LGFF was a huge topic at AB Muel, arguably RMA as well, but particularly AB Munis. In fact, they broke it down per capita. And in 2011, the province was basically granting $423 per capita to municipalities for infrastructure. In 2024, that's $186 per capita. So when we're hollering at the rooftops saying that programs that were historically provincially funded we're now having to find ways in order to fund them, those are the actual numbers being attributed to that. It's actually more than half down than what it should be. There was a big presentation that was very good regarding code of conduct and recall legislation, and actually the mayor of Coots did a very touching presentation to the group of what he went through, trying to ensure his community safety and access to emergency services during the demonstrations down in Coots a couple of years ago, and how it affected their community during that time, and how it affected him emotionally during that time, and the burden of being a politician can sometimes weigh on a person, and it was a very good presentation. I attended the Clearwater County Taxpayers Association fundraiser. Very well attended, very full house. It was a great evening. I'd never had the opportunity to see Ben and Jessica Crane present in person, and that was truly it was a treat to be able to be a part of that. The elected officials program that I went to was the land use planning one. It reinforced a lot that I already was aware of. However, it was still very good, and I plan on using a lot of that information as we go forward with rejuvenating our land use bylaw. I did learn one term that I had not heard before, and that was waterfall amendment. When you propose an amendment that actually impacts all of the different legislative documents, i.e. the IDP and the MDP and the LUB, and it's called a waterfall amendment, and it goes across them all. You still have to do them all, but you can do them kind of congruently, and I hadn't learned that one before, so I did some more research on that, and it's fascinating. Then, as has been stated by everybody so far, RMA is always a great opportunity, and in particular, going into the Vibrant Landscapes Outbreak session, learning more about RELP, which is the Resilient Ag Landscape Program. Anybody has the opportunity, go online, learn about it. It's money over 3 years to help landowners rejuvenate and make their land more resilient for things like drought and different mitigation strategies. There's lots of funding available from the province for that. And then they did a big presentation on ALICE as well, which Clearwater County currently doesn't subscribe to, but I'm hoping we can have a conversation at the Ag Board level to see where we can land on the ALICE program. We had many other presentations, NRCB, RPAP. I wrote a whole bunch on them all. I can send it out to you guys rather than boring you all. AHS did a wildfire response webinar as well that I attended. They really just were outlining their setup and how they're gonna respond to wildfire and how it can affect their different facilities, and how, like, for example, when Brazeau County and Drayton Valley had to evacuate the Drayton Valley Hospital, and like how they are preparing for the upcoming wildfire season. This weekend, actually, it was a surprise event that I ended up being a part of. Search and Rescue did a big provincial exercise, and I actually was heading down originally as a spouse just to be in Calgary, and ended up being pulled into the exercise as an elected official. It was a fabulous opportunity for me to advocate for our search and rescue team and search and rescue teams across the province with the different ministers that were in attendance. There was over 200 SAR personnel at this particular event. They did a mock wildfire where they were the scenario was that wildfire was taking over Cochrane, and how they would respond to that. And they did a mass casualty incident where wildfire had taken a community, and they actually did door knock on every single door in Cochrane. They did that and provided wildfire information on how you can be prepared for an evacuation. Amazing opportunity. And they did a straw poll that evening at dinner of the years of service in the room
Yeah, 1,500 years of service for search and rescue was in that room that, just that night, and that wasn't including all the members that could not attend that evening. It was very humbling with that level of volunteerism, because search and rescue is 100% volunteer and currently not funded and currently not seen as a first responding agency. I would also like to request council to do a motion to allow for my remuneration for that surprise day of advocacy with the ministers. I would make that motion and humbly request that I can be remunerated for that day.
All right, yes, I will support your motion, because anytime we can get in front of ministers and advocate for those services, and especially upheld the volunteerism that's within our county, I would be supporting. So any other questions or comments in regards to the motion on the floor? No, I'll call the question. All those in favor? No. So that motion is carried to remunerate Deputy Reeve Melhoff for her day on Saturday, right? Okay, thank you. Is that the end of your report?
Yes.
Okay, that's the end of your report. Okay, we'll go on to Division 4.
Alrighty, my report won't be very long, but I did attend a FCSS meeting. It's amazing how many services are needed for seniors and youth, and funding to carry on those programs, and many extracurricular activities for youth often fill up quite quickly. I attended RMA as well. It is great to see other counselors and stuff from other municipalities and have discussions about items that are going on in their municipalities. And I think that's about all I have, really. I was at RMA and a lot of the other stuff that council was at as well, so.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, carry on. Division 5.
All right, thank you. Going back to the 13th of March, I attended with Councillor Northcott the FCSS meeting. As he mentioned, there are so many programs looking for funding. The big issue of discussion was that FCSS is not intended to be a sustaining funder, but to help programs get off their feet and established. But community funding is drying up for a lot of these things, so FCSS just is simply underfunded to try and meet this demand. And then later that same day, I attended a rec board meeting. There's an upcoming review of the rec master plan, which is years old. There were comments from the volunteer members that they want to contribute more to building the community and its amenities, and they're looking for ways to do that. 14th of March, we had another amalgamation committee meeting. I think that's been covered well enough. I also attended the Taxpayers Association fundraiser in Leslieville in the evening. It was a full house. It's great to see people coming out to support that. And then March 18th, 19th, 20th, as already been mentioned, has the Spring RMA Marathon. On the 18th, they start early and they run late. On the 18th was an EOEP session on council's role in land regulations that I attended. An interesting comment that I noted was around the use of metrics to measure the success of land policy. That land regulations are meant to both serve and protect the residents, and measuring the results provides for continuous improvement. March 21st, we had MPC with an assortment of applications for changes to the land use bylaw. And then on the next date, March 22nd, was the actual review of the rec master plan at the rec board. a number of items that have been completed and others were no longer applicable, and so the list has been adjusted on those projects. March 22nd was my drop-in session, so I was able to catch up on some work. And then the rec board meeting was after that. Sorry, and then on short notice, I accepted an invitation to tour the new operating room at the hospital. Very nice facility. I really have to congratulate the retention team for all their accomplishments, and I know there's more to come, but also the way the community has come together to get a better operating room, maybe the best in the region, by providing some extra funding. This is one of the best places to live. So the talk was that they could do 4 new knee surgeries in a day with a 5-year waiting list. We're ready to do our part. Then March 23rd was the Flannel Gala in Nordegg. This is the, Norca is the Nordegg Off-Road Cycling Association, and it was about the Black Mountain Trails project. It consists of trails requiring different skill levels to accommodate all off-road cyclists. It's quite an ambitious project. They expect to have 12 kilometers of trails open by the end of June. And I forget the total distance of trails they have, but there are several of them going around the mountain. Major funding is from the West Fraser FRIA Fund. It was a standing room only event. Nordegg is such a great community to support these things. And MP Soroka and I brought respective greetings. I'm just going to touch for a minute. We have some item on the dual credit program around, and I thought I should update where I am with aviation. That I think I have an instructor lined up for ground school in June, July, August timeframe. It would be 40 hours of class time, probably evenings. The library board is considering adding it as one of their programs and providing the classroom space. Hopefully we can get it airborne in the fall, but there's still work on getting all these details worked out. That is my report.
Thank you. All right, could see some blinky lights over here. Okay, Councillor Lahi.
I would like to thank Councillor Radcliffe for bringing forward that opportunity to view the surgical addition to the local hospital, and really to emphasize what an important asset that is to our community and the work within the community and the support that the community has done. A very short-term fundraising, we're able to add additional functionality to that unit. It almost $1 million worth of personal donations and corporate donations in order to facilitate extra function there. So it's so good to see that nearly being ready to operate and serve our community. And also really, I think, to send a message that we do need to support our surgeons and healthcare practitioners within our community, and this is one way. And I think the province is showing faith in our community that we have the right stuff here. So I appreciate you reminding me of that moment. That was a very special moment. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, and I was saddened that I was already away when that last minute request came forward. That's fabulous. You guys got that opportunity. Like you said, it is great that the hospital futures program was able to come forward with a lot of the funding. It's unfortunate the province doesn't think that equipment is needed in operating rooms, and the community needs to fundraise for those. You did mention about FCSS not intended to be a sustained funder. Can you explain that a little bit more? Because the province is pushing a lot of their programs towards FCSS for funding, but they're not intended to be sustained funders, so I'm confused how these programs are supposed to get their funding if that's not the case.
I'm quoting the director there. She having more years of experience with this, but yes, the funding is simply insufficient for the scope of activities that FCSS is involved in.
Seeing no other lights. Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Going on to Councillor Cermak.
I don't have a whole lot to report. I attended the Carolina Ag Society meeting, and we voted to get started on the roof over the skating rink. And I heard that it started today. And when they got into it, they found out that some of the strapping is not in great shape because of the leaking roof. That's why we're replacing it. So when it gets done, you'll be able to see a brand new big red tin roof. Because we put it out for the people to say what color tin they wanted, and everybody voted for red. So it's going to be the big red barn.
Yay.
Love it.
Yeah, in Carolina. And along with that, they have had some problems in the new hub with, how can I delicately put this? People putting holes through the roof and not sealing them up properly. So we are going in there with the gentleman that's doing our roof, and he said he would refix it and repair it all and get it back into the shape that it should be in. Yeah, so that was kind of annoying when I heard that. And I attended the Rocky Senior Housing. That was fairly informative. I could go into more detail on that, but I think I'll leave that for another day. The other thing I wanted to talk about too is I sure hope we didn't pay a whole lot to get these screens to stay on all the time, because we need them repaired again. That's frustrating when they're doing their presentation and it goes blank. I know that it's IT or whatever it is that has to do that, but it's got to be. I mean, these people are pretty nervous anyway, and then when that goes up, they look around like, whoa, what did I do? and we didn't explain to them that it wasn't their fault. And well, the other thing, I was at the RMA, and I took the LUB that day, that Monday. Okay. And one thing really hit home, and it was in the subject of why is planning important? And the one that really stuck with me is promoting the public interest while respecting the rights of individual landowners. That grabbed me and said something. And I think that's exactly what we do, and I hope we do, with this new LUB that we're putting in. That really hit home for me.
Wonderful quote.
Yep, yeah, I thought it was awesome. And other than that, I think that's about all that I've got. That's it.
Okay. Any questions for Councillor Cermak? Okay, seeing none. Which reminds me, I have a request, and I'm not sure if this should be into a motion. When I talked to MP Soroka here a couple weeks ago, he did ask me if he could have a photograph of Clearwater County in his office in Ottawa. So I have informally discussed this because we have an in-house photographer, so in finance. So I thought, well, maybe I should discuss with her. And so anyways, and there's an opportunity to maybe have a nice aerial drone type picture of Clearwater County that represents Clearwater County. She's got a few different ideas. So if it
if it's all right with council, I'm going to make a motion that we, because will be a bit of a small budget, so I'm going to make a motion that we approve Ms. Serhan to do a photograph for MP Soroka for his office in Ottawa. Any discussion? Councillor Graham?
I was just gonna recommend, I think it should be a Charolais cow. Or a Charolais cow-calf pair, Charolais bull. That is all.
Okay.
We're gonna get into that debate
Oh, no. There you go, there you go. I'm sure there'll be a cow, there'll be an oil, there'll be a mountain, there'll be a tree. All those features that we all talk about here, so anyways. And no Sasquatch, because he leaves no trace, so anyways, but with that. Anyways, go ahead, Deputy Reeve Bellhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think that it's a great idea. I do have a question though. Do we have any idea what the cost is? Because the last time we asked for a picture, it was gonna be 15 grand. So do we have any idea what the cost will be for this?
Actually, maybe that would be something that, with this motion, that could maybe come back as an email with some, or come back at a future council meeting. I'm not sure. I'll look across to Mr. Emmons, what his thoughts are on the motion. Because I just dropped it like 30 seconds ago.
If it involves closing off the Tauntaun, it could be comparable again. If it's random photos that represent Clearwater County, I believe that could easily be accommodated in-house. I would suggest that if it wasn't something extraordinary, it could be covered under the current budget, but I'd have that conversation with Rhonda and find out kind of what's happening.
Okay, appreciate that. Councillor Northcott.
I know there's lots of pictures of Clearwater County. I'm just wondering, is there not pictures that we could use currently, or what kind of picture? What kind of picture is it? And I might be missing it, but I'm just.
So that will be a discussion, and as long as it's representative of the county, like I said, a mountain, a tree, an oil, some agriculture, a field, cattle, that represents our key values that we've identified in our strategic plan. I think that would be I mean, I know the Premier used Abraham Lake for her budget, but Abraham Lake doesn't represent all of Clearwater County. So that's, for me, it's just something that's representative in whatever season, whether it be she may have to wait until spring, till there's leaves on the trees, whatever that may look like. So, I mean, that, to me, I just want to get the ball rolling. If we have some ideas, I would imagine that we can do an email correspondence with something like that. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I think it's a great idea as well. I think we have quite an archive of photos around the county already that are only missing our smiling faces.
And I don't think he wants a person on the picture.
Oh, okay.
I think his request is yes, because I did see his office, and his office has got some, I mean, we're competing against some other counties that he's gonna have on there. Remember, he's gonna have Banff and Jasper and Kananaskis, so we gotta identify who Clearwater County is. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
It's just one picture?
Yeah, just one, he just wants one picture for his wall.
Is it a collage of pictures?
That would be cool, take a whole bunch of different ones and put them on. Let's make it take up a whole wall.
Yeah.
Well, there is a budget, and I'm sure he wants to do that. So why don't we bring that back as an opportunity? I think Ms. Serhan will do an email of what she would like to present, and we can do that. I just want to get this council's approval that, we should even entertain this. So that's more or less what my motion is.
Because we go from fairly flat
exactly.
agricultural land to really rugged mountains.
Exactly.
So a collage, I think, would be great. 6 foot by 6 foot.
I would like to see a large present that says "From Ottawa" on the picture.
That would be great too. That would be great too. So anyways, all right. So motion on the floor to get a picture done for whatever that looks like. I'm sure Rhonda will pass it through us for final approval or yes or no. So anyways, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
That's passed, thank you. Anything on the reports? I need a motion to accept the verbal reports for information. Thank you, Counselor Graham. All those in favor? That's carried. Moving on to Counselor remuneration. Anything outstanding on those? If not, looking for a motion to approve. Counselor Ratcliffe? Okay, makes the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's approved. Moving on to correspondence. We have 4 correspondence letters in the correspondence and 9. Is there anything that needs to be brought up? If not, they're just letters to ministers and letters of support. Further. Not looking for a motion to accept correspondence for information. Okay, Counselor Cermak. Call a question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Anything else? If not, looking for item 10, adjournment. Who would like to make the adjournment? At 5. Okay, Counselor Northcott will make the adjournment at 5:32. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. See you in a couple weeks.